Chapter 1630. Swoosh. A terrifying sword light tore through the dark world. The demonic sword in the demon's hand, which looked like a spirit snake, was vibrating, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. This chapter was uploaded by a netizen. In the void, the afterimages were cut down by the sword light. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps, increasing his speed to the limit. Every step he took seemed to distort the void, and the world changed in an instant. The void steps blended into the void. This was a direct void shifting technique. It was untraceable. Even with the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons, it was difficult for them to hurt Gu Fei. What a good movement technique. Even the young demons with the peerless demonic weapon was secretly shocked. He knew that the person who dared to break into the demon cave was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. This human cultivator was so powerful that the young demons felt a great pressure. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the sword light of the peerless demonic sword while attacking. His big hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, slapping at the demons continuously. The void shook. The inheritance of the martial ancestor? When the young demons saw the combat skills displayed by Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked again. In ancient times, the world had not changed, and there were many strong cultivators. It was a great era, and there was no lack of peerless cultivators. Among them, the martial ancestors' bloodline might be few in number, but every cultivator was peerless and powerful. They were not to be trifled with. In particular, the peerless cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body could compete with the supreme demon lords. They ran amok in ancient times and were almost invincible. You have a good eye. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm as he struck out with the heaven-shrouding hand, clashing with the sword light from the young demon's hand. One after another, the huge hands were split apart by the sword light before dissipating into the void. In front of the peerless demonic weapon, Gu Fei's attack seemed insignificant. Even though he had become a great emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against the peerless demonic weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had to suppress his own cultivation. If he completely released his aura, the sixth heaven's heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. This was not an important place for the demons, so the heavenly tribulation could not be wasted. So what if it's the martial ancestor's inheritance? I'll still kill him. The young man was full of demonic nature. When his demonic eyes opened and closed, a strange blood light that made people's hearts palpitate shot out. Many demonic patterns appeared on his body. It wasn't you who injured He Tian. You demons really have a deep foundation. Gu Fei hadn't used his saint weapon yet. He wasn't in a hurry to use his trump card. The 8 desolate void steps was too mystical. He was actually able to break through the sword light of the young demons. Swoosh! With just a single step, Gu Fei disappeared into the distance in an instant, disappearing into the surging demonic qi. This had the young devil race being taken aback. The strength of the other party seemed to have exceeded his expectations. However, he had the peerless demonic weapon in his hands. He was not afraid of anyone, so he directly chased after Yi Futian. Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps was the fastest in the world. With just a few steps, he had already left the young demons far behind. He directly rushed into the depths of the demon's Denver, buzz. The void trembled, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew a wisp of the mountain and river cauldron's power to protect himself. Even in the demon's den, he had no scruples. Below the demon's den was a nearly boundless demonic domain. 100 years ago, Gu Fei had been here. However, 100 years later, this demonic domain had become even more terrifying. From time to time, one could see a huge figure walking in the demonic aura. Heavy footsteps could be heard. Gu Fei didn't conceal the powerful aura of an almighty emperor. Along the way, he alarmed countless demons. There were also powerful demonic beasts chasing after him. Who is it? How dare you barge into my race's territory? He's simply courting death. I'm going to tear him apart. Powerful divine senses swept across the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Some demons released their divine senses to probe Gu Fei's situation. They could attack Gu Fei at any time. However, Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. Before the divine senses of the devil race's powerhouses could even reach him, he had already disappeared from the area. See the latest update, come now. Chapter 1631. The two demons made their moves. All the novels were fighting for Gu Fei. In the eyes of the demons, Gu Fei had become a hot commodity. Everyone wanted to have a bite. The two demons didn't hesitate to fight. The law of the jungle. It was vividly displayed between the demons. In the demons, whose fist was harder? Who was the boss? Whose fist was not hard enough? Then they would be killed by other great demons. Or they would submit to other great demons. Roar. A monstrous demonic aura erupted. A demonic wolf appeared in the demonic aura. That was the patriarch of Heavenly Wolf. He displayed his great divine power. He wanted to swallow Gu Fei in one bite. At the first moment, "You old wolf." The other patriarch of Raging Fire was furious. His entire body was emitting a demonic flame. It was so hot that the void was distorting. A human-shaped demonic flame. He pounced forward. Buzz. At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron surged out from Gu Fei's body. A ripple that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's body. The demonic wolf was sent flying. The endless demonic aura was dispersed. Even the human-shaped demonic flames collapsed and dispersed. The patriarch of Raging Fire also suffered a great impact. He retreated in panic. This is a holy weapon? The patriarch of Heavenly Wolf and the patriarch of Raging Fire were both shocked to the extreme. No wonder this human dared to break into this place. It turned out that he had a holy weapon with him. A human expert who had a holy weapon. It wasn't that easy to suppress. The two demons felt that it was extremely troublesome. They wished they could swallow Gu Fei alive. But they didn't dare to go forward. Let's see where else you can run to. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind Gu Fei. The young demons finally caught up. The demonic sword in his hand instantly surged tens of thousands of feet. It charged towards Gu Fei. Shua! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps. He dodged the sword light. He continued to rush towards the demon mountain. He wanted to undergo his tribulation on the devil mountain. He wanted to pull all the devils on the devil mountain to transcend the tribulation together. However, things did not develop as he had expected. He had just approached the demon mountain. On the demon mountain in front of them. Then, there was a fluctuation of magic power. On the pitch-black mountain, demonic patterns appeared one after another. A super-demonic formation that enveloped the entire demon mountain was rapidly recovering. A terrifying demonic might appeared between the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. He had to stop. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the formation. They formed a net of light. It blocked Gu Fei outside the mountain. Sovereign. Both Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire were taken aback. They had never expected this. The Lord of the Demon Mountain had actually activated the demonic formation. It protected the entire demon mountain. Could it be that the human expert in front of them? Could he actually endanger the entire demon mountain? The Lord of the Demon Mountain. He was also the Lord of the Demon Cave. He was a supreme existence. He was suppressed in the demon mountain. Countless years had passed. He had yet to escape. As for the demons in the demon cave, they were also the great ancient demons that were sealed deep underground. Most of the great demons had been suppressed to death. Only a few survived. However, these great demons that had survived, his cultivation base was exceedingly high. They had almost been completely destroyed. They could survive. They were already very lucky. The arrival of Gu Fei. It made the Lord of the Demon Mountain feel danger. This was a great formation that came from the ancient demon path. It had definitely surpassed the saint level. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme path sacred weapon, it was impossible to break it. How dare you? You actually alarmed the sovereign. You deserve to die. The young demons charged over with a peerless sacred weapon in his hand. The saint-level sword light. It tore the void of heaven and earth. It destroyed everything. Even Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire dodged it. At this moment, the mighty army of demons charged over. Thousands of demons and demonic beasts charged towards Gu Fei. They couldn't wait to skin Gu Fei alive. One had to know the vast life force on Gu Fei's body. To every great demon, they were all great supplements. To the demons, Gu Fei was simply a peerless divine medicine. He was simply a peerless divine medicine in human form. Swoosh! A great demon made a move. He raised a big net. It enveloped Gu Fei, who had dodged the sword light. This was a demon net. There were demon prints interweaving. The great demon who made a move. He was at least a great emperor. Only a great demon of this level. He could get a share of the pie. As for Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire, who had rushed out of the demon mountain, their cultivation levels were terrifying. These were two half-sage demons. Gu Fei sneered. He directly reached out and grabbed the demon net that was enveloping him. Then he separated his hands. He directly tore a big hole in the demon net. Then he rushed out. Bang! Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the demon net, a big hammer. It smashed towards his head. A terrifying demonic might spread out. A peak almighty realm demons made a move. Boom! Gu Fei punched upwards. His right fist released a dazzling divine light. The entire dark world was illuminated. The big hammer was sent flying into the sky by his punch. Then it collapsed. A demon weapon of a peak almighty realm. He actually smashed it with his bare hands. Such combat power. All the experts of the Devil Clan who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. The physical body of this demon warrior. It was even stronger than the demon weapon refined by the peak almighty realm. Alright, those who should come have come have come. Then let's begin. Gu Fei saw the surrounding demon shadows colliding. He knew it too. It was time. However, he did not sense the aura of the demon path holy weapon that injured He Tian. The demon path rancor that injured He Tian did not appear. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even He Tian was severely injured. The injuries of the great demon that injured He Tian. It was definitely not lighter than He Tian's. At this moment, that great demon was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. Everyone, let's attack together. No one knew who shouted it. Almost all the demons who were qualified to make a move made a move. All sorts of demon weapons soared into the sky. They attacked Gu Fei. The peerlessly terrifying demon path power exploded. Rumble! The entire demon domain shook. The demon path power that exploded from these demon weapons gathered together. It was earth-shattering. Even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei's body emitted an even more powerful aura. There were no signs. An extremely oppressive force suddenly descended. It was as if the entire world had suddenly collapsed. All the demons felt a palpitating wave coming from the void. Bolts of lightning seemed to appear directly in the void. Boom! Silver snakes moved randomly. The aura of destruction. It swept across the sky and the earth. The endless demonic aura was dispersed by this destructive force in an instant. Countless demon weapons attacked Gu Fei. They were all submerged in this sea of lightning. With Gu Fei as the center, within a radius of 10 miles. They were all shrouded by lightning. Within a radius of 10 miles. It had all turned into a sea of lightning. At this moment, all the demons were dumbfounded. Endless lightning enveloped them in an instant. Many demons were destroyed in body and soul at the first moment. If you want to see the latest update, come. Chapter 1632. As the heavenly tribulation descended, the void within a radius of 10 miles turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning with a destructive aura wreaked havoc. Even the void was torn apart by these bolts of lightning. This was a minor heavenly tribulation of a sixth heaven expert. However, even a minor heavenly tribulation was enough to shake the world. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation descended, many powerful demons were instantly killed by the tribulation lightning. In the sea of thunder, many figures fell one after another, and the heavy layers of devil chi were dispersed. At this time, all the experts of the demons were desperately recalling the devil weapons they had shot out, using them to protect themselves and resist the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? How can there be a heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? Cries of alarm and shouts rang out everywhere, accompanied by the screams of death. The entire depths of the demon domain was in chaos, and even the demon mountain was affected. Rumble. The demonic formation was operating, and a vast amount of devil chi was triggered. The heavenly tribulation that descended from the sky was all blocked outside the demonic formation. It could actually resist the heavenly tribulation. It's this guy who triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the heavenly tribulation, a ball of devil fire was burning, and countless tribulation lightning were dissipating. The power of the demonic path at the half-saint level was mighty. For a moment, even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not hurt raging fire ancestor. The ancestor of the demons was extremely powerful. If this great demon was in his heyday in ancient times, he would probably be able to kill Gu Fei with one slap. However, even an ancient ferocious demon's cultivation was almost obliterated after being suppressed for countless years, just like the old tortoise. These demons in the East Demon Cave had all grown up in the past 100 years. Raging Fire Ancestor, the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor, and the other demon experts were the first batch of demons to break free. Kill! The young demon, holding a peerless devil weapon, directly broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and rushed toward Gu Fei. At this moment, he finally understood why this human took the risk to break into the depths of the demon cave. This guy wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to severely injure the demons. I've tolerated you for a long time. You're not the only one with a saint weapon. Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient longsword appeared in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned ancient sword. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the longsword in his hand and met the young demon's peerless demon weapon head-on. The longsword in his hand didn't emit any brilliance at all. On the other hand, the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons burst forth with a dazzling demonic light, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed through the void as if it could destroy everything. A wave of saint-class sword energy spread out from the young demon's hands. It's just an ordinary weapon, and you actually used it to block a saint weapon. You really don't know what's good for you. The young demons laughed. He couldn't sense any sword energy coming from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was a normal weapon, and a normal one at that. Crack! The long sword in Gu Fei's hand collided with the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons. The smile on the young demon's face instantly froze. The two powerful figures passed by each other in an instant. How is this possible? The young demons seemed to be dumbfounded. There was only half of the demon weapon left in his hand. This was a peerless demon weapon that could compete with a saint weapon refined by a human sage. However, such an indestructible peerless demon weapon had been cut in half. How was this possible? The young demons couldn't believe what he had just seen. Then, a blood stain spread out from the middle of the young demon's eyebrows. The young demon's eyes began to lose their luster, and the divine light in their eyes began to dissipate. It turned out that the moment the two of them passed by each other, not only did Gu Fei use the long sword in his hand to cut the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons, but he also injured the young demons. An extremely terrifying murderous aura penetrated the young demon's eyebrows and destroyed his spirit. The murderous aura filled the air. In just a few breaths, the powerful young demons had fallen. The terrifying demonic aura cut off all the vitality in the young demon's body. There was only one ending for the young demons, and that was death. If you think it's good, please bookmark it on this site so that you can read it in the future. See the earliest updates coming soon. Chapter 1633. Gu Fei started a massacre with the purple gold divine sword in his hand. More than a dozen demons died under his sword. Even the young demons who held the peerless demonic weapon was killed by him. This caused the two half-saints of the devil race to be both shocked and furious. After all, the devil race would still suffer heavy losses even if they killed that human expert. Moreover, it was hard to say if they could kill this human expert. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and the raging fire ancestor was forced to retreat. This was a killing sword and it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like the Raging Fire Ancestor did not dare to let the killing sword get close to him. The Raging Fire Ancestor sensed a peerless killing intent from the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. This frightened him and he did not dare to fight against it. "Where are you going?" Gu Fei used the universal void steps and increased his speed to the limit. With just one step, he was already close to the Raging Fire Ancestor. Then he waved the divine sword. The Raging Fire Ancestor roared angrily. He used the half-saint demonic weapon that he had cultivated to block the attack. However, although the half-saint demonic weapon was extremely powerful, it was still vulnerable in front of the purple gold divine sword. The Heaven Luo umbrella, which was filled with demonic flames, was cut in half by the purple gold divine sword. The endless demonic flames dissipated and the half-saint demonic weapon turned into scrap metal. The Raging Fire Ancestor used several half-saint demonic weapons in succession and even used a broken holy weapon. However, this still could not stop Gu Fei. Although the purple gold divine sword had not recovered, it was still invincible. Any demonic weapon that was touched by the divine sword would be destroyed. Even a half-saint could not catch up to Gu Fei's speed, especially when he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation and stepped into the sixth minor step of the Almighty. The reborn power was so strong that the speed of his universal void steps increased a little. Swoosh! In the void, there were constantly afterimages. Gu Fei forced the Raging Fire Ancestor into a sorry state. The Raging Fire Ancestor was almost cut by the purple gold divine sword several times. Relying on a killing sword is nothing. If you have the guts, then don't use this sword and fight me. The Raging Fire Ancestor was extremely aggrieved. The other party did not rely on the killing sword. If he did not have the killing sword, he could kill this hateful guy with one slap. "If you don't use the killing sword, I can kill you with one finger." Raging Fire Ancestor continued to provoke him. How could Gu Fei not know what Raging Fire Ancestor was planning? He smiled and then stopped. He really put away the purple gold divine sword. "I want to see how you can kill me with a single finger," Gu Fei said disdainfully. He had seen the existence of a semi-sage. How could he be afraid of these semi-sage demons? However, although he said so, Gu Fei did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that these demons had lived for countless years, especially this Raging Fire Ancestor. Such a half-saint was not comparable to an ordinary half-saint. "You're courting death." Raging Fire Ancestor couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw Gu Fei really put away the divine illness sword. This guy was really tired of living. He was just a sixth heaven martial artist. Could it be that he was really so heaven-defying that he could challenge a half-step saint? Even though he knew that a warrior with success in cultivation was far stronger than a cultivator at the same level, Raging Fire Ancestor did not believe it. "Boy, you're really too stupid and naive." The figure of Raging Fire Ancestor loomed in the demon fire. This kind of demon fire was the natal demon fire that he cultivated. It had great power. Even if a semi-sage was enveloped by the demon fire, he would also die. Thousands of incarnations, everywhere. Raging Fire Ancestor shouted. The demon fire on his body soared with a boom sound, sweeping the world in all directions and dispersing the tribulation thunder in the surroundings. A terrifying aura of a devil saint spread out from the devil race's half-step devil saint's body, shocking everyone. Ancestor Raging Fire is making a move. My race's semi-sage is making a move. That guy is still alive. All the devil race experts trapped by the tribulation lightning were pleasantly surprised. As long as they killed the human expert who triggered this tribulation, the tribulation would naturally dissipate. The East Region Demon Cave was a special place. There were demonic patterns laid down by a supreme demon venerable here. It was a demon domain opened up by that supreme demon venerable. In the past, this supreme demon venerable was defeated and then sealed here. He was worn down by the power of suppression day and night, and his cultivation was almost gone. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. This supreme demon venerable did not die and lingered on until the present. Taking advantage of the great changes in the world, when the power of suppression was at its weakest, he broke through the seal. Such a supreme demon venerable was extremely terrifying. However, this supreme demon venerable had not yet been born, and the seal on his body had not been completely unlocked. It was difficult for him to truly break free. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting with Raging Fire Ancestor. His fists shook the void, and a large amount of demon fire dissipated under his fists. How is this possible? Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked to the extreme. A warrior at the sixth heaven of Almighty could actually challenge a semi-sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was really heaven-defying. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with a human-shaped demon fire. The human-shaped demon fire was shaken away, and Gu Fei himself was also affected. His whole body was instantly swallowed by the demon fire. Gu Fei roared, and a powerful force that made Raging Fire Ancestor's heart palpitate burst out from his body. It directly shook off the demon fire on his body. Demon Fire Prairie Fire. Raging Fire Ancestor roared and displayed a great technique of the demon path. A terrifying holy power spread out from his body in all directions, and the whole world was shaking. Countless tribulation thunder around him collapsed, and even the extreme demonic shadow fell from the sky. Raging Fire Ancestor was furious, and a pitch-black demon fire rushed out from between his eyebrows. Just a wisp of that kind of demon fire could turn the whole void into a sea of fire. This was the source of the demon fire, and it was released by Raging Fire Ancestor. Boom! The pitch-black demon fire instantly enveloped the world, and screams were constantly heard. Many demons who could not escape in time were burned by the demon fire, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Raging Fire, are you crazy? The voice of the heavenly wolf old ancestor sounded out from afar. He was incomparably furious. This raging flames was too excessive and lawless. In order to annihilate this human race expert, he actually didn't hesitate to sweep the nearby devil race experts into the devil flames, causing them to lose their lives in vain. Even Raging Fire Ancestor did not dare to touch this demon fire of the origin. He hurriedly dodged to the distance. At this time, the power of heaven's retribution had begun to weaken, and it was about to pass. Seeing that heaven's retribution was about to dissipate, Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all directions. Thousands of tribulation thunder were swallowed into his stomach, and then he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor in front of him. Please share. Chapter 1634. In the battle between Gu Fei and Raging Fire Ancestor, he did not rely on the purple gold divine sword. Instead, he used his own cultivation and strength to fight against this semi-sage demons. Phew! He opened his mouth and sucked in all the lightning around him. Then, he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor. Countless tribulation thunders and lightning rushed towards Raging Fire Ancestor like a Milky Way. This, Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked. This human warrior was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He dared to swallow tribulation thunders. The strength of his martial body was really abnormal. After the tribulation thunders and lightning were swallowed by Gu Fei, all the demons were shocked and angry. They all rushed into the distance. At this time, no one knew how many experts of the demons had died under the tribulation thunders. The experts of the demons who were still alive were stunned when they saw that Gu Fei was swallowing the power of thunder and lightning. It should be known that this was the power of heaven's tribulation. This human was not afraid of the destructive power of heaven and earth. He even used this destructive power to attack his opponent. This kind of method was really scary. Ordinary people would not dare to let the heaven's tribulation get close to them. But this guy not only let the heaven's tribulation attack him, but also used the destructive power of heaven's tribulation. Dazzling lightning and tribulation thunders were blooming, and the destructive aura rushed over. Raging Fire Ancestor's source of demonic fire was shaken, and the black demonic fire instantly dissipated by half. Raging Fire Ancestor roared. As he waved his hands, black lightning suddenly appeared in the demonic fire, and the black demonic thunder struck forward. Rumble! The tribulation thunders and the demonic thunder collided in an instant. The whole void was shaking, and the strong divine light tore the heaven and earth apart, destroying everything. The terrible destructive aura spread between heaven and earth. After all, the tribulation thunders that Gu Fei spat out were limited, while the demonic power of raging fire ancestors' demonic path of the semi-sage level seemed to be endless. In the end, the power of heaven's tribulation was blown away by the demonic thunder and disappeared completely. Demonic thunder suppresses 6 paths. Raging fire ancestor rose into the air. Then, billions of black demonic thunder exploded in the air around him. The entire demonic realm seemed to be turning over. Boundless demonic thunderbolts accompanied by towering demonic flames descended from the sky toward Gu Fei, shrouding the entire space. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This was the power of a half-saint. A single demonic lightning bolt could destroy a mountain. Millions upon millions of demonic lightning bolts blasted towards Gu Fei at the same time, turning the world into chaos. It was as if the demonic lightning bolts really did have the power to stun the 6 paths. Chaos shatters the void. Gu Fei also let out a furious roar. His aura instantly doubled. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upward with all his might. Streaks of chaos Dao patterns appeared on his fist, and a shocking chaos fist force rushed out from his fist. It was like a chaos dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force directly broke through the layers of demonic thunder and demonic flames, rushing towards raging fire ancestor behind the demonic thunder. The void was directly annihilated by the chaos fist force. It was as if this punch had punched a huge hole in the heavens and earth. Bam! Raging fire ancestor was sent flying. He was extremely shocked. It was hard for him to accept that a warrior at the 6th heaven of Almighty Realm could actually repel him. Sirius, why don't you come to help me at this time? Raging fire ancestor roared. This expert of the human clan was too abnormal. He felt danger, as if he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. The demonic wolf howled. In the distant sky, a demonic wolf the size of a mountain roared at the sky. Then, it directly leaped into the sky and pounced on Gu Fei. A domineering aura swept across the sky and the earth, and a terrifying demonic power spread out. You're courting death. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic aura, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with sharp divine light, and chaotic Dao patterns were faintly visible on his body. One hand to cover the sky. Gu Fei directly displayed this martial arts combat skill. He stretched out his hand, and a large chaos hand immediately rushed out from his hand, emitting a terrifying wave of martial arts power, and grabbed at the demonic wolf that swooped down from the sky. Rumble! On the large chaos hand, Dao patterns appeared faintly. In an instant, it covered the whole world, grabbed the demonic wolf in the hand, and wanted to crush it. This was a scene that made all the demons dumbfounded. A demonic wolf the size of a mountain was actually caught by a large hand. It was too shocking. Serious ancestor. The demons of the demonic wolf lineage were shocked. The demonic wolf that was caught by the large chaos hand was struggling violently and seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was a scene that none of the demons wanted to see. Boom! The demonic wolf that was as big as a mountain exploded in an instant. It was not the real body of the demonic wolf, but a kind of Dharma form of heaven and earth. When the Dharma form exploded, it formed an extremely powerful destructive force. Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand could not withstand this burst of demonic power, and the large chaos hand stopped in the void. A demonic shadow rushed out of the chaotic devil chi, and a beast claw reached down from the sky, grabbing at Gu Fei's head at an extremely fast speed. Bam! Gu Fei punched upward and collided with the beast claw. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the beast claw was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. What a powerful martial body! In the void, the voice of Sirius ancestor sounded. A demonic wolf figure appeared high in the sky, looming in the devil chi, and a pair of blood-red eyes swept out from the devil chi. The demonic wolf's right claw was recovering rapidly. At this level of cultivation, physical injuries were not fatal. For the existence of the half-step saint realm, no matter how serious the physical injuries were, they could recover in an instant. Come at me together. Gu Fei stood in the void and glanced coldly at the two half-step saints of the demons in front of him. A powerful aura surged from his body. He wanted to challenge the two half-step saints of the demons at the same time. Old wolf, since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Raging Fire Ancestor said to the demonic wolf. He turned into a human-shaped demonic fire, looming in the void. Very good. The demonic wolf nodded. The combat strength of this human warrior in front of him could be said to be heaven-defying. He must not be allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise, all the demons would be in big trouble. The two half-step saints of the demons moved toward Gu Fei with tacit understanding. Raging Fire Ancestor and Serious Ancestor exuded a monstrous murderous aura. The surrounding demons knew that the two ancestors were serious, and they all retreated to the distance, not daring to approach. Kill! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the 8 Desolation Void Steps, as if he was passing through the cracks in the void. In an instant he arrived in front of the two half-step saints of the demons, and struck his strongest blow. Chapter 1635. Yin and Yang converged and turned into primal chaos. The chaotic true power in Gu Fei's body became more profound after he broke through to the 6th heaven of Almighty. At this moment, he was fearless even when facing the two half-sages of the demon race. He charged forward and threw a punch forward. The terrifying chaotic fist energy enveloped the two half-sages of the demon race. Gu Fei was extremely powerful when he punched the two demi-saint demons. This was his first battle after breaking through. He wanted to use this battle to consolidate his cultivation. This, in the face of Gu Fei's all-out punch, the two demi-saints of the demon race felt a great pressure. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was crashing down on them. The whole world was collapsing. The power of this punch was so powerful that it could shake the world. All the demons watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. When did such a human expert appear in the eastern region? The two demi-saint demons were shocked by Gu Fei's combat strength. However, they were demi-saints after all. Their cultivation was also extremely powerful. Such existences would not be scared off by Gu Fei. Fight! Celestial Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor attacked almost at the same time. The two demi-saint demons displayed their worldly Dharma form. The devil chi in the whole demon domain immediately gathered toward the two demi-saint demons. An incomparably huge demonic wolf appeared in the world. This demonic wolf was almost as tall as the sky. One of its claws was even bigger than a mountain. The demonic wolf roared angrily. The 9 heavens shook. It displayed a supreme devil might as if it had recovered to its peak. This worldly Dharma form was too shocking. It gave people an illusion and shocked them to the extreme. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this worldly Dharma form. The demonic wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the world. It rushed toward Gu Fei. If your cultivation and strength were the same as this avatar of heaven and earth, I would turn around and leave. Gu Fei knew that this demon wolf's true cultivation wasn't frightening. It was only the universal Dharma idol that he had displayed that was frightening. However, it was also because of this universal Dharma idol that the demon wolf's battle strength had been greatly increased. Rumble. The space above Gu Fei's head immediately collapsed and was swallowed by the giant wolf. At the same time, Raging Fire Ancestor also displayed the Devil Sky Dharma Laksana. A huge human-shaped demonic fire appeared in the void, as if a supreme fire demon was about to walk out of the void. Boom! The gigantic demonic figure opened its mouth and spewed out pitch-black demonic flames, which burned towards Gu Fei. The void was silently destroyed by the demonic flames. The Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire of the origin was too terrifying. Even Gu Fei was unwilling to let this kind of demonic fire touch him. He directly stepped in the void and quickly retreated. Chi into swords! Gu Fei shouted. Chaotic real power surged all over his body. Beams of chaotic divine light rushed out of his body and turned into chaotic divine swords, floating around him. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands. Thousands of chaotic divine swords floating around him immediately pierced forward. The scene of tens of thousands of swords flying together was extremely spectacular. Shocking sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. Beams of chaotic sword light split the layers of demonic fire and slashed towards the gigantic demonic figure. Even raging fire ancestor was shocked. Chaotic fist. After striking out thousands of chaotic sword light, Gu Fei directly rushed up to the sky and attacked the giant wolf in the sky. His fists seemed to have turned into two chaotic divine suns, blooming with chaotic divine light. Bang! The giant wolf head that was about to devour Gu Fei was directly smashed by his fists. He rushed over and shook the real body of the demonic wolf out of the worldly Dharma form. Without using the 9 secrets of the immortal way, Gu Fei completely relied on his own strength to fight against the demons. With his current strength, he could already compete with the demonic saints. The worldly Dharma form is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the devil's den, causing the demons to turn pale. No one dared to refute him, because Gu Fei's combat strength was there for all to see. Anyone who was not convinced could attack. However, none of the demons who were watching the battle dared to attack. No one wanted to die, especially in this great era. Only by staying alive could they go further in this great era. If they died now, everything would be gone. Clang! Countless chaotic sword light shattered. The raging fire ancestor was ruthless. He did not hesitate to consume his primordial chi to shatter the chaotic sword light that Gu Fei struck out, and then he attacked Gu Fei. The demonic fire Dharma form was incomparably huge, and the human-shaped demonic fire slapped down on Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the demonic way caused the void to collapse and be annihilated, making it impossible for anything to exist. Bang! Gu Fei stretched out his palm to meet the giant hand that was surrounded by demonic fire, and it collided head-on with the raging fire ancestor's worldly Dharma form. Countless demonic patterns rushed out of the demonic hand, interweaving with the demonic saint power, and slashed at Gu Fei. He wanted to withdraw his palm, but he found that there was an extremely strong suction coming from his opponent's hand, sucking his palm in. This guy, Gu Fei, was taken aback. He had already expected that the raging fire ancestor would not be so simple, and he actually attacked him like this. The demonic patterns were interweaving, and the demonic saint power could destroy everything. He suffered a great impact. His entire arm turned black in an instant, and the vitality of his muscles, bones, and flesh was quickly lost. The demonic patterns were actually branded into his arm. This kind of attack was too terrifying. The demonic patterns were branded into his flesh, bones, and flesh. Every demonic pattern was emitting demonic fire, burning his flesh, bones, and flesh. It was extremely painful. Humph! Gu Fei's entire arm was shaking, and the divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his arm. Wisps of black aura seeped out from the pores on his arm, and the demonic patterns were dissipating. The black aura on his arm was quickly dissipating, and the demonic patterns that were branded into Gu Fei's arm were dissipating. The demonic chi and demonic fire were forced out of his arm by Gu Fei. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's palm was separated from the huge hand of the heavenly demon form. Gu Fei was sent flying hundreds of feet away by a powerful force, and he suffered a small loss. Very good. Gu Fei was furious. This guy was too insidious. He had almost fallen into his trap just now. Kill! In the next moment, Gu Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He raised his combat capability to the limit. With a few steps, he had already reached the side of the heavenly demon form transformed by the raging fire ancestor, and punched the right shoulder of the heavenly demon form. Bam! The entire right arm of the heavenly demon form collapsed, and a demonic shadow fell out of the void. Endless demonic fire was being extinguished. The huge heavenly demon form blurred for a moment, and then collapsed in the void. Again! There was a hint of madness in Gu Fei's eyes. He attacked with all his strength, using the 8 directions void steps and displaying the fastest speed in the world. He kept attacking the 2 semi-saints demons. Soon, the 2 semi-saints demons were suppressed by Gu Fei. They kept retreating, and demonic blood dripped from the sky. This is against the natural order. That human actually. Seeing this scene, all the fiends were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1636. Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. His primal chaos fist shattered the void and suppressed the two demons' half-saints. All the demons who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Kill! Gu Fei's entire body was surrounded by primal chaos chi. His long hair fluttered wildly. His shocking battle intent made even the half-saints' hearts palpitate. His fists forced the two demons to retreat continuously. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf once again evolved the Heaven and Earth avatar. A huge demon wolf appeared between heaven and earth. It opened its mouth and howled at Gu Fei. Rolling sound waves spread out from the Heavenly Wolf's mouth. The void in front of the demon wolf was directly shattered by this howl. This howl could shatter mountains and rivers. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar fell from the sky the moment the sound-killing technique was cast. They were knocked out by the demonic howl. Especially the demons behind Gu Fei. More than a dozen of them instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed by this terrible sound wave. In order to kill Gu Fei, old ancestor Heavenly Wolf attacked without any scruples. He didn't care about the lives of the demons around him. This was the law between demons. As long as one was strong enough, no demons would dare to provoke him. If they were killed by other demons, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. The law of the weak being prey to the strong could be fully reflected in the demon race. Buzz! Gu Fei, who bore the brunt of the attack, only felt a tingling pain in his ears. Then he couldn't hear anything. He temporarily lost his hearing. A trace of blood seeped out from his ears. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The powerful killing power of the sound made him feel like he was hit by a primordial demon mountain. His whole body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf displayed his terrible killing technique. The roar shattered the heaven and earth. If it was any other almighty, they wouldn't be able to survive even if they had 100 lives. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary expert. His martial body was so strong that it could compete with a half-sacred weapon. Although he was attacked by the sound-killing technique, it was difficult for him to be seriously injured. Rumble! At this moment, Raging Fire Ancestor used his trump card. Thousands of beams of demonic light shot out from his human-shaped demonic fire body. Countless demonic patterns interweaved and a pitch-black demonic bow appeared in his hand. Raging Fire Patriarch tried his best to pull the bow open. Countless demonic tattoos crazily gathered on the bow, and a demonic arrow completely made of demonic tattoos appeared on the bow. Swoosh! Raging Fire Ancestor let go, and the demonic arrow immediately shot toward Gu Fei, leaving a residual shadow in the void. This was a great path demon arrow, completely formed from interweaving demonic glyphs. Saint-level power emanated from the demon arrow, causing even Gu Fei's expression to change. Two half-sacred demons attacked him at the same time. The situation seemed to be reversed in an instant, and Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. Even in this great era, the existence of a half-sacred realm could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the human realm. As long as the existences in the forbidden areas didn't take action, they were almost invincible. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that if he didn't use his trump card, he would definitely lose. The joint attack of two half-sacred demons was not a joke. It should be known that these were not ordinary half-sacred demons. Old Ancestor Heavenly Wolf and Raging Fire Ancestor had lived for countless years. They were ancient demons. When the two ancient demons attacked, even a half-sacred realm would have to suffer a grievance, let alone an almighty emperor. The demonic arrow was extremely fast. The demonic light transformed from the demonic arrow shot at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. A cold aura had already penetrated into Gu Fei's mud pill palace. Raging Fire Ancestor wanted to blow up Gu Fei's head with one arrow. Shing! At this moment, a sword cry rang out from within Gu Fei's mud pill palace. A small person walked out of the mud pill palace. With a flash of his body, he turned into a streak of sword light and shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Essence Spirit Dao Sword. Without thinking, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. The Essence Spirit turned into a Dao sword that contained an unparalleled power of Dao. This was a supreme secret skill of the immortal Tao that possessed immense power. The essence spirit Tao sword tore through the void and clashed with the demonic arrow. Bam! The demonic arrow exploded instantly. Countless demonic patterns were destroyed. The essence spirit Tao sword rushed through and destroyed the demonic arrow. It then continued on its way towards Raging Fire Ancestor. What? Raging Fire Ancestor was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't this human the successor of the martial ancestor? How did he cultivate the supreme secret skill of the martial ancestor as well? The essence spirit Tao sword arrived in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. The horrifying sword chi was neither strong nor weak. The layers of demonic fire were destroyed by the sword light. It was countless times stronger than the demonic arrow. With a flash of the sword light, the demonic bow in Raging Fire Ancestor's hand was split into two. The demonic fire in human form was swept by the sword light and dimmed down instantly. Essence spirit Tao sword? Seeing that Raging Fire Ancestor was injured, Heavenly Wolf Ancestor could not help but be shocked. He recognized this secret skill that Gu Fei had displayed. Once the Tao sword was unleashed, it was almost invincible. The Tao sword vibrated and a figure appeared indistinctly on the sword light. The Tao rhythm of the great Tao spread out. Raging Fire Ancestor's core was injured by the Tao sword, and he was scared out of his wits. The primordial spirit Tao sword flew back to Gu Fei and entered his glabella. Boom! At the same time, a shocking aura burst out from Gu Fei's body. His entire aura changed drastically, and the entire void trembled under this pressure. This is... Heavenly Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor were taken aback. They felt extreme danger. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar were roared down from the sky. The demons' faces changed and they were horrified. Swish! With just one step, Gu Fei appeared in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. The essence spirit Tao sword rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and directly twisted Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body into two pieces. Then, Gu Fei slapped down and shattered the two pieces of Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body. The powerful force directly shattered Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body and vital spirit. What? Everyone was shocked. They never expected such an ending. Raging Fire Ancestor was killed in an instant, and both his body and spirit were destroyed. That was a sage to be demons. Everyone was shocked, especially Heavenly Wolf Ancestor. At this time, he decisively fled towards Devil Mountain. The combat strength of this human had skyrocketed by 10 times in an instant. Such combat strength was enough to kill a sage to be. Where are you going? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly displayed the heaven-covering hand. A huge hand descended from the sky and directly smashed a demon wolf below into a cloud of blood mist. There was no suspense. Gu Fei, who had used the Heaven Ascension secret skill, displayed invincible divine might. Even a sage-to-be was not a match for him and was killed by the absolute power. Rumble! At this time, the entire Devil Mountain shook. A peerless and powerful demonic aura spread out from Devil Mountain, as if a supreme demon lord was awakening. Chapter 1637. Gu Fei displayed the secret art of ascension, and his combat strength increased tenfold. With absolute power, he killed the two half-step demons, shocking the other demons. Just as Gu Fei slapped old ancestor Heavenly Wolf to death, the mountain in front of him shook, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out from the mountain. Gu Fei felt his hair standing on end. This was his reaction to danger as a martial artist. Under the cover of the demonic grand formation, there was a power recovering. Could it be that the peerless demon venerable sealed in the devil cave is in the mountain? Gu Fei had a feeling of fear. Although he displayed the secret art of ascension and his combat strength increased tenfold, in front of this demonic power, he felt that he was not much stronger than an ant. Let's go! Gu Fei was very decisive. He still knew about the legend of the Eastern Region Devil Cave. In the depths of the earth, there was a peerless demon venerable sealed in the ancient times. In the Devil Cave, Only the power of the demon venerable could threaten him. The rumor that the peerless demon venerable had not completely broken free was also confirmed. Otherwise, if the peerless demon venerable had really broken free, he would have jumped out long ago after causing such a huge commotion while fighting the two demon venerables here. Taking advantage of the time limit of the secret art of ascension, Gu Fei directly retreated back the way he came. No one dared to stop him. One should know that he had just killed two half-step demons. Although there were many powerful existences among the demons present, these experts knew their own strength. No matter how strong they were, they could not be stronger than the two half-step demons. Swish. With just a few steps, Gu Fei's figure disappeared completely. Under the state of the Ascension secret technique, he displayed the world's fastest speed. Perhaps in the entire mortal world, besides the sovereigns of the few forbidden lands, no one could catch up to him. Not long after Gu Fei retreated, a demonic shadow appeared on the peak of the Devil Mountain. When the demonic shadow appeared, all the demons in the entire Devil Cave prostrated in fear, kneeling in the direction of the Devil Mountain as if they were worshipping the Supreme Demon Venerable. A supreme demonic aura pervaded the entire Devil Cave. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out of the Devil's Den, but he still felt that terrifying demonic aura. Peerless fiendish demon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't stay any longer and directly left the range of the Devil's Denver. This was an existence that was strong enough to contend with the supreme beings of the mortal world. After this battle, the originally restless demons calmed down again. The demons couldn't ignore the fact that a peerless powerhouse had appeared in the human race. After all, two of their great demons had died in the hands of this human race powerhouse. The two semi-sage demons were the confidants of the demons. Originally, with such strength, the demons would definitely be able to kill their way out of the Devil Cave and fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family. However, at this time, the demons weren't thinking about attacking the two major forces of the eastern region. Instead, they were closely monitoring the movements of the human race. The eastern region Devil Cave was sealed by the supreme demonic marks. Although Gu Fei was fighting against the semi-sage demons in the Devil's Den, the people in the outside world didn't feel anything strange. Gu Fei returned to his inner world. He Tian was still refining the drop of immortal god liquid. This guy benefited from a disaster. With the help of the immortal god liquid, his cultivation base might rise to another level. Gu Zhong, who was thrown into the killing array by He Tian to temper himself, also calmed down. He used the power of the killing array to temper himself, using this extreme method to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. After a series of battles, Gu Fei's cultivation base had stabilized at the 6th heavenly layer. I'm still too weak. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain and let out a long sigh. Although he could compete with the semi-sage now, compared to the worldly supremes in the forbidden areas of the human world, he was at best a little stronger than an ant. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, but the path of cultivation was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Strength needed to be accumulated over time, and it was not something that could be improved overnight. I wonder how Xiaoqing and the others are doing in the heaven realm. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Xiaoqing and the others. They should be doing well in the heaven realm. After all, they had the old turtle to take care of them, and the old turtle had the supreme demon weapon Tai Huang seal. In the heaven realm, there weren't many people who dared to provoke the old turtle. How many of my former fellow disciples survived? Gu Fei returned to the human world because he wanted to find those missing fellow disciples. When he returned to the Dragon Valley that day, he didn't see the bodies of the important figures of the Taishan sect. Zhao Ziru and the others were most likely still alive. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients. On the top of the mountain, Gu Fei's eyes gradually became fierce. Since he had already made a trip to the Devil's Den, it was time to visit these two families. Gu Fei's thinking was very simple. He would repay kindness with kindness, and take revenge with hatred. The hatred of the destruction of the family couldn't be let go just like that. Even if he killed until rivers of blood flowed, he would seek justice. With the breakthrough of his cultivation, Gu Fei no longer needed to hide. This time, he wanted to openly kill his way to the door. So what if they were the forces of the ancients? Could they be stronger than the great demons in the Devil's Den? Swish. Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared from the mountain peak. A few days later, a figure appeared outside the divine city of the Zhao family of the ancients. This was an ancient divine city that floated high in the sky. It was connected to the qi of the earth below and the power of the stars above. The entire divine city showed a great atmosphere. Who are you? How dare you break in here? At the gate of the divine city, there were 2 soldiers dressed in divine armor guarding. When they saw Gu Fei approaching, one of the middle-aged soldiers immediately took a step forward and shouted at Gu Fei. Hand over those who attacked the Taishan sect back then. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these soldiers and directly stated his purpose. Only those who participated in the destruction of the people of the Taishan sect back then would know what happened in the Dragon Valley back then. I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and get lost. Don't you know where you are? The soldier was very impatient. At this time, Gu Fei didn't release a powerful aura, so the soldier guarding the city thought that Gu Fei was here to cause trouble. Daring to be so presumptuous in the Zhao family of the ancients, this guy was simply tired of living. At this time, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly slapped the soldier in the face, causing blood to flow from the soldier's mouth. The left side of the soldier's face immediately swelled up. What? The soldier opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there were more than a dozen teeth, which shocked and angered the soldier. Clang. Another soldier directly pulled out the divine sword in his hand and pressed towards Gu Fei. Chapter 1638. The place where the Zhao family of the antiquity was located had a grand atmosphere. The divine city of the Zhao family was connected to the qi of the 9 heavens and the power of the earth. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Kenzi. Although such a divine city was not the only one in the world, it was still rare. At this time, outside the divine city of the Zhao family, Gu Fei's slap almost knocked out a soldier's teeth. The soldier fell sideways. You dare to cause trouble here? You're courting death. With a clang, the other soldier unsheathed the long sword at his waist and pressed towards Gu Fei. A murderous aura emanated from the soldier's body. This was not an ordinary soldier, but an immortal soldier who had been on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this immortal soldier to condense such a murderous aura. The soldiers guarding the gate of the Zhao family of the antiquity were also immortal soldiers. Only a force like the Zhao family of the antiquity could do so. Such a force had an incomparably deep foundation. Gu Fei directly ignored the immortal soldier who was rushing towards him. In front of him, an immortal soldier was not much stronger than an ant. He could kill a large number of them with a single slap. A silhouette flew up from the city gate, and then smashed into the city gate. The Zhao clan members in the divine city were instantly shocked, and they immediately shouted out, "How dare you! This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." A loud shout came from the gate, and then a person walked out. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing a divine armor. His murderous aura was more than 10 times stronger than the 2 immortal soldiers guarding the gate. Immortal Emperor? After seeing this middle-aged man, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Finally, a decent person appeared. An immortal emperor in the celestial realm. Although it was not rare in the human world, he was still an expert. The middle-aged divine general was followed by a group of immortal soldiers. There were dozens of them, and an astonishing murderous aura rushed towards him. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Hand over the people who attacked the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei replied calmly as he watched the middle-aged immortal general walking towards him without any nervousness. The middle-aged divine general was astonished to see Gu Fei's calmness. It should be noted that this was the primordial Zhao clan's territory. Was this person a peerless expert? At the thought of this, the middle-aged general's heart trembled. If this person was really strong enough to ignore the Zhao family of the ancients, then the Zhao family of the ancients would be in deep trouble today. What did you say? 100 years ago, there was a Taishan sect in the eastern region, but it has long since disappeared. Do you suspect that it was my Zhao family who destroyed the Taishan sect? The middle-aged immortal general stood still in front of Gu Fei as he stared at Gu Fei and said, 100 years ago, the Taishan sect in the eastern domain was just a small sect in the eyes of the Zhao family of the ancient ancients. How could it compare to the ancient ancients? There was no need for the primordial Zhao clan to attack such a small sect. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. As he spoke, a powerful battle intent emanated from Gu Fei's body, and his eyes sharpened. Did he want to fight against the entire Zhao clan by himself? The middle-aged immortal general felt the battle intent from Gu Fei and couldn't help but change his expression. This person was actually going to attack. This was not a good thing. He had a bad feeling. Was the Zhao family of the ancients really that great? Gu Fei smiled, then directly extended his right hand and pushed forward. Rumble, the gust of wind and thunder sounded. The palm that Gu Fei pushed forward actually shook the entire void in front of him. The powerful force almost made the immortal general breathless. The middle-aged immortal general didn't expect Gu Fei to actually dare to attack. A powerful force came from the front, and then his body was sent flying backward. The dozens of immortal soldiers behind him, without exception, were all sent flying backward, smashing into the city from outside the gate. There was chaos inside the city. Celestial being immortal emperors were still not enough in front of Gu Fei. Soon, the news of someone blocking the entrance of the divine city spread in the Zhao clan. The entire Zhao clan was shaken, and the experts of the clan were infuriated. This fellow was really tired of living. Very soon, a furious roar came from the depths of the divine city. A figure soared into the sky and flew towards the city gate. A powerful chi appeared in the sky above the divine city. It actually alarmed the elders of the clan. Could the person blocking the city gate be a pinnacle almighty? I heard that even the divine wind general suffered a great loss in the hands of that person. The divine wind general was a ninth heaven immortal emperor battle general. Not everyone in the divine city of the Zhao clan was a cultivator, but everyone in the city was a clansman of the Zhao clan. All of them had the surname Zhao. Not everyone in the primordial Zhao clan could become a cultivator. Almighty? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged outside the city gate, opened his eyes. A figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a white-haired youth. An old monster. When Gu Fei sensed the powerful chi on the white-haired youth, he knew that this guy was definitely an antique who had lived for countless years. An antique-level existence was difficult to disguise. The marks of time were difficult to erase. An antique who had lived for countless years naturally had indelible marks left behind by time. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. "Who are you?" When the white-haired youth saw Gu Fei, he immediately showed a serious expression. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. This was an extremely powerful person. Hand over the person who attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei just glanced at the white-haired youth and said the same thing. "What are you talking about? The Taishan sect? I've never heard of it." The white-haired youth was stunned. Was this person here for the Taishan sect that he had never heard of? Could it be that someone in the Zhao clan had attacked this sect before? Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly attacked. The white-haired youth was shocked. This person attacked at the slightest disagreement. Did he really think that he was one of the few great forbidden areas in the world? A shocking force suddenly erupted from the white-haired youth's body. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the white-haired youth's brow and collided with the big hand in front of him. This was a powerful divine weapon, and it emitted a powerful divine might. It pressed forward, causing the void to tremble, and the ancient cauldron's runes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei's big hand slapped the ancient cauldron, and the powerful force directly slapped the ancient cauldron away. Boom! It smashed into the city wall with a loud sound. The dark city wall was not damaged in any way, and there was nothing strange about it. However, the ancient cauldron that had smashed into the city wall was broken into pieces. The white-haired youth opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became weary. He couldn't believe that his own divine weapon had been smashed into pieces by a single slap. This result was difficult to accept. At this time, many cultivators of the Zhao clan had gathered near the city gate. These people were also shocked when they saw this scene. It should be known that this was an elder of the clan who had attacked. You are so cruel. The white-haired youth's mouth was still bleeding. He took 9 steps back, and with each step he spat out a mouthful of blood. In total, he had spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood. Far less cruel than you. Gu Fei's face was expressionless. Back then, when the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancients joined forces to destroy the Taishan sect, their methods were 10 times more cruel than his own. What do you want? The white-haired youth's body swayed and he almost fell. He was a powerful cultivator of the celestial path, and almost half of his cultivation was on the ancient cauldron. The destruction of the ancient cauldron was equivalent to cutting off a small part of his cultivation, which shook his foundation. Hand over the people, and I will take them away. Gu Fei's words were very simple, and the purpose of his trip was also very simple. He wanted the Zhao clan of the ancients to hand over the people who had attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei would not let this go so easily. The Zhao clan of the ancients had to give him an explanation. Gu Fei knew that the people who had attacked the Taishan sect were probably people from the Zhao clan of the ancients. It should be known that a force like the Zhao clan of the ancients would not have used their full strength to attack the Taishan sect. Most of the higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the ancients probably did not know about this, especially the elders of the Zhao clan who had awakened from their deep slumber in the past 100 years. Damn it! The white-haired youth was shocked and angry, but his opponent was too strong. Unless he used the resources of the clan, there was really no one who could suppress this guy. The goddess was not here. Did he really have to use the resources of the clan? The white-haired youth thought about it and finally retreated. If he did not satisfy the guy's conditions, he would probably have to go to war to suppress this guy. The higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the ancients did not want to use the resources of the clan too early, but they also did not want to surrender to Gu Fei. Thus, Gu Fei sat cross-legged outside the city gate and blocked it. He did not let anyone from the Zhao clan leave the city for 3 days and 3 nights. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Cultivators from other forces began to appear near the Zhao clan's city gate. The news that the Zhao clan had been blocked for 3 days and 3 nights quickly spread. The entire eastern region was shocked. Someone had actually dared to provoke the Zhao clan like this. The powers of the ancients were incomparably strong. In the past 100 years, no one had dared to provoke them. On the morning of the 4th day, a shocking aura came from afar. This was a holy aura that shocked the heavens. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure, and they had an urge to surrender. A slender figure appeared in the distant sky, and a shocking sacred aura emanated from her body. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils immediately shrank. The goddess of the Zhao clan had finally appeared. This was definitely a peerless existence. Plus, Chapter 1639. The goddess of the Zhao clan finally appeared. She came back from outside and directly approached Gu Fei. A holy might filled the air, shocking the heavens. This was a proud daughter of heaven. She was stunning and had shaken the Eastern Domain in the past century. She was the only one in the Eastern Domain who could compete with Dong Huang of the Dongfang clan. Some people said that the appearance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was exactly the same as the Renhuang of the Zhao clan who had appeared in the ancient times. Some people even suspected that the goddess of the Zhao clan was the Renhuang of the ancient times. The holy might of the goddess of the Zhao clan was vast, as if the sound of the great path was resonating. This kind of atmosphere was not something that ordinary people could have. This goddess was extraordinary. And most importantly, this goddess had a divine implement on her. He had killed many people from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. Even the cultivators of the Zhao clan who had come with the divine pearl of 9 yang had been killed by Gu Fei on the spot. However, no one could give Gu Fei as much pressure as the goddess of the Zhao clan. Facing this goddess was like facing an ancient emperor. Gu Fei stood up. This goddess of the Zhao clan made him feel a dangerous aura. Get lost. The goddess of the Zhao clan was extremely powerful. The holy might on her body was even stronger. Gu Fei snorted coldly. He no longer restrained his aura. A shocking blood rushed out from the top of his head, making it seem as if there were dragons dancing above his head. The goddess of the Zhao clan felt the seemingly endless blood on Gu Fei's body. She couldn't help but become serious, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Heir of the martial ancestor? The goddess of the Zhao clan said this. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded her expectations. No wonder this person could block the divine city of the Zhao clan for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone being able to drive him away. You are quite knowledgeable, Gu Fei said. He had not even made a move, but she could already see through his inheritance. This made him think even more highly of this goddess. Does the Zhao clan have a grudge against you? The goddess of the Zhao clan did not dare to be negligent. She put away her arrogant attitude. A successful cultivator was not someone that ordinary Renhuang could compare with. Hand over the person who attacked the supreme profound sect. Gu Fei still said the same thing. The reason he came to the Zhao family of the ancients was because of what had happened in the past. Although the Taixin sect had been destroyed, he was still a disciple of the Taixin sect. Taixin sect. The goddess of the Zhao clan revealed a puzzled expression. However, this expression only flashed across her face for a moment before turning cold. She was an icy beauty. Although she had a peerless appearance, her entire being was cold, giving off a feeling that no one could approach her. At this time, almost everyone in the Zhao family knew the name of the Taixin sect. Someone had come to the Zhao family for the Taixin sect that had suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. Those who had attacked back then were already terrified. If it weren't for Gu Fei blocking the city gates and not allowing anyone to come out, they would have already fled for their lives. Back then, the primordial Zhao family was very powerful. They chose to join forces with the Dongfang family to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy the supreme profound sect. This matter had passed for nearly 100 years. Those who had attacked back then had long forgotten about it. It must be known that in their eyes, the supreme profound sect was nothing more than a small sect. For a colossus like the Zhao family of the primordial era, destroying a few small sects would be as easy as a sesame seed. However, this time, the Zhao family had miscalculated. They never thought that after 100 years, someone would come to help the supreme profound sect. Recently, the Zhao family of the ancients had been hit hard, and even one of their holy weapons had been destroyed. Could it be that all of this was related to this matter? In the Zhao family of the ancients, some people had already thought about what had happened recently. A peerless cultivator had suddenly appeared and specifically attacked the Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family. Having one of their holy weapons destroyed was also a major loss for the Zhao family of the ancients. It must be known that even a superforce like the Zhao family of the ancients only had a few perfect holy weapons. The Renhuang divine weapon could not be used. This was the greatest treasure of the Zhao family of the ancients. Hand over those people, and I will turn around and leave. Gu Fei's tone was very firm. What if I don't hand them over? A sneer appeared on the expressionless face of the goddess of the Zhao family. As the goddess of the Zhao family, how could she do whatever others said? Although the cultivators who had succeeded in their cultivation were powerful, the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to fight. In the great world of the human world, cultivators were extinct. It was not easy to meet one, and it would be a pity if she did not fight. A shocking battle intent rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao family. A terrible aura instantly locked onto Gu Fei. You want to fight? Gu Fei's voice was still calm. Since his debut, he had never been afraid of anyone. Even when facing the demon ancestor, it was the same. Even if the goddess of the Zhao family was really an ancient Renhuang, she was definitely not comparable to the real demon ancestor. If I lose, I will hand them over to you. If you lose, all the grievances between you and the Zhao family will be written off, and you will become a slave of the Zhao family for 100 years. The goddess of the Zhao family stared at Gu Fei and said such words. A slave for 100 years? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then get out of my sight. The voice of the goddess of the Zhao family was as cold as her expression, and her eyes were extremely sharp, giving off a feeling of sharpness. I, Gu Fei, have never been afraid of anyone. I will make this bet with you. The battle intent on Gu Fei's body also erupted, sweeping through the sky and earth, shocking everyone. At this moment, Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending to the human world. Rumble. The powerful pressure of a sixth-tier power made the void where Gu Fei was standing tremble. Streams of blood and qi surrounded him, and the martial arts' true power quickly circulated in his body. He is Gu Fei? Some of the strong cultivators in the distance heard Gu Fei's words, and they all looked surprised. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar in the eastern region 100 years ago. Could it be that the person from the Taishan sect is back? Some of the strong cultivators of the eastern region also appeared in the distant sky at this time. The news that Gu Fei had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights had already spread. Someone had actually attacked the Zhao family of the barons. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire eastern region. In the distant sky, many of the strong cultivators who had submitted to the Dongfang family arrived. When these people learned that the person who had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights was Gu Fei, they were all extremely shocked. This time, not only the Zhao family of the barons, but also the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Many people knew about the grievances between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. When the Taishan sect was destroyed, this matter was led by the people of the Dongfang family. Someone immediately left to report to the Dongfang family. Not long ago, Gu Fei had killed the strong cultivator of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan was the city lord of the East Imperial City, a hero of the region, but he had been killed. The Dongfang family had already sent out strong cultivators with holy weapons to kill Gu Fei, but no one had thought that Gu Fei would dare to come to the Zhao family of the barons. At this time, a blazing divine light suddenly rushed out from the body of the goddess of the Zhao family, piercing towards Gu Fei, and a terrifying holy power erupted. This was a kind of pressure that surpassed all living beings, like the ruler of the world looking down at the ants under his feet. The power of the saint level had already surpassed the scope of the world. Even the laws of the world could not suppress the power of the saint level. The goddess of the Zhao family used such power as soon as she attacked. Moreover, this power did not belong to her, but was borrowed from her. The divine light pierced through in an instant. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and rushed into the sky, dodging the divine light, and then arrived above the head of the goddess of the Zhao family. Boom! He directly stomped down on the head of the goddess of the Zhao family, and a terrifying power came down from under his feet, shattering the void. Divine laws of the Great Path emerged. This was the first step of the 8 steps 8 kills. Good! In the face of Gu Fei's fierce counterattack, the goddess of the Zhao family secretly applauded. Only at this level was it worthy of her to attack. The combat power of a cultivator should not be underestimated. Bam! The Zhao clan's goddess immediately punched upwards. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from her fist and interweaved into a huge fist that was like a mountain. It emitted endless powerful waves as it met Gu Fei's descending right foot. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant. The destructive force from Gu Fei's right foot was actually blocked. The strength of the Zhao clan's goddess was incomparably powerful. She was actually able to fight head-on against Gu Fei without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such an ending surprised even Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The whole world was shaken by the destructive power that swept in all directions, and in the void, a pitch-black void crack appeared. Chaotic air seeped out from these void cracks. The giant fist that the goddess of the Zhao family formed with intertwining patterns dissipated in the void, and the power of the 8 kill steps that Gu Fei had displayed was cancelled out. Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky, and the body of the goddess of the Zhao family sank thousands of feet down. At this time, the defensive matrix of the Zhao family's divine city had already been activated, and countless patterns rushed out from all over the divine city, intertwining into a huge matrix that enveloped the entire divine city. Kill! Gu Fei roared and directly turned into a beam of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He fiercely swooped down from the sky, and a terrifying murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing the sky and earth to change color. Return to nature! The goddess of the Zhao family shouted, and her hands danced in front of her. Every trajectory was a kind of Tao law. She was displaying a supreme technique, and an unfathomable power spread out from her hands. The whole world seemed to be returning to chaos, and a terrifying power surged towards Gu Fei. This was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to assimilate people with the void. Gu Fei only felt that the blood in his body began to leak out, and then it melted into the void around him. What? This time, Gu Fei was really shocked. Chapter 1640. Return to Truth. The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed her supreme technique. A strange power instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Then, streams of essence qi began to escape from Gu Fei's body and dissipate into the void. Gu Fei was shocked. This kind of great technique could actually activate the essence qi in his body. This was something that had never happened before. Even the all-transformation demonic art created by the Supreme Demon Lord in the Eastern Demon Lair did not have such power. Could this kind of great technique be even more powerful than the all-transformation demonic art? Gu Fei stopped in the void. With a roar, his long hair danced in the wind. Divine patterns of the Great Path began to appear on his body. They interweaved with the power of the Great Path and sealed his own essence qi. The essence qi that leaked out immediately stopped. It was completely sealed by the Tao patterns in his body and no longer leaked out. This made Gu Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. What? The goddess of the Zhao clan frowned. The source power of a cultivator was extremely stable. He had actually imprinted the Tao patterns in his body and refined his entire body like a divine weapon. Could this be the secret of achieving sainthood through the physical body? Die. Gu Fei used the Tao patterns to seal his body. His essence qi no longer leaked out. Martial true power surged in his body. He punched out. The violent power did not rush out from his fist. Instead, the void in front of his fist trembled. Ripples of the void visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's fist as the center. This was not a Tao technique, nor was it a divine technique. However, the power it displayed was even more terrifying than Tao techniques and divine techniques. 3,000 realms. The goddess of the Zhao clan faced Gu Fei's ferocious punch. She simply extended her right hand and pointed a finger forward. A spot of divine light rushed out from the tip of her finger and exploded. Not a single speck of godly light shot into the void. After that, a series of black holes appeared in front of Gu Fei. Each of these black holes seemed to be connected to a different world as a terrifying aura emanated from them. Numerous black holes appeared around Gu Fei, trapping Gu Fei. All directions were blocked. Gu Fei's punch was blocked by a black hole. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, as though an entire world had been destroyed. Gu Fei's unparalleled martial arts strength directly smashed a black hole, and a destructive force swept across the sky. It's really the 3,000 worlds? Gu Fei's mind was shaken. This type of great technique was formidable. Even though it didn't truly produce 3,000 worlds, these 3,000 black holes were still incomparably terrifying. Layers of black holes surrounded Gu Fei. Each of the black holes was emitting a terrifying power of the world. Even a half-step saint would be obliterated by such power. Watch as I break your 3,000 worlds. Gu Fei's battle intent was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, terrifying to the heavens. He continuously punched out with his fists, exploding one black hole after another. The destructive power couldn't cause any harm to him at all. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The 3,000 black holes filled every corner of the world, alarming every cultivator who was watching the battle from afar. This type of great technique was too terrifying. However, even such a great technique couldn't trap Gu Fei. Powerful energy waves emanated from the black holes. Even the 3,000 worlds can't trap you? At this time, even the goddess of the Zhao clan was moved. Gu Fei's strength far exceeded her imagination. For successful cultivators, invincible in the same realm wasn't just empty words. The goddess of the Zhao clan's body was vast and mighty. She controlled the 3,000 worlds, which required a great deal of immortal Tao energy. Moreover, even with her cultivation, it was still difficult for her to truly display the power of such a great technique. Boom! Within the 3,000 black holes, Gu Fei was ferocious to the extreme. He punched out again and again. With each punch, a black hole would inevitably explode. These 3,000 black holes contained a strand of world energy. This was the source of this great technique. If this technique was cultivated to the grand completion level, these 3,000 black holes would most likely evolve into the true 3,000 worlds. On Gu Fei's fists, chaotic true force unceasingly spread out. It was as if he was splitting the world apart, causing the world to turn into the most primitive state of chaos. The power of the 3,000 worlds was weakened. The goddess of the Zhao clan was affected as her Tao energy began to fade. This great technique couldn't be maintained for long because her cultivation and strength weren't enough. If she forced herself to use this technique, she would suffer a backlash from the 3,000 worlds if she wasn't careful. Rumble. The goddess of the Zhao clan drew upon the power of her saint weapon. Immortal Tao runes condensed on her hands and were then shot into the 3,000 black holes. With the support of the saint weapon, the 3,000 worlds were evolving. It was as if the 3,000 worlds were evolving as well. The world energy within them erupted and the destructive power swept towards Gu Fei. This was a great apocalypse. Under the support of saint-level power, the power of the 3,000 worlds was raised to the limit by the goddess of the Zhao clan. Countless dragon-like primal chaos divine light rushed out of the 3,000 worlds, killing everything in its path. In the void, immortal Tao runes appeared, drawing upon the power of the heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The goddess of the Zhao clan's battle prowess was monstrous. She actually turned a part of the void into a land of death as a terrifying aura engulfed the entire area. With such might, even a quasi-saint would have to suffer a grievance if he entered. In the center of this destructive storm, Gu Fei sensed great danger. His opponent had drawn upon the power of the saint weapon. If he didn't go all out, he would be destroyed by the 3,000 worlds. Roar! Gu Fei roared like an enraged dragon. A terrifying power erupted from his body and the black holes around him were immediately shattered by this power. Boom! Dozens of black holes instantly exploded, forming a shocking destructive power. This power was so powerful that it seemed like it could really destroy the world. Even the divine city of the Zhao clan in the distance shook a few times. The people of the Zhao clan in the city were all extremely nervous, especially those who had attacked the Taishin sect in the past. If the goddess of the Zhao clan lost, then these people would be handed over to Gu Fei. Some people were already thinking of how to escape. At this time, Gu Fei directly rushed out of the destructive storm. His blood and qi were more than 10 times stronger than before. His power was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. Break! He directly punched out with the chaotic fist. The supreme power spread out from his fist, causing the black holes to collapse one after another. The strand of world energy within the black holes was also dispersed. When the goddess of the Zhao clan saw that Gu Fei was like a supreme god of war, rushing out of her 3,000 worlds, she couldn't help but be shocked. How could this person's power suddenly soar to such a level? Could it be? The goddess of the Zhao clan thought of a possibility and couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Chapter 1641. Boom! The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed her supreme technique, manifesting the 3,000 worlds in an attempt to obliterate Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei also had a trump card. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess instantly increased by 10 times. Such a powerful force spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire world to tremble. With just one punch, he had smashed a hole in the 3,000 worlds technique. Swoosh! He displayed his fastest speed and charged out from the gap in the 3,000 worlds technique. He then charged towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. His monstrous killing intent caused the sky to change color. Heaven shrouding hand, a beautiful hero of the chaotic world. Gu Fei roared and slammed his right hand towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. His palm grew infinitely larger, instantly enveloping the entire sky. The incomparably huge palm emanated a terrifying fluctuation that caused the hearts of the experts present to palpitate. Tao runes interweaved on the palm, condensing the power of the Tao and circulating the rhythm of the Tao. This was definitely a power that was infinitely close to that of a demi-saint. Even an ordinary half-saint would not be able to withstand this attack from Gu Fei. The space below the palm directly shattered. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like bolts of black lightning, spreading in all directions. All the experts who were watching the battle from afar paled, and then hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! A huge spatial crack the size of a mountain instantly flashed by. Several figures were instantly devoured by the spatial crack and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. This was a spatial crack. If one was devoured by it, they would definitely die. Even supreme experts with holy weapons would be lost in the chaotic void if they were devoured by a spatial crack, even if they didn't die. It's one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan shone brightly. She was both surprised and overjoyed. Only one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art, could instantly increase Gu Fei's battle prowess to such a degree. I can't let this guy go. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan became extremely sharp. She rushed into the sky, and a divine light shone from her body, enveloping her. Then, she directly collided with the giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Boom! Immortal of crafts. There was a loud noise, and the entire void seemed to be collapsing. Countless divine lights of the Great Path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan and shook Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. The divine light of the Great Path that rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan was like a peerless divine sword. They contained divine power and pierced through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. So he's finally using his saint weapon? Gu Fei frowned. In the end, his opponents still used this kind of power. At the same time, an ancient mirror appeared above the goddess of the Zhao clan. The surface of the mirror shone with a myriad of divine lights, completely breaking through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. Buzz! The ancient mirror shook, and a divine light rushed out from the surface, instantly enveloping Gu Fei. Then, it sucked Gu Fei into the divine mirror and sealed him. This was a saint weapon of the Zhao clan of the ancients. It could emit destructive divine light, and it could also imprison people in the mirror. Everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Such a powerful cultivator was sealed by the divine mirror just like that? This was too sudden. A look of joy appeared on the face of the goddess of the Zhao clan. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. The goddess of the Zhao clan muttered to herself. This was an unparalleled great technique created by the Supreme Great Elder. In ancient times, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were known as undefeatable great techniques. If the Zhao clan of the ancients could obtain this secret technique, then in this great era, the strength of the Zhao clan would definitely increase greatly. In this great era, strength was the most important thing. Only with great strength could one go further than others, and even fight for the opportunity to become a saint in this era. In this great era, there were many strong cultivators. All kinds of lost inheritances surfaced, and all kinds of rare constitutions appeared. This was destined to be a grand event. Someone prophesied that in this great era, someone would become a saint. At this time, Gu Fei, who was sucked into the ancient mirror, encountered the greatest danger of his life. This divine mirror was a saint weapon, and he was sealed in a strange void where he couldn't reach the sky or the earth. Divine chains formed from the Tao patterns of the Great Path wrapped around him tightly. There was no end to each of the divine chains as they disappeared into the void. Tao patterns kept appearing in the void, intertwining with each other. A terrifying saintly might filled the void, shocking the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Could this be the void within the mirror? Gu Fei was sealed in the void, but he wasn't anxious, nor did he panic. The other party didn't seem to want to kill him, and had other intentions. Hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and I'll spare your life. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess rang out in the void. It was so loud that it shook Gu Fei's soul, making him feel an immense pressure. So you want the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Gu Fei suddenly understood. This Zhao clan's goddess must have seen through the secret art he used to ascend to the heavens. She must be up to no good if she wanted this supreme secret art. Live or die? You decide. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess rang out again. As far as she was concerned, her opponent's life was already in her hands. There was no room for negotiation. I want to live. Gu Fei sneered. Although he was temporarily imprisoned, he hadn't even used his greatest trump card yet. Did she really think she could seal him like this? Then hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the great Earth City. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess trembled. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a supreme secret art that could make immortal cultivators go crazy. If she could obtain this secret art, her cultivation and strength would definitely increase greatly. If she could obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, Dong Huang would be nothing. His combat ability would increase tenfold. The Zhao clan's goddess was confident that she could trample Dong Huang under her feet and become invincible in the eastern domain. But I don't want to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to you. Gu Fei smiled as he said this. You? The Zhao clan's goddess couldn't help but be angry. This guy was too despicable. If she didn't show him how powerful she was, did he really think that she couldn't deal with him? As she thought about it, the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body made a clanging sound. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on the divine chains, and a nearly transparent divine fire appeared on the divine chains. When Gu Fei saw this divine fire, his expression changed immediately. This was a type of fire of the way. Not only could it burn one's flesh, but it could also burn one's primordial spirit. As long as one was burned by this kind of fire, their body and soul would be destroyed. Nothing would be left. Under the burning of the fire of the way, Gu Fei let out a series of angry roars. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on his body as he tried to resist the fire of the way. However, the power of the divine mirror came from all directions, suppressing the power that was awakening in his body. How dare you? You forced me to do this. Gu Fei made up his mind and was about to use the divine weapon of the great path. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. Within the divine light was a simple divine sword. Chapter 1642. The battle between Gu Fei and the goddess of the Zhao clan was a fierce and intense battle. The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed a great technique that intimidated all the spectating experts. The Zhao family had a goddess, and the Eastern family had Dong Huang. The goddess of the Zhao family had the cultivation and strength to contend with Dong Huang. This wasn't a lie, but the two had never fought before. Many people were looking forward to a battle between the two, but the primordial Zhao family and the Eastern family had already formed an alliance. A battle between 2 rising stars would most likely never happen. But today, the experts of the Eastern region had finally seen the goddess' power. Even Gu Fei, who had killed the city lord of Donghuang City, had been sealed by her. The performance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was shocking. Such cultivation and strength were enough to shake the #1 throne of the Royal Eastern region. But unfortunately, the 2 great experts had never fought before. It was hard to say who was the #1 in the Eastern region. At this time, Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror. The goddess of the Zhao family wanted to obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal path. She didn't hesitate to use flames of the way to burn Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt his soul tremble. This kind of flames of the way was very terrifying. If he was burned, no matter how strong his martial body was, he would probably be turned to ash. Strands of translucent flames had Tao patterns faintly visible. They followed the 12 chains of the great Tao around Gu Fei and burned towards Gu Fei. You've already lost. As long as you agree to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal path, you won't have to be a slave of the Zhao family for 100 years. I've lost? Ha! Gu Fei laughed as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. His body began to emit a terrifying aura. Rumble! The entire space shook as a terrifying power emanated from Gu Fei's body. Even the slightest fluctuation was enough to make the space almost collapse. Clang! The chains of the great Tao around Gu Fei's body shook and actually showed signs of dissipating. What? The voice of the Zhao family's goddess rang out. Her voice was incomparably shocked. She never would have thought that under such circumstances, Gu Fei could still resist. This was simply unbelievable. One should know that this heavenly Tao mirror was one of the trump cards of the Zhao clan of the ancients. It was a great saint weapon, second only to the human emperor divine weapon. Even with the cultivation of the Zhao clan's goddess, It was difficult for her to make this great saint artifact display even a 10,000th of its divine might. This Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror's internal space, but he still had the ability to resist. Could it be that he was a supreme great saint? The primordial Zhao clan had been passed down for countless years. They had once produced an invincible emperor second only to the extreme Dao Supremes. This clan knew many great secrets of the world. There was no lack of saints in the ancient times, or even the distant ancient times. It was impossible for all of them to have perished. There must have been some who had survived. However, after the destruction of the primordial world, saint-level existences suddenly disappeared. Many of the old-timers were convinced that the vanished saints would return one day. At that time, they would be the rulers of the world. The human world was an opportunity to become a saint. No one was willing to miss it, especially those old-timers who had lived to this day. At this time, the Zhao clan's goddess couldn't help but recall some of the rumors from the ancient times. Many saints had sealed their cultivation to play around in the human world. A few thoughts flashed through the Zhao clan's goddess mind. Gu Fei's terrifying aura, which could make one's soul tremble, was becoming stronger and stronger. She felt uneasy. "You forced me to do this."
What?
Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyes shone with a resplendent divine light. Like two bolts of lightning, a beam of violet light shot out from between his brows. How is this possible? The Zhao clan's goddess's voice rang out once more. This time, her voice was trembling. This fellow actually cultivated a nascent spirit, and it was incomparably powerful. How could a descendant of the martial ancestor cultivate a nascent spirit? This was beyond the Zhao clan's goddess's understanding. One had to know that the martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivated the martial body. That was the supreme way to achieve the Tao with the physical body. There was no need to cultivate a nascent spirit. However, what shocked the Zhao clan's goddess was that the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's brows did not contain a nascent spirit, but an ancient sword. This was an ordinary ancient sword that did not attract anyone's attention. However, as soon as it appeared, the Zhao clan's goddess, who was outside the divine mirror, trembled. Buzz! The ancient sword vibrated. Then, driven by the power of Gu Fei's nascent spirit, it slashed at the divine chains of the great path wrapped around him, completely ignoring the saint-level power in this space. This was the space inside the divine mirror, and there was a saint-level sealing power. Even if a saint was sealed here, it would be absolutely difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Gu Fei was not a saint. In the Zhao clan's goddess's eyes, Gu Fei, who was sealed inside the divine mirror, was undoubtedly a piece of meat on the chopping block. She could cut him however she wanted. However, the appearance of this ancient sword was a variable. Cling. Wherever the edge of the ancient sword passed, a few of the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were immediately cut and dissipated in the void. What? The Zhao clan's goddess was truly shocked. Everything inside the divine mirror was under her control, and she could sense everything that was happening inside. What kind of sword is this? It can actually cut the divine chains of the great path condensed by a great saint tool. Even if this ancient sword is also a great saint tool, it does not have such power. The Zhao clan's goddess felt more and more uneasy. The clanging sounds continued, and the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were continuously cut by the ancient sword. Then they dissipated in the void. In the end, all the divine chains of the great path were cut by the ancient sword, and Gu Fei broke free. He grabbed the ancient sword in his hand, and a wave of sword qi, which was not very powerful, spread out from the ancient sword, blocking the surrounding saint-level sealing power. Could it be that in your hand is... At this time, the Zhao clan's goddess was already dumbfounded. She sat cross-legged high in the sky, and the divine mirror was suspended in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path lingered above the divine mirror. Everyone thought that the Zhao clan's goddess was driving the divine mirror to refine Gu Fei, who was sealed inside, but no one thought that she could not hurt Gu Fei at all. The Zhao clan's people in the Zhao clan's divine city all breathed a sigh of relief. That madman had finally been sealed, especially those who had attacked the Taishan sect. They were surprised and happy at the same time. Gu Fei, the big trouble, had been eliminated. Of course, there were not many people from the Zhao clan who had attacked the Tianxian sect back then. These people were all glad that Gu Fei had been sealed in the divine mirror by the Zhao clan's goddess. He was definitely going to die. Chapter 1643. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the goddess of the Zhao clan, who was high up in the sky, had a grave expression on her face. The power of the Great Path surged throughout her body. Kenzi, what was going on? Someone noticed that the goddess of the Zhao clan was acting strangely. She was channeling the power of the Great Path with all her might. It was as if a god of the Great Path had descended into the world. Strands of laws of the Great Path lingered around her body. Could it be that something had happened? The divine city of the Zhao clan was completely silent. All the members of the Zhao clan were paying close attention. One must know that the goddess was the pride of their clan. Everyone believed that the goddess was definitely stronger than Donghuang. What number one in the eastern region? It was all bullshit in front of the goddess. Could it be that Gu Fei didn't die? Someone thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. He was sealed by a great saint tool, but he still didn't die? That was absolutely impossible. The group of Zhao family clansmen in the Zhao family divine city was even more uneasy. Good heavens! Divine runes of the Great Path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan. All of the runes landed on the divine mirror in front of her. She was using a restrictive spell to completely awaken the divine mirror. A powerful saint-tier aura filled the 9 heavens, intimidating all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was a supreme saint-tier aura that caused all living beings to tremble. The experts in the distant sky did not leave. Everyone wanted to know the result. At this moment, a supreme holy aura spread out from the divine mirror. All the experts in the sky had no choice but to retreat further away. Saintly might represented invincibility in the human realm. In the mortal realm where the sages were extinct, no one would dare to provoke a major power that possessed a flawless sacred weapon. This kind of power was too powerful. Just as the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to completely awaken the divine mirror, Gu Fei did not idle around in the space within the divine mirror. He held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and directly slashed out. A transparent sword wave rushed out from the purple gold divine sword and directly tore through the void. It was just a sword wave, but it had cut a long hole in the space inside the great sage tool. The aura of the outside world had entered through the hole. Just as Gu Fei's sword broke through the interior of the divine mirror, a crack appeared on the surface of the divine mirror and the Zhao family's goddess was sent flying. This great sage tool felt threatened and awakened on its own. A terrifying great sage might spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the Zhao clan's divine city was affected and shook. In the distant sky, many powerhouses fell from the sky. This was the might of a great sage, and no one could withstand it. All living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were terrified. All of them prostrated on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the great sage might. The Zhao family's goddess suffered an impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression immediately became weary. She never thought that Gu Fei would actually break the seal of the divine mirror and escape. The divine mirror trembled, and endless ancient Tao patterns lingered. The entire world was collapsing, and all the cultivators prostrated on the ground. Even the Zhao family members in the Zhao family's divine city were no exception. The aura of a great sage appeared between the heavens and the earth, shaking the world in all directions. Something had happened to the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Several powerful divine senses probed from other regions. They were not afraid of the great sage might and sensed everything that was happening here. The great change that happened to the Zhao family had alarmed the peerless figures of the human realm. The divine mirror was damaged, and Gu Fei rushed out from the space inside the divine mirror. He had the purple gold divine sword to protect him. Even the great sage might could not harm him at all. This was the horror of an extreme saint weapon. Even if it was not awakened, it was not something a great sage tool could compare to. He used the universal void step and appeared directly in front of the Zhao family's goddess. At this time, the divine mirror suddenly retracted all the divine light and flew into the Zhao family's divine city. The terrifying great sage might retreated like the tide. The great sage tool flew away on its own. I lost. The Zhao family's goddess had to admit that she had lost. Although she had already used the great sage tool, she would still lose because the other party had the legendary killing weapon. A divine sword that could destroy a great sage tool was definitely an extreme divine sword. Gu Fei had such an extreme divine sword in hand. Not to mention the Zhao family's goddess, even if a half-sage came with a saint weapon, he would most likely die with a grievance. Only a half-sage with a great sage tool could fight him. Then hand over those people. Gu Fei did not make a move. He had a grudge with the Zhao family who had once attacked the Taishan sect. As for the other people of the Zhao family, as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care about them. The Zhao family's goddess nodded. She reached out to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth and then walked toward the Zhao family's divine city. On this day, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the eastern domain. After the Dongfang family heard the news, they originally planned to send experts with saint weapons to kill Gu Fei. However, after the Zhao family's goddess was defeated by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family did not appear again. What a joke! Even the Zhao family's goddess was no match for Gu Fei after using a great sage tool. If others came with saint weapons, wouldn't that be suicide? Some people had already thought that Gu Fei might have a legendary extreme divine weapon. However, no one dared to have any ideas about Gu Fei. The Zhao family's goddess was stunning enough, but she was no match for Gu Fei. No one was willing to provoke this god of death. The people of the Dongfang family felt extremely uneasy. This Gu Fei had already grown up. He was a great enemy of the Dongfang family. After this day, the people of the Dongfang family restrained themselves. No one went out rashly. The Zhao family's goddess was willing to admit defeat. In less than half a day, she had investigated everything and then handed the 3 people of the Zhao family to Gu Fei. There were only 3 experts of the Zhao family who had acted in the past. Each of these 3 people was a powerful cultivator. One of them was even at the peak of the realm. This kind of person was definitely a rare cultivator 100 years ago. If these 3 people were to act, they would definitely be able to easily break the great formation of the Dragon Valley. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly killed the 3 people on the spot. Then, he used the 9 secrets of the immortal path to search the memories of the 3 people's primordial spirits. He learned everything that had happened in the past. It turned out that in order to eradicate the Taishan sect, the Dongfang family had invited the 3 great experts of the Zhao family with great gifts. These 3 great experts were really amazing. With one move, they broke the killing formation that He Tian had laid down. Then, the people of the Dongfang family swarmed into the Dragon Valley, killing almost all the remaining disciples of the Taishan sect and destroying the Taishan sect. Only a few important people of the Taishan sect had escaped the Dragon Valley. However, at that time, the experts of the Dongfang family had chased after them. It was unknown whether these disciples of the Taishan sect were dead or alive. Look, the first novel with no mistakes, your best choice. To find a novel, please add more and better novels with no mistakes, all are here. Chapter 1644. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients could be considered settled for a while. Although the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients were angry, there was nothing they could do. Even the goddess of their clan had been defeated. Unless they used the power of the clan, there was no way they could compete with this warrior. However, the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients had some scruples. It was not a good thing to reveal the power of the clan too early, so the Zhao family could only endure. In the great world of the human world, although the forces of the ancient clan were powerful, it did not mean that they were invincible in the world. At this time, the water in the human world was very deep. The existences in the major forbidden areas were even more feared by the forces of the ancient clan. The name of Gu Fei, once again, shook the eastern domain. Some old friends knew that he had returned. Some people's blood was boiling, and they wanted to fight with him. Some people were panicking, afraid that this evil star would come to their door. In particular, The forces that had enmity with Gu Fei in the past were even more uneasy. The Beitang family immediately announced that the mountain gate was sealed. All the disciples of the family were not allowed to go out, and they also activated the mountain protection formation. The Beitang family was far away in the land of southern Yen, so Gu Fei did not have the time to find trouble with them. Another superforce, the Dongfang family, was in the eastern domain. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to go to the Dongfang family. The source of all the enmity was the Dongfang family. In the past, the hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen was known to all the cultivators in the eastern domain. In the end, Dongfang Chen was killed by Gu Fei, which led to the elders of the Dongfang family. Even among the Dongfang family's older generation experts, many had died in Gu Fei's hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, who was a half-step saint, was killed by Gu Fei. The hatred between him and the Dongfang clan was getting deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve it now. The Dongfang family had stood in the eastern domain for tens of thousands of years. They had once produced an invincible human emperor, who had quelled the chaos of the eastern domain and made great contributions to the human race. However, this was the merit of the human emperor. As the descendants of the human emperor, the Dongfang family became more and more arrogant and domineering. They thought that they were the descendants of the human emperor and wanted to unify the eastern domain. The Taishan sect was also part of the Dongfang family's scheme. However, with the return of the ancient barons, the Dongfang family's goal of dominating the eastern realm would be difficult to achieve. The ancient barons also possessed an incomparably deep foundation. 100 years ago, Taishan Mountain collapsed, and the ferocious demons, who had been sealed for countless years, awakened. The forces of the demons appeared in the eastern domain. Under the various variables, the eastern territory formed a situation of three legs of a tripartite confrontation. The Dongfang family did not want a tripartite confrontation, but the power of the primordial Zhao family and the Devil's Den was enough to contend with the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family had no choice but to ally with the primordial Zhao family to fight against the demons together. In the past 100 years, the eastern region had never been at peace. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial era had been constantly fighting against the demons in the Devil's Den, and many of their experts had fallen. However, the past 100 years of war had become a way for the Dongfang family and the Zhao family to train their troops. In the past 100 years, the two families had produced many stunning figures. Dong Huang of the Dongfang family rose rapidly during this period. At this time, the Dongfang family was as if they were facing a great enemy. They already knew that Gu Fei had the legendary divine weapon of the Great Path, which was a great killing weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon left behind by a supreme being. Although no one could truly use it, just a wisp of the divine might of the Great Path was enough to destroy a super sect. Even an ancient family that had produced a Renhuang had to be careful when dealing with it. At this time, Gu Fei was walking in the eastern domain. He had entered the heavenly market and explored the bottomless Devil's Denver. He wanted to find some old friends, but 100 years had passed. His old friends had either fallen or were no longer in the eastern domain. No one mentioned the three great Taoist schools of the past anymore. The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect had already submitted to the forces of the primordial era and became peripheral forces of the primordial era. They were no longer as powerful as they were in the past. The Guangqing Celestial sect had submitted to the Zhou family of the primordial era and avoided the disaster of annihilation. As for the Xianxia sect, they had also disappeared. In the past 100 years, no one from the Xianxia sect had appeared again. The Shangqing sect, Li Meng Yao, on top of a mountain peak, a silhouette stood there and uttered such a statement. This person was speaking out of emotion. It was Gu Fei. Thinking back to the past, there were two silhouettes that he had never forgotten. They were hidden deep inside his heart. However, after he achieved success in his cultivation, he could no longer find the two people he missed. This made Gu Fei feel a little regretful. However, he believed that one day he would be able to meet them again. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain peak for a long time. The sunset glow was like blood, elongating his silhouette. He stood against the wind and his long hair danced in the wind. It's time for me to pay the Dongfang clan a visit. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At his level of cultivation, he no longer feared anyone in the mortal world. Other than the few forbidden existences in the mortal world, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared from the mountain peak. A few withered leaves flew up and then slowly landed on the ground. It was as if he was never there. The Dongfang clan was located in the middle of a mountain range in the eastern domain. The mountain range was undulating and resembled dragons that were wriggling on the ground. Mist lingered between the mountains. Within a radius of thousands of miles, a great world was formed. This kind of heaven and earth was rare in the eastern domain and even the entire Tinglong continent. If He Tian was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this place was extraordinary. A clan that has produced a Renhuang Shore is extraordinary. A silhouette appeared outside of this area. At this moment, the sky had darkened and the sun was setting. The horizon was bright red. Could this be the legendary Nine Dragons Soaring Heaven game? Gu Fei had once read the Yuan spirit memories of the celestial race's ancestor, so he knew quite a number of immortal Dao arts. This qi-gazing art was one of them. This art allowed one to observe the momentum of the world and the circulation of Yuan qi. The space in front of him seemed extremely calm, but there were traps everywhere. The heaven and earth interweaved. If one were to observe with the eyes of the god, one would be able to see extremely obscure Dao patterns in the air. It seems that the Dongfang clan is prepared. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that his plan to suddenly attack the Dongfang clan would not work. Now, it seemed that he could only force his way through. If that's the case, then let's do it. Gu Fei soared into the sky from the mountain peak, then extended his right hand and pressed forward. A terrifying martial path true force quickly condensed on his palm, then surged out. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A huge golden hand appeared high up in the sky, emitting a shocking wave of energy. It slammed towards the celestial realm in front of him. When the huge hand appeared, the wind and clouds immediately surged. The peace of the entire area was instantly broken. Enemy attack! An angry roar rang out in front of him. Then, the alarm in the area rang rapidly. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the mountains. There was not a single person before, but now, over 100 people jumped out. Bzz. The void trembled as the Dao patterns hidden in the air began to appear. They interweaved into mysterious Dao patterns that shot towards the huge golden hand. Bam! The Dao patterns collided with the golden hand. The hand crumbled and a large amount of golden light shot out in all directions like meteors. Every single golden light tore through the void. Most of them were blocked by the Dao patterns that emerged from the void, but a few still managed to shoot into the formation. Boom! A golden light descended from the sky and struck a mountain peak. The entire mountain was instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Bam! The earth shook as the golden light landed on the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 zhang collapsed. The entire area shook and dust rose into the sky. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan were extremely shocked to see this scene. This person's combat strength was too terrifying. Just a little essence could cause such a terrifying result. 2 specks of golden light that shot into the formation were intercepted by someone. All of you, retreat to the ancient land. A person whose body was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. His voice shook the mountains. This person was extremely powerful. He was the one who intercepted the golden light just now. In another direction, another powerful figure walked over. This person's aura was completely different from the person who was covered in dazzling starlight. His entire person was like a black hole. The void around him was collapsing, forming a dark place without any light. He seemed to be able to devour everything. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw these 2 people. These 2 people were extremely powerful and had the aura of saints lingering around them. They were 2 half-saints. The Dongfang clan really hid their strength well. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh. This Dongfang clan was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. With such strength, it was no wonder that even the primordial Zhao clan didn't dare to touch the Dongfang clan. You are Gu Fei. The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. I heard that the girl from the Zhao clan was also defeated by you. A gloomy voice was heard. The half-saint who stood in the dark spoke. His voice was extremely feminine, causing goosebumps to appear on Gu Fei's body. Two old farts came out? Gu Fei didn't enter the formation. This formation was definitely a killing formation personally arranged by the ancient emperor of the human race. Although only a corner of the formation pattern was revealed, it was still emitting a shocking murderous aura. He could feel the ancient aura from the two half-saints inside the formation. Such characters must be the foundation of the Dongfang clan. They slept until the present and only woke up when the great era of the human realm appeared to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Do you dare to come in and fight? The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight was incomparably powerful. He directly challenged Gu Fei. He cultivated a great technique that could draw the power of the 9 heaven stars for his own use. There seemed to be a vague starry sky faintly appearing around his body. Chapter 1645. Gu Fei took action to probe the Dongfang clan and lured out 2 half-saints. These 2 half-saints were old antiques. They weren't from the current era. They were peerless experts who had only awakened in the past 100 years. These antiques were much stronger than ordinary half-saints. Gu Fei was shocked that 2 of them appeared in the Dongfang clan. That's 2 ancient half-saints. Even the ancient desolate forces wouldn't be this strong. With such a foundation, they could indeed contend against the ancient desolate forces. The Dongfang clan had been able to stand tall in the eastern domain for countless years. Their inheritance had never been severed. This wasn't due to luck or coincidence. Gu Fei, do you dare to come in and fight? The 2 half-saints spoke. Although their voices weren't loud, they shook the void and spread to the entire area. The mountains outside the Grand Formation shook as well. 2 old farts. How shameless, trying to scam me. Gu Fei coldly said. The ancient sovereign killing formation enveloped the entire Dongfang clan. If he entered, these 2 fellows would most likely activate the formation to kill him. This was the ancient sovereign killing formation, a grand formation personally laid down by the ancient human sovereign. It had protected the Dongfang clan for countless years. No one had ever been able to break through it. The ancient human sovereign was an existence second only to the extreme supremes. They were nearly invincible in the 3 realms. The ancient sovereign killing formation was absolutely terrifying. Unless an extreme supremacy came, no one could break through it. The 2 half-saints couldn't help but blush when they heard Gu Fei's words. They really had the same idea earlier. They wanted to lure Gu Fei in. However, they weren't fools. They wouldn't fall for it. Come out and fight. Gu Fei stood in the void with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like an otherworldly supreme supremacy. Although he didn't emit any powerful aura, there was an invisible pressure that made him look down on the world. You. The half-saints flickered with starlight as they rushed out of the ancient sovereign killing formation. This junior dared to look down on them? Since he's courting death, let's fulfill his wish. A feminine voice rang out, and the black-robed ancient sage-to-be, who was standing in the darkness, strode through the air toward Gu Fei. An existence like the half-sage Gu was not someone the Zhao clan's goddess could compare to. Although Gu Fei had defeated the Zhao clan's goddess and might possess an extreme sacred weapon, the 2 half-sages of the Dongfang clan did not fear him. The supreme saint weapon wasn't something that could be used casually. Even if Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon, it was impossible for him to activate the power of the exalted saint weapon in a short period of time. The 2 ancient half-sages knew that Gu Fei would not be able to activate the power of the exalted sage artifact. That was why they dared to walk out of the ancient sovereign killing formation and approach Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei didn't say anything. There was no need for him to say anything. He directly attacked with the heaven-covering palm again. It covered the sky and directly slapped towards the 2 ancient half-saints. Rumble! A terrifying power spread out. As soon as the heaven-covering palm appeared, the entire world darkened. The void cracked and a huge golden hand descended from the sky. This was the power of the metal element. Gu Fei's primal chaos true power could evolve into the 5 elements of yin and yang. The entire heaven and earth's metal element energy seemed to be attracted by Gu Fei, converging from all directions. Ancient battle skill. The eyes of the half-sage Gu, who was surrounded by faintly discernible starlight, shot out a dazzling divine light. He took a step forward and struck with his right hand. A huge star rushed out of his palm. Boom! A peerless power of the stars erupted from the huge star, illuminating the entire world. A divine might appeared between the heavens and the earth. The word, saint, had already been attached to the semi-sage. It had a trace of the aura of a saint. Bang! Like a real star rising, the huge star fiercely collided with Gu Fei's golden hand, producing a muffled sound. The heavens and the earth shook. The powerful force directly tore the void apart, turning the void into a chaotic void. Gu Fei's giant hand and the huge star dissipated at the same time. The destructive power spread out and swept in all directions. The mountains within a radius of 100 miles all collapsed. Buzz! Countless Tao patterns appeared in the void. The ancient sovereign killing formation was in operation, blocking all the destructive power that was heading towards the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family's territory was not affected at all. This was the power of the ancient sovereign killing formation. Even the power of a saint couldn't shake it at all. The Tao patterns that the ancient sovereign left in the world were inextinguishable. Stars shift. The ancient star sage shouted. Endless starlight rushed out of his body. A starry sky appeared around him and many huge stars condensed. Above the firmament, countless stars flashed and sprinkled down. The ancient star sage displayed a supreme technique and attracted the power of the stars from the firmament to strengthen his body. Boom! The starry sky that emerged around the ancient star sage saint's body was enhanced by the power of the stars in the firmament. It became clearer and clearer as stars circled around his body. The ancient star sage was like a supreme war god under the starry sky. He charged towards Gu Fei. His murderous aura shocked the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Fei to become extremely solemn. Bang! The ancient star sage threw out a palm. Many huge stars were guided by him and rushed towards Gu Fei along with his palm. The powerful power of the stars shook the heavens and the earth. You want to kill me with this level of power? Gu Fei sneered and rushed forward. He waved his fists and the huge stars shattered under his fists. He broke into the starry sky that the ancient star sage had created. This, the powerful combat power that Gu Fei had suddenly revealed, shocked the ancient star sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was too powerful. He was only a level 6 almighty, but he could compete with the ancient star sage. If he became an ancient star sage, he would be invincible. The ancient star sage was moved by Gu Fei's limitless potential. He could not let this person continue to grow. If this person continued to grow, the entire Dongfang family would be in trouble. The old antiques of the Dongfang family more or less knew about the grudge between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei. Gu Fei had killed many experts of the Dongfang family. Even Dongfang Yuan had died in his hands. This made the ancient star sage want to kill Gu Fei. The ancient star sage, who was emitting a cold aura, did not make a move. It seemed that he disdained to join forces with the ancient star sage to deal with a junior. Roar! The huge stars around the ancient star sage exploded and released a peerless power of the stars. All the power of the stars was guided by the ancient star sage and rushed towards Gu Fei. Tao patterns were faintly discernible in the endless starlight. The aura of a sage lingered. Gu Fei encountered the fiercest attack. There was starlight in all directions. Every starlight was like a divine rainbow, emitting terrifying waves that could destroy everything. The ancient star saint unleashed a supreme technique and sealed the void. He trapped Gu Fei in the starlight, intending to obliterate Gu Fei and obliterate both his body and soul. Buzz! The void shook and the stars in the sky shone with dazzling starlight. Beams of light shot down from the sky. The power of the stars in the starry sky was drawn down. The endless power of the stars increased the ancient star sage's combat strength rapidly. The ancient star sage used the power of the billions of stars in the starry sky to suppress Gu Fei. This power was so strong that even Gu Fei felt threatened. Of course, it was impossible for the ancient star sage to draw the power of the stars in the starry sky. Even so, this method could be regarded as heaven-defying. Swoosh! A starlight streaked across Gu Fei's forehead. A few strands of hair fell from the sky. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This starlight contained the power of the Great Path and could hurt him. Die! The ancient star sage roared. Although he had trapped Gu Fei, he knew very well that Gu Fei's combat strength was not limited to this. Gu Fei's counterattack was absolutely terrifying. Countless starlights suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Each starlight contained the divine patterns of the Great Path. The aura of a sage filled the air. The ancient star sage did not hesitate to use his strongest attack to deal with Gu Fei. Clang! The starlights turned into divine swords of the Great Path. They slashed at Gu Fei from all directions. The aura of a sage became stronger. The ancient star sage already had the word sage attached to it. He was much stronger than a peak mighty cultivator. The ancient star sage was at the peak of the ancient star sage. He was much stronger than an ordinary half-sage. The ancient star sage attacked with all his strength. He drew the power of the Great Path of the world. Countless patterns of the Great Path interweaved. Terrifying laws of the Great Path were displayed. The ancient star sage was like an ancient god of war in the starry sky. The aura of a sage shocked the world. Although he was not a true sage, he already had a trace of a sage's aura. This was a half-sage, a powerful existence that surpassed peak mighty cultivators. Chaotic reversal. Countless divine swords of the Great Path condensed from the power of the stars slashed at him. In the end, Gu Fei still used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A strange power spread from his body. The void around Gu Fei twisted and rippled. When the countless divine swords of the Great Path rushed into the void around Gu Fei, they were all reversed and shot back at the ancient star sage. The ancient star semi-sage was shocked. He was utterly shocked by this turn of events. His killer move was actually reversed by his opponent. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. The ancient star sage's killer move had been reversed. Even the ancient star sage, who was watching the battle from the side, was dumbfounded. What kind of great technique was this? Could it be the legendary supreme secret technique of the immortal path? The ancient star sage lived in an era that was very close to the late period of the untainted land. Of course, they had heard of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was an invincible secret technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The ancient star sage was extremely shocked. This phenomenon was beyond his understanding. How could a warrior cultivate this kind of secret technique of the immortal path? Chapter 1646. Boom! A powerful immortal aura spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the ancient star sage and the other ancient sage to feel inexplicably shocked. This phenomenon was beyond their understanding. They had lived for countless years and experienced many things. How could the successor of a supreme martial progenitor cultivate an immortal Tao cultivation method? The ancient martial progenitor's bloodline had never cultivated the primordial spirit. They only cultivated the martial physique. Attaining sainthood through the flesh was the most powerful and overbearing method of attaining sainthood in the world. Once a person became a martial sage, he would be invincible among his peers. Other sages would not be a match for him. It was evident how powerful a martial sage was. However, since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who could become martial sages. The number of them could be counted on one's fingers. This was because the path to sainthood was too difficult. In comparison, there were many successful cultivators who achieved sainthood through the immortal Tao or the divine Tao. Therefore, no one was willing to take the extremely difficult path to sainthood. They all chose the easier path. The decline of the ancient martial Tao was not a coincidence. There were very few people with great perseverance. Without great perseverance, it was impossible for them to cultivate successfully. Furthermore, even those with great perseverance might not be able to attain sainthood through the flesh and become an invincible martial sage. Even the ancient stellar half-saint had never heard of anyone who could cultivate both immortal and martial techniques. The immortal Dao secret art that Gu Fei had displayed was definitely an authentic immortal Dao secret art. The void trembled. Thousands of divine swords of the great Dao formed by starlight shot back at the ancient stellar half-saint. Every sword radiance emitted a terrifying wave. The ancient stellar half-saint was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood after being attacked by his own killer move. Eternal starry sky. The ancient stellar half-saint roared furiously. The starry sky around him once again condensed into huge stars. A starry universe was operating. Thousands of starlight swords penetrated the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-saint. They were all devoured by the starry sky and turned back into the power of the stars. You've actually cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. How is this possible? The starlight swords were devoured by the starry sky. Every star in the starry sky became extremely bright, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He displayed the chaotic reversal secret art, which could reverse all attacks. To a certain extent, he was already in an invincible position. Xiao, if you want to be arrogant, I'll deal with you. The black-clothed ancient half-saint walked over from afar, and he emanated a horrifying and ghastly aura. He was extremely mysterious. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed the strange aura emanated by this ancient half-saint. Could it be that he actually possesses the 9 godly physique of legend? Since he had the 9 godly physique, how could he only be an ancient half-step saint? With such a physique, he could at least become a saint. Moreover, it didn't seem impossible to become a saint in the old antiques time. Mysterious dark hand. The black-robed ancient half-saint immediately attacked. With a loud shout, he stretched out his right hand towards Gu Fei. A huge pitch-black hand appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying chill. The nearby void seemed to have frozen, and frost appeared on the ground. The extreme yin and cold power erupted, and the temperature of the entire world dropped sharply. Even the ancient star half-saint had no choice but to retreat. Fire Element Fist. Gu Fei directly used the Fire Element Fist of the 5 Elements Fist. A fire-like qi gang rushed out of his fist and met the incoming mysterious dark hand. It was as if a monstrous divine fire had appeared in the dark world. It was a shocking scene of fire burning the sky, and it completely dispelled the cold aura emanating from the mysterious dark hand. Boom! Gu Fei's fist directly smashed against the huge pitch-black hand. The mysterious dark hand launched by the black-robed ancient half-step saint was smashed to pieces by Gu Fei's fist. The extreme yin and cold essence was completely dispelled by the fire element true power that rushed out of Gu Fei's fist. 9 godly body. Gu Fei was very surprised. This was a man who emitted a bone-piercing cold aura. The void around him was like a black hole. Everything was frozen, and even light couldn't shine in. I didn't expect a little guy like you to have such good eyesight. The black-robed ancient half-saint was a little stunned. He was very surprised that Gu Fei could see through his origin. One should know that the 9 godly body had disappeared for countless years in China. The 9 godly body was one of the rare godly bodies in the 3 realms and 6 Dao. It didn't appear all the time. In the human realm, this godly body had become a legend. Freezing 30,000 miles. The 9 godly ancient half-saint didn't say much and directly unleashed a terrifying killer move. An extreme yin and cold power suddenly burst out of his body and instantly spread out. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles immediately became extremely cold. The terrifying cold air instantly froze the surging river, and the mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles collapsed. Only the area enveloped by the ancient sovereign killing formation wasn't affected at all. However, the terrain of this area had more or less changed. Such an outcome would inevitably cause the general trend of the world to change. The 9 dragons celestial puzzle of the Dongfang family would probably be affected in the end. High up in the sky, Gu Fei was instantly frozen. The terrifying cold air turned him into an ice sculpture. He only felt that the rushing blood in his body was about to freeze. What a terrifying, profound, cold air. Gu Fei's heart trembled. If it was an ordinary expert, he would have long been frozen into dust. Only a human with a martial physique like him could be spared. Clang! A blue divine sword appeared in the 9 godly ancient half-saint's hand. It was a divine sword that emitted traces of divine power. Ancient Tao patterns were faintly discernible on the body of the divine sword. Die! The 9 godly ancient half-saint directly held the divine sword and stabbed at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. On the tip of the sword, a faint blue light flickered, like the tongue of a spirit snake. Bang! At this moment, the layer of transparent ice covering Gu Fei's body cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the ice. Then, with a loud boom, the ice completely shattered and countless ice shards shot in all directions. Amidst the countless ice shards, a figure shot up into the sky. What? As the blue divine sword stabbed forward, all the ice shards that shot at the 9 godly ancient half-saint instantly melted in the void. The 9 godly ancient half-saint was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei could actually escape. This guy. In the distant sky, the star ancient half-saint was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He knew very well how powerful his companion was. Once the profound cold air was released, it could freeze everything in the world. However, this little guy called Gu Fei was actually not frozen by the profound cold air. Chapter 1647. The fact that Gu Fei was not frozen by the cold qi shocked the two ancient half-saints to the extreme. It should be known that the one who attacked him was the 9 godly physique, which was rare in the 3 realms and 6 daos. The 9 godly physique was a type of innate divine physique with incomparable talent. It was born with an extreme physique and was close to the qi. If this divine physique cultivated the cultivation method, it would definitely improve rapidly. Others who cultivated for 100 years would not be able to compare to those with the 9 godly physique who cultivated for half a year. This was an innate expert. They were destined from the moment they were born. The 9 ancient half-saint was definitely more powerful and terrifying than the star ancient half-saint. Although they were both ancient half-saints, the 9 ancient half-saint had a unique physique that others could not compare to. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and a blue divine light spread out from the 9 ancient half-saint sword. An extremely cold aura filled the air. This was a terrifying Taiyin sword qi, and it rushed toward Gu Fei. You used to be a saint. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. The 9 ancient half-saint was extraordinary. The power contained in the divine sword in his hand came from the same source as him. Although he was an ancient half-saint, the divine sword in his hand showed signs of awakening. This was not a good thing. If the divine sword was completely awakened, it would be equivalent to a saint coming in person. The 9 ancient half-saint sneered. The sword qi that came out from the divine sword in his hand became even more intense. Countless ancient Tao patterns kept appearing on the body of the sword. Swish! The terrifying sword wave spread out. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and quickly dodged it. Thunderous sounds came out from his body. This was the sound produced by the rapid circulation of his qi and blood. Gu Fei's qi and blood were extremely vigorous. In the sky above his head, there seemed to be a huge dragon soaring. This was a strange phenomenon formed by vigorous qi and blood. You can't escape. The 9 ancient half-saint's voice was even colder than the sword qi. The divine sword in his hand was awakening. The imprint of the great Tao within it was awakening. A terrifying aura spread out from the divine sword. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The 9 ancient half-saint was definitely a saint in the distant past. This divine sword was most likely a saint weapon that he had refined himself. The Dongfang family's foundation was terrifying. They actually had a 9 godly physique that had cultivated to the 9 ancient half-saint. Moreover, this 9 ancient half-saint was extremely powerful and frightening. Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. He did not know why the cultivation of this 9 ancient half-sage had fallen from the sage realm to the half-sage realm. However, even if the 9 divine body was only at the half-sage realm, it still displayed invincible battle strength. Ancient Spirit. Although Gu Fei was using the world's fastest speed to dodge the 9 ancient half-saint's sword light, he did not escape. Moreover, if he really wanted to escape, the 9 ancient half-saint would not be able to stop him. He flipped his right hand and a black divine sword appeared in his hand. This was the 9 heaven stars sword that he had refined himself. It was a martialist divine weapon. Seeing the divine sword that appeared in Gu Fei's hand, the 9 ancient half-saint's eyes lit up. This was a divine sword that was refined from the 9 heaven stars' iron. Moreover, it was a divine sword that did not have the imprint of the great Tao. The 9 ancient half-saint's eyes lit up when he saw the divine sword that appeared in Gu Fei's hand. This was a divine sword that was refined from the 9 heaven stars' iron. Moreover, it was a divine sword that did not have the imprint of the great Tao. The 9 ancient half-saint's eyes turned red. Buzz. Gu Fei shook the divine sword in his hand. A black light rushed out from the divine sword and swallowed at the tip of the sword. This was the sword light that was condensed from martial Tao true power. Swoosh. Gu Fei waved the long sword in his hand and met the sword light coming from ancient Saint-grade Saint Ninin. Ancient Saint-grade Saint Ninin was shocked when he clashed head-on with the Saint-grade sword light. On the surface of the 9 heaven stars sword, there were star-like patterns. It was a kind of pattern naturally formed by heaven and earth. It was a trace of the great Tao of nature. Clang. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand clashed with the 9 ancient half-saint's divine moon sword. A crisp sound was heard and the blue sword light was shattered. The two figures crossed each other in an instant. What an immortal divine sword! The 9 ancient half-saint exclaimed. He looked down at the divine moon sword in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the sword was undamaged. Gu Fei was also examining the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand. He was surprised and delighted when he saw that the divine sword was undamaged. The characteristics of the immortal divine material were indeed powerful. Even if it was a divine sword without any Tao patterns, it could actually contend against a holy weapon. No one would believe it even if it was set out. However, such an incredible thing had happened today. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to Supremes. They were not something that ordinary cultivators could have. Gu Fei had obtained the 9 heaven stars iron by chance. Immortal divine metal. In the distant sky, the star ancient half-saint stared at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. His eyes were blazing with divine light. He wanted to snatch the divine sword. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, it was still very difficult for him to compete with the 9 ancient half-saint. Although he had shattered the divine moon sword light, a cold qi had traveled along the divine sword and entered his body. Gu Fei's martial body had suffered a great impact. The blood vessels in his body were almost frozen. Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and a shocking aura erupted from his body. His strength was soaring and the cold qi that had invaded his body was instantly forced out. What? The 9 ancient half-saint was shocked. This little guy still had some strength left. How was this possible? Was this his true strength? Boom! The entire heaven and earth trembled. Gu Fei's entire body emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Rays of primal chaos divine light revolved around his body. His aura actually increased tenfold in an instant. This power was far too great, causing the space around him to ripple. Spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from his body. It was as if the world could not contain him. Die! At this moment, Gu Fei's battle prowess was raised to the limit that his martial body could withstand. At this moment, he was peerlessly powerful. With a slash of his sword, a powerful sword wind was set off and a huge crack appeared in the void between heaven and earth. It was neither a great technique nor a magical power. It was just a simple slash. However, it made the 9 ancient half-saint feel extreme danger. At this moment, even the powerful 9 ancient half-saint could not maintain his calm. All right, I will fight with you. The 9 ancient half-saint finally became serious. He had to use his real strength to deal with Gu Fei's strength. Endless lunar power erupted from his body. Buzz! The divine lunar sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of 9 emitted a dazzling divine light. The sword light soared into the sky and met the 9 heavens stars sword. Please share. Chapter 1648. An intense battle broke out. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret technique. His combat strength increased tenfold as he fought the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade. Source, by Shaoxing, Buzz? Clang. The sound of the divine sword and the clashing of metal resounded for thousands of miles. Sword light shot into the sky from time to time. The dazzling sword light made the stars in the sky pale in comparison. Too strong. Although Gu Fei had already used the Ascension secret technique, he still felt extremely pressured when facing the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade. The ancient quasi-sage 9 shade was like an immovable ancient mountain. No matter how strong Gu Fei's attacks were, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade could easily neutralize them. He discovered that the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade's understanding of the Great Tao had already reached a level that others could not hope to reach. Every move he made was compatible with the Great Tao. This method was too terrifying. This was no longer the ability of a quasi-sage. After all, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade had once been a sage. Even if his cultivation level had fallen, his understanding of the Great Tao was still the same. In terms of understanding of the Great Tao, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade was still a sage. Clang. The two powerhouses clashed fiercely with their divine swords in both hands. Terrifying sword chi surged in all directions, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The void was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Gu Fei and the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade roared at the same time. The world shook as the two of them used all their strength to send each other flying. A water-blue sword light brushed past Gu Fei's face, leaving a bloody mark. Bam! The moment Gu Fei was sent flying, his right leg kicked towards the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade's lower abdomen. However, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade blocked it with a knee strike. Join ancient sage-to-be was once a saint, so his battle experience was probably above that of Gu Fei's. In that instant, he had almost pierced through Gu Fei's Niwen palace. Gu Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't instinctively sensed danger and tilted his head, he wouldn't have been so lucky as to get his face cut. Preposterous! Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. After flying back for thousands of feet, he steadied himself. Then, a purple-gold divine light emerged from the center of his brows, as if a divine eye was about to open there. An aura of the Great Tao emanated from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Although it was only a wisp of Tao charm, it was enough to move the ancient half-sage of 9 Swoosh! A Tao sword shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It ignored the obstruction of the void and instantly arrived in front of the ancient half-sage of 9 at an extremely fast speed. The ancient half-sage of 9 was shocked. The divine power of surged throughout his body, and countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, interweaving into a large net to block the divine sword of the Great Tao. Is this the legendary primordial spirit sword of the way? The ancient astral half-sage of 9 who was watching this battle from afar, was moved. Just how many supreme secret techniques of the celestial path had this little guy mastered? Could it be that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the 9 secrets of the celestial path? Swoosh! The primordial spirit sword of the way was indestructible. It directly tore through the large net that the ancient half-sage of 9 had created with Tao patterns and slashed at him. The ancient half-sage of 9 had never thought that he could use the large net of Tao patterns to block the primordial spirit sword of the way. He was only using this method to buy some time. He quickly retreated, and then a dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand, blocking the primordial spirit sword that was slashing at him. The water-blue sword light spread out, completely sealing the void in front of the ancient half-sage of 9 and its holy power was vast and mighty. It was a divine sword, after all, and it contained the mark of the Great Tao. Sword chi surged, and even Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way could not break through this powerful saint-level sword light. The two sword lights clashed, and a sonorous sound rang out. The primordial spirit sword of the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin's divine sword of the Wei clashed with dazzling sword light. In the end, Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the Wei flew back and sank back into Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. Your cultivation is not enough. Even if you have cultivated the 9 secrets of the celestial path, you are still no match for me. The ancient half-sage of 9 Yin's words were extremely cold. The divine sword in his hand was still awakening, and a terrifying aura that could shock the heavens began to appear on it. This divine weapon was almost completely awakened. Let's fight again next time. Gu Fei knew that once the ancient divine weapon was completely awakened, he would have no chance at all. Even if he used the divine weapon of the Great Path, he would only be able to protect himself. He decisively retreated. You want to leave? Just as Gu Fei was about to retreat, the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin, who was watching the battle from afar, closed in on him. A starry sky appeared around him. Beams of mountainous starlight descended from the heavens, bringing with them endless power of the stars. They continuously entered the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin's body. In the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin, 108 great stars were abnormally bright. They lit up the entire starry sky and released endless fluctuations of the power of the stars. When the figure that emitted endless starlight walked over, the 108 great stars around him flew up and sealed the entire void space. He wanted to keep Gu Fei here. The ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin had been drawing on the power of the stars of the 9 heavens to strengthen himself while Gu Fei was fighting the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin. By now, his battle prowess had been raised to the limit. The 108 great stars stabilized the world and sealed the void. If it had been an ordinary peak almighty, or even a peak half-sage, they would definitely have been suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Unfortunately, his target was Gu Fei. You want to stop me? Unless you're a sage. Gu Fei used the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand to break the seal of the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 heaven stars. He shook the 108 great stars and rushed out. The time limit of the secret skill to heaven had not passed yet. In this invincible state, Gu Fei's martial body was unimaginably strong. Every move he made contained great power. Even though the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin's battle prowess had been raised to the limit and he drew on the power of the stars of the 9 heavens, it was still difficult to suppress Gu Fei. At this moment, the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 Yin made his move. The sacred sword in his hand had finally completely awakened. He slashed out with the most stunning sword. The aqua-blue sword light soared into the sky and almost cut down the stars in the heavens. The terrifying sage might swept across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, almost alarming the entire eastern region. The region where the Dongfang family was located was shrouded in a terrifying chill. This was no longer a frozen area of 30,000 miles. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles had become a world of ice and snow. The water had turned into ice and snow had fallen from the sky. It was impossible for such a commotion to go unnoticed. The news that someone was fighting in the territory of the Dongfang family spread quickly. Many cultivators immediately rushed to the region where the Dongfang family was located. However, even such a stunning sword could not stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei tore the void and his figure instantly disappeared into the chaotic nothingness. Chapter 1649. The resurrection of the holy weapon shook the heavens, and the terrifying holy might spread for millions of miles. Hundreds of millions of people trembled. This was the terror of the true power of the saint level. The saint had already surpassed the world and was the most powerful existence in the world. The holy sword in the hands of the ancient seven-step saint had finally completely recovered. Buzz! The holy sword vibrated, and countless cracks suddenly appeared in the entire world. The ancient seven-step saint did not hesitate and directly slashed at Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already torn the void and stepped into the chaos. He had to retreat. The true power of the saint level was not something he could contend with. Even if he had the holy weapon of the extreme way, it was absolutely impossible. The shocking sword light shattered everything and destroyed everything. It was invincible and directly slashed into the chaotic void. However, at this time, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared. The ancient seven-step saint was shocked. This little guy named Gu Fei was incredible. Such a person was definitely a great enemy of the Dongfang family. There were only two results when meeting such a person, and that was to become his friend or his enemy. It was a pity that Dongfang Chen was high-spirited and was also the most outstanding person in the Taishin sect. He never thought that a piece of trash would actually grow up. Back then, Dongfang Chen had made a mistake and was killed by Gu Fei. It was good that he died, but he had made a great enemy for the entire Dongfang family. At this time, Gu Fei had already entered the depths of the chaotic void. This was a place of extreme chaos. There were no laws of the world, and it was completely a scene of the world before the world was created. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, he could naturally walk in this void. A layer of qi gang appeared on his body, blocking all the earth, water, fire, and wind that came from all directions. The Dongfang family actually has such a person in charge. No wonder they can compete with the Zhao family of the antiquity. Gu Fei stood in the chaotic void and his eyes flashed. It was not strange that the Dongfang family had an ancient half-saint, but the ancient seven-step saint had the divine body of Jiuyin and was once a saint. This was the first time that Gu Fei had met such an existence. He felt great pressure. Although the other was not a saint, his understanding of the Great Way was difficult for others to reach. The Dongfang family, Gu Fei muttered to himself. With the ancient sage to be Jiuyin in charge, he couldn't do anything to the Dongfang family for the time being. However, he would be able to fight with the ancient sage to be Jiuyin once he broke through to the peak of the Almighty Realm. He pondered for a while, then took out the formation platform and stepped onto it. He then activated the transmission array and disappeared into the chaotic void. Since Gu Fei had decided to make a move against the Dongfang family, he had made ample preparations. After all, no one knew what kind of resources the Dongfang family, a great power that had existed for countless years, possessed. In a barren mountain outside the East Royal City of the Eastern Domain, the void in a corner suddenly rippled. The void undulated like transparent water waves. A figure passed through the layer of transparent ripples and appeared in the barren mountain. The person who walked out of the void was Gu Fei. He used the formation platform to teleport himself from the chaotic void to the vicinity of the Eastern Royal City. He came here to get some information from the Eastern Royal City. I need to change my appearance. Gu Fei muttered to himself. After that, his facial features began to change as his body became pudgy. He was able to change his appearance at will. Soon, a short and fat Taoist priest in a Taoist robe walked out of the barren mountain and headed towards the Eastern Royal City. Ever since Gu Fei caused a ruckus in the Eastern Royal City and killed the Eastern Royal City Lord, the position of the Eastern Royal City Lord had been empty. Even Dongfang Yuan, a half-saint, died at the hands of Gu Fei. In the Dongfang family, there were experts stronger than Dongfang Yuan, but they could not send them out. One had to know that the fall of Dongfang Yuan was already a great loss to the Dongfang family. The Eastern Royal City was as lively as ever. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city. When Gu Fei appeared in the city in the form of a short and fat Taoist priest, no one noticed him at all. No cultivator in the human realm would miss this opportunity. Some people had already predicted that a saint would be born in this era. There was no lack of immortals in the Eastern Royal City. This was impossible 100 years ago. Immortals and gods had disappeared. At that time, the world had not changed and the great Tao was unfathomable. Almost no one could cultivate to become an immortal, let alone a saint. However, with the arrival of the human realm, the world had changed and the great Tao was no longer out of reach. Those whose cultivation had been suppressed for countless years took advantage of this opportunity to break through their bottlenecks. In the mortal dimension, countless people had seized the opportunity of this great era to become immortals and gods, and some extraordinarily talented people had even triumphed all the way to become almighty and even half-saints. Did you know? Someone actually attacked the Dongfang family today. Who is so bold as to attack the Dongfang family's ancestral court? Chaos is about to break out? The cultivators in the city were talking. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that the news of him attacking the Dongfang family would spread so quickly. I heard that it's a person called Gu Fei. Gu Fei? Is the rumor true? Is it really that the warrior of the Supreme Mystery Sect has returned? It seems that the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Gu Fei had been famous in the eastern region 100 years ago. The cultivators of the major sects in the eastern region had heard of Gu Fei's fame. In the eastern royal city, countless cultivators had gathered, and many people knew about Gu Fei's origin. The grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had spread throughout the eastern region. The Dongfang family had even offered a reward for Gu Fei's head. However, so many years had passed, and the Dongfang family couldn't find Gu Fei at all. In the past 100 years, Gu Fei had completely disappeared. Some people said that he had entered the heaven realm during the turmoil of the heavenly market. The appearance of Gu Fei shocked all the cultivators in the eastern region. The short and fat Taoist priest walked in the eastern royal city and listened to the various voices in the city. He knew that there was no city lord in the eastern royal city, and the Dongfang family didn't send any experts to guard the city. Even if there were no experts, the number one force in the eastern royal city was still the Dongfang family, because the other sects in the city had submitted to the Dongfang family. Gu Fei received an important piece of news. The Dongfang family would make a big move in the near future, but no one knew what the Dongfang family was going to do. Gu Fei was very curious. Was this so-called big move to deal with him? It seemed very likely. If the Jiuyin ancient sage to be personally came, even he would have to temporarily avoid it. Chapter 1650. Gu Fei was very curious about the Dongfang family's big move. He originally wanted to go to the southern wasteland to meet his old friends, but this way he wouldn't leave the eastern domain for the time being. Gu Fei turned into a pudgy Taoist, looking very inconspicuous. One had to know that there were countless cultivators gathered in the eastern royal city. No one would pay attention to an ordinary pudgy Taoist. Soon, the news of Gu Fei's battle with the semi-sage Gu of the Dongfang family spread throughout the eastern royal city. The semi-sage Gu of the Dongfang family was extremely powerful, and he managed to chase away this great enemy. Although this evil star was chased away, the Dongfang family didn't dare to be careless. All the disciples of the Dongfang family returned to their ancestral land, not allowed to go out. The enmity between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei was too deep, and it was impossible to resolve. Every disciple of the Dongfang family was his target. No one was unafraid of death, and the disciples of the Dongfang family were no exception. For several days, Gu Fei turned into a pudgy Taoist and walked around the eastern royal city. The number of cultivators in the city was clearly increasing. This was a very common scene in this era. If it was 100 years ago, it would definitely be a grand occasion for so many cultivators to gather in one city. In the evening, Gu Fei walked on the street and saw many cultivators setting up stalls on both sides of the street to trade for items they needed. This was a cultivator's market. There were many cultivators wandering around. Some were bargaining with others, and some were directly taking out items that the other party needed and exchanging them. This kind of market was very common in places where cultivators gathered. There were even people who would pick up leftovers to trade for rare divine materials. However, this kind of thing was absolutely rare. Not everyone could pick up leftovers. When Gu Fei was in the heavenly realm, he picked up leftovers once. He cut out the primordial spirit of the demonic human from a stone statue, and he also cut out a divine egg from another ancient stone statue. The primordial spirit and body of the demonic human were thrown into the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, and the divine egg was still being nurtured. The life inside the egg was still growing. Right now, in the East Royal City's market, the things that the cultivators put on display were all very ordinary, such as 1,000-year-old ginseng, 10,000-year-old snow lotus. These things were relatively common in the cultivation world. Only divine medicines that were more than 10,000 years old were worthy of Gu Fei's attention. Gu Fei was strolling leisurely. He originally wasn't here to pick up scraps, but his gaze was suddenly attracted by a signboard. On it was written that a supreme divine weapon could be exchanged for a piece of divine crystal of life. Divine crystal of life? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then walked towards the sign. Behind the sign stood an old man. This old man's clothes were tattered, his hair and teeth were almost all gone, and his face was full of wrinkles. This old man seemed to have one foot in the grave, but Gu Fei sensed an extremely obscure and powerful aura from this old man. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the old man's body. His life force was faintly discernible, as if he could die at any moment. What a joke! An almost rotten iron spear wants to exchange for a piece of divine crystal of life? Many people were stunned when they saw the supreme divine weapon in front of the old man. They then turned around and left. Gu Fei saw that the peerless divine weapon written on the plate was actually a rusty iron spear. This iron spear was already close to rotting. How was this a supreme divine weapon? Even if such an iron spear was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up, let alone exchange a piece of scrap iron with a divine crystal of life. One should know that the divine crystal of life was extremely precious. A small piece could bring a person back from the brink of death, and the life essence contained within it could immediately heal a dying person. This kind of divine crystal could only be produced in the heavenly spring of life. The heavenly spring of life was rare in the world, and the divine crystal of life was even rarer. Gu Fei came in front of the old man and glanced at him. He then stretched out his right hand and grabbed the rusty iron spear. The iron spear on the ground immediately leaped into his hand. Did someone really exchange a divine crystal of life for this piece of scrap iron? Is there really such an idiot in the world? Seeing that Gu Fei had grabbed the iron spear, some of the cultivators nearby could not help but be shocked. This iron spear was completely ordinary, and there was no fluctuation of arcane energy on it. Moreover, this iron spear was rusty and severely corroded. One touch from it would probably turn it into dust. Good spear. It's worth a divine crystal of life. Gu Fei took a closer look at the iron spear in his hand, then said something that everyone could not believe. Everyone was dumbfounded. You call this a good spear? Brother, is there something wrong with your head? The cultivators nearby could not understand. They could not understand why Gu Fei would actually want to exchange this spear with the old man. Was this spear really a treasure? At this moment, many cultivators had gathered around Gu Fei. Little brother, you have a good eye. The old man's half-closed eyes suddenly opened as he looked at Gu Fei. He had been setting up his stall here for more than 10 days, and all the cultivators thought he had gone mad to actually use a spear to trade for the divine crystal of life. I want this spear. Gu Fei directly took out a fist-sized divine crystal of life and threw it to the old man. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Gu Fei actually took out a fist-sized divine crystal of life, they were all stunned by Gu Fei's generosity. That was a divine crystal of life, a fist-sized piece that was rarely seen in the world. This short and fat Taoist actually used it to exchange for a rusty iron spear. Everyone looked at the divine crystal of life in the old man's hand with envious eyes. Some people were already eyeing this divine crystal of life. Thank you very much. The old man bowed to Gu Fei, then put away the divine crystal of life and turned to leave. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The surrounding cultivators were all inexplicably shocked. Under the puzzled gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Gu Fei took the iron spear and quickly left. He wanted to return to his place of residence and study this iron spear carefully. Soon, Gu Fei returned to his place of residence and placed the rusty iron spear on the table. A sealed divine spear? Gu Fei felt something strange about the iron spear. It was an extremely obscure fluctuation. The power of the seal had completely sealed this iron spear. As long as the seal on the iron spear was undone, this divine weapon could once again shine with vitality. Gu Fei planned to break the seal on the seal suppression iron spear. He was very curious. After breaking the seal on this iron spear, he would be able to find out whether this iron spear was a peerless divine weapon or not. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous. Chapter 1651. In the East Royal City's market, Gu Fei used a divine crystal of life to exchange for a rusty spear. After he returned to his residence, he immediately wanted to undo the seal on the spear. First published text. Medium, text. He engraved a small array around the room, isolating any aura and sound from the room. Then, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked into it. He was going to break the seal on the rusty spear in his inner world. However, just as he entered his inner world, he sensed a powerful aura coming from the depths of this world. "Hey Tion, this guy." Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed this aura. This guy was actually absorbing the spiritual qi of his inner world again. It must be known that an existence like He Tian would consume a massive amount of spiritual qi. Fortunately, the spiritual qi in Gu Fei's inner world was vast and almost endless. He Tian was heavily injured when he fought with Mo Tian. It was caused by a peerless devil weapon. If it wasn't for the protection of the saint weapon, He Tian would have died a long time ago. Even with Gu Fei's help, He Tian couldn't recover for the time being. He had no choice but to refine the immortal divine liquid in Gu Fei's inner world to recover his cultivation base and strength. In another direction, Gu Fei also sensed a powerful aura coming from another direction. "That kid Gu Zhong isn't bad," Gu Fei muttered to himself. That direction was where his disciple, Gu Zhong, was. Gu Zhong was thrown into the killing array laid down by He Tian by Gu Fei, using this extreme method to temper himself. Under extreme circumstances, one's potential could often be stimulated. As a martial artist, Gu Zhong's potential was almost limitless. The power of his martial body was almost limitless. In the killing array, killing intense soared to the sky. Gu Zhong roared as he attacked the killing array, wanting to rush out. However, the killing array laid down by He Tian wasn't that easy to break. Rumble, Gu Zhong, who was in the middle of the killing formation, saw the army charging towards him. Although he knew that it was all an illusion, he was still incomparably shocked. "Kill!" Gu Zhong bellowed. His martial path true force surged, and the 5 elemental astral qi rushed out of his body like a 5-colored divine fire. So what if there were thousands of soldiers and horses? Gu Zhong directly rushed up and slaughtered the army that was charging at him. His aura was earth-shattering, and rays of 5-colored sword light danced around him. This was a type of martial path battle skill. It could use the martial path true qi in one's body to condense all kinds of divine weapons to attack. This was the qi weapon battle skill. Just as Gu Zhong was slaughtering the army, a figure walked out from the mist in front of him. A powerful aura radiated from that figure. When Gu Zhong saw the figure, he was stunned. It was an extremely familiar aura. The person walking out from the mist was actually his master, Gu Fei. "How is this possible?" Gu Zhong's voice began to tremble. Although he knew that these were illusions created by the killing array and did not truly exist, he was still shocked to the extreme. Bang! The Gu Fei that was created by the killing formation made a move. A gigantic palm covered the sky. This was an ancient martial path battle skill, the heaven-enveloping palm. Terrifying energy fluctuations gushed out from the gigantic palm. Bang! After Gu Zhong recovered from his shock, a resolute expression appeared on his face. He also blasted out with his palm. It was also the heaven-enveloping palm. A 5-colored gigantic palm clashed against Gu Fei's palm. Boom! The 2 gigantic palms collided. Without any suspense, the Gu Fei that was created by the killing formation was incomparably powerful. The might of the heaven-enveloping palm he unleashed was far greater than Gu Zhong's. Gu Zhong's 5-colored palm crumbled, and the 5 elemental true qi dissipated. He was flung back into the center of the killing formation, unable to escape. This killing formation that trapped Gu Zhong could transform into all sorts of powerful characters. These characters were all existences that Gu Zhong had met before. To a certain extent, this killing formation could give rise to an illusion. It was as if one was fighting against these existences. The killing formation that He Tian laid out was very mysterious. Gu Zhong roared. He once again charged out, but without any suspense, he was once again smashed back into the formation. But this time, he lasted a little longer than the previous time. This was progress. Cultivation relied on accumulation step by step, and only then could one break through. One couldn't obtain great strength in one go. If one wanted to obtain great strength, they would need to work harder than ordinary people. Gu Zhong continued to charge into the killing formation, fighting against the powerful opponents that he had met before. Time and time again, he fell and stood up again. An unyielding will supported him. His potential was constantly being dug out in the process of killing. Bit by bit, sand accumulated into a tower. His battle strength was slowly increasing. This kind of change was very slow, so slow that Gu Zhong himself couldn't feel the changes in his body. Outside the killing formation, Gu Fei stood for a long time. He couldn't help but nod his head when he sensed Gu Zhong's state inside the killing formation. It didn't matter if one's talent was poor. As long as one had great willpower, they would eventually have a chance to stand at the peak of the world. Gu Fei didn't alarm Gu Zhong, who was inside the killing formation. He silently walked away, found a valley, and sat down on a boulder in the valley. He took out the rusty spear. A thick layer of rust covered the surface of the spear, as though the spear would shatter with a light touch. There was an extremely weak aura of a seal on the spear. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have used a divine crystal of life to exchange for this spear. What's going on? Gu Fei began to carefully examine the spear in his hand. Very quickly, he discovered that this spear didn't seem to be a divine weapon refined from an immortal divine material. In fact, it wasn't even a rare divine material. It's a spear forged from ordinary divine metal? However, why would anyone want to seal such a spear? As Gu Fei thought about it, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. But, with a cracking sound, the thick layer of rust on the metal spear cracked open. This forceful squeeze of his was shockingly powerful. Even if it was a genuine godly metal, it would still be crushed. However, the spear didn't shatter. Gu Fei discovered that a black light was seeping out from the cracks on the spear. The aura of a seal was also spreading out from the cracks. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. There was indeed something wrong with this spear. He hurriedly removed the layer of rust that covered the spear. A black spear appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Look at the first post of W. Chapter 1652. It was a pitch-black great spear with ancient Dao runes engraved on it. This was an incredible divine weapon, but it had been sealed by someone. Other than the Dao patterns on the spear, there was nothing else that could attract Gu Fei's attention. Someone had wrapped a new layer of divine metal around the sealed spear. The divine metal on the outside was not sealed by the Dao pattern, so it gradually decayed. Over time, the divine metal that was wrapped around the weapon began to rust and was gradually corroded. Finally, it became what Gu Fei saw, full of rust, as if it was about to completely decay. A saint-level seal. Gu Fei tried to inject some true power into the spear, but when his true power touched the spear, it was repelled by a gentle force. With Gu Fei's cultivation and strength, it was impossible to break a saint-level seal. However, he was not willing to break it with the power of an extreme holy weapon. If he did not control the power of an extreme holy weapon well, it was very likely that the weapon would be destroyed. It was better to have enough strength to break the seal on the weapon. Or if he had the chance to reunite with Old Tortoise, he might be able to break the seal with the help of the Tai Sovereign Seal. Gu Fei did not need such a weapon. He was just happy to see it. Gu Fei looked at the black iron spear in his hand. Then he raised his hand and threw the spear out. A black light flew out from the valley, crossed hundreds of miles of the void, and directly pierced into the killing formation that Mai Tian had set up. Buzz. The black spear fell from the sky and inserted itself beside Gu Zhong. It made a vibrating sound and shocked Gu Zhong, who was meditating to recover his strength. Gu Zhong stood up from the ground. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, and some places were even stained with blood. He had been constantly fighting in the killing formation and was constantly injured, but it was not fatal. Is this the weapon that Master gave me? Gu Zhong reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear. He exerted force and pulled the spear out of the ground. The spear was extremely heavy, and he did not know what material it was made of. All right. Gu Zhong gripped the great spear with both hands and charged out of the killing formation. The sound of a magnificent army resounded, as if countless people were engaged in a life-and-death battle. When Gu Zhong launched his attack, the killing formation also started to operate, and its murderous aura filled the sky. At this time, He Tian's recovery had also reached the final stage. This guy's injuries had long since recovered, and he wanted to use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. The immortal godly liquid contained countless fragments of the Grand Tao. For a cultivator, it definitely had an unpredictable effect. If He Tian was lucky, he might be able to have an epiphany. Gu Fei knew that He Tian would not come out so soon. He opened up his inner world and walked out. He transformed into a short and fat Taoist priest and stayed in an inconspicuous inn in the East Imperial City. No one would pay attention to a cultivator like him. After coming out of his inner world, Gu Fei removed the small formation in his room, opened the door, and walked out. It was widely rumored that the Dongfang clan was about to make a big move. Gu Fei wanted to see what they were planning. The entire eastern domain was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. The number of cultivators in the East Imperial City kept increasing. This kind of phenomenon would only appear in a grand era. Everyone wanted to become a saint. Everyone wanted to become an invincible supreme existence in the 3 realms and 6 Tao. The mortal grand era was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, among the countless cultivators, there weren't many who truly had the strength to achieve the Saint Tao fruit. Superpowers like the ancient Desolate faction and the Dongfang clan had an incomparable foundation in the mortal grand era. The advantage of such a faction was too obvious. Even if someone in the mortal grand era became a saint, it would most likely be someone from one of these superpowers. Gu Fei and the Dongfang clan had an irreconcilable enmity. Facing such a colossus, Gu Fei did not retreat. He was even more fearless. Even if it was a superpower, what could they do to him? More than 10 days passed, and the Dongfang clan really did make a move. One morning, more than 10 powerful figures walked out of the ancient emperor-killing formation of the Dongfang clan. The person in the lead was dressed in black and exuded a bone-chilling aura. The person in the lead was the ancient half-sage of Jiuyin who chased Gu Fei away that day. This group of people, led by the ancient half-sage of Jiuyin, left the Dongfang clan's territory, walked out of the mountain, and disappeared from the world. Soon, someone spread the news that the Dongfang clan was going on an expedition. 100 years ago, the 3 great Tao schools controlled a secret entrance to the world. This time, the Dongfang clan dispatched many experts to conquer that mysterious world. Could it be the virtual sky world? Upon hearing this news, Gu Fei immediately thought of the virtual sky world. Back then, he met the old turtle in the virtual sky world and obtained the mountain and river cauldron. During the trip to the virtual sky world, the person who gained the most was Gu Fei. Half of the peerless ominous saber was lost in the virtual sky world. Gu Fei originally planned to go to the virtual sky world, but now he really had to go there and have a look. Although the Taishan sect was destroyed, the 3 great Tao schools and the disciples of the Guangxing Immortal sect were still roaming the world, and the people of the Xianxia sect had also disappeared. The southern wasteland. In the evening, Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain outside the East Imperial City and gazed in the direction of the southern wasteland. His memories in the southern wasteland kept replaying in his mind. It's time to meet an old friend. With that, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain peak. Only the mountain wind whistled and the setting sun cast a long shadow on the mountain peak. Dragon Emperor City in the southern wasteland. This ancient city that had existed since the remote antiquity era still stood in the southern wasteland. The ruthless years did not seem to have caused this ancient city to show signs of decay. This was the most prosperous place in the southern wasteland. At this time, the southern wasteland was full of powerhouses from hundreds of races. Some people once said that the most powerful person in the southern wasteland had already broken through to the semi-saint realm. To be able to cultivate to the semi-saint realm within 100 years, such a cultivation speed could definitely be called a monster. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure appeared on the hillside of the Dragon Emperor City. It was a young cultivator who did not give off any aura. This person was Gu Fei, who had rushed to the southern wasteland from the east domain. He knew where the virtual sky world was, but he was not in a hurry to enter the innumerable huge mountains. Instead, he came to the Dragon Emperor City first. At this time, the southern wasteland was more prosperous than ever. Azure Dragon. Gu Fei muttered to himself. 100 years had passed. To what extent had this powerful opponent of the past grown? He was looking forward to it very much. Chapter 1653. In the southern wasteland, the 100 races rose up, and experts emerged in large numbers. Even the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was not willing to become enemies with the 100 races. There was even a rumor that in the last 100 years, someone from the 100 races of the southern wasteland had become a half-saint. Look at the text first. Literature. No one knew who had become a semi-sage, and some even doubted the veracity of this rumor. Half-step saint, with the word saint attached to it, it was extremely powerful. If someone managed to become a half-step saint, it would definitely cause a great commotion. However, in the past 100 years, no clan of the southern wasteland had ever caused such a phenomenon. In the evening, Dragon Emperor City was brightly lit. Compared to 100 years ago, this ancient city was more prosperous. Dragon Emperor City could be said to be the center of South Wilderness. Here, people from the 100 races of the southern wasteland could be seen. There were even figures of peerless experts walking around the city. The southern wasteland was a county of the Eternal Dynasty, the Great Yan Dynasty. It was guarded by a prefecture king conferred by the Great Yan Dynasty, and nominally, it was the territory of the Great Yan Dynasty. However, although Great Yan Dynasty was powerful, it could hardly be the real owner of South Wilderness. The prefecture lord of Dragon Emperor City was just a nominal commander-in-chief. In reality, the southern wasteland had never been conquered by any power since ancient times. The southern wasteland was the southern wasteland of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Even though the Great Yan Dynasty was incomparably powerful, it still couldn't change this fact. In the southern wilderness, there was another super force, the Zhou clan of the ancients. The major clans that had been passed down since the age of antiquity were all clans that had once produced peerless Renowangs. They possessed the complete inheritance of Renowangs. Such clans had unimaginable resources. Even the Zhou clan of the ancients could not become the master of the southern wasteland. Zhou clan in remote antiquity was not in Dragon Emperor City. Instead, it was in innumerable huge mountains. The ancestral land of Zhou clan was in innumerable huge mountains. The force of Zhou clan didn't appear in Dragon Emperor City. However, no one dared to underestimate the Zhou clan. After all, it was a super force that had existed since the antiquity era. Even the 100 races of the southern wilderness were wary of the Zhou clan. In the entire southern wasteland, there were only two superpowers. The Great Yan Dynasty's power was not strong in the southern wasteland. The existence of the dynasty's power was actually just a formality. After Gu Fei entered Dragon Emperor City, the city gate of Dragon Emperor City was not closed. Being guarded by soldiers of Southern Wilderness Prefecture, of course, these soldiers couldn't stop Gu Fei. Although it was already late, the avenues of Dragon Emperor City were still crowded with people, including barbarians with blonde hair and blue eyes and demons with animal ears who had not fully transformed into humans. This place was just like the East Royal City in the Eastern Domain. Many cultivators put out some things they needed for cultivation and then traded for what they needed. One 10,000-year-old little ginseng king for a piece of 5 elements metal essence. A 1,000-year-old red fruit for a piece of fire element divine jade. On both sides of the street, shouts could be heard from time to time. Many cultivators wanted to exchange for the items they needed. However, Gu Fei realized that most of the cultivators were not interested in the divine medicines. There were many divine medicines in the southern wasteland. However, there were very few divine materials born in the world. For example, the 5 elements metal essence was nowhere to be found. The 5 elements metal essence was a kind of divine material for refining weapons. If a flying sword was mixed with some 5 elements metal essence, its sharpness would definitely surpass other flying swords. Gu Fei noticed that the cultivator who needed the 5 elemental metal essence had a faint sword aura around him. He was actually a sword cultivator, and the aura of this sword cultivator attracted Gu Fei's attention. Guangqing Immortal Sect, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had seen through this sword cultivator's cultivation base. This sword cultivator's cultivation base was at the peak of the human world. He was about to pass his tribulation and become an immortal. 100 years ago, such a figure would definitely be an elder in a major sect. However, in the human world, such a cultivation base was nothing. 5 elements metal essence? Is this little guy going to refine an immortal sword? Gu Fei knew that the sword immortals of the Guangxing immortal sect mostly focused on their flying swords. This path was the path of breaking all dharma with a single sword. It was Gu Fei's first time to see a cultivator of the 3 major Taoist sects in the human world since he returned to the human world. As Guangxing immortal sect was affiliated with the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, it was not strange for a disciple of Guangxing immortal sect to appear in Dragon Emperor City. According to Gu Fei's knowledge, Guangxing immortal sect was the only one among the 3 major Taoist sects that was still active in the human world. Xianxia sect had already secluded itself from the human world. Nobody knew where it was. After Taishan sect was exterminated, only Guangxing immortal sect and Xianxia sect were left among the 3 major Taoist sections. Actually, Gu Fei had the plan to rebuild Taishan sect. However, he cultivated ancient martial arts instead of the cultivation of Taishan sect. The cultivation of Taishan sect had almost been completely lost in that war. It was impossible for Gu Fei to rebuild Taishan sect at this moment even if he wanted to. This was because the true inheritance of Taishan sect had been cut off. Without the inheritance, how could he rebuild Taishan sect? By then, Gu Fei had already arrived before the cultivator. He was a middle-aged Taoist with a slender figure. His entire being was like an unsheathed divine sword. Although the sword energy radiating out from his body was not radiating outwards, it still gave off an inexplicable sense of deterrence. 5 elements metal essence? Gu Fei's immortal will appeared in a palace in his inner world. In the palace, there was a treasure room, which contained all kinds of treasures collected by the old ancestor of God clan over countless years. The treasures that could catch the eyes of the old ancestor of God clan were naturally extraordinary. Soon, Gu Fei's immortal will saw several pieces of divine iron surrounded by 5 colored lights in a corner. This kind of divine iron was not 5 elements metal essence, but 5 elements metal essence, which was more precious than 5 elements metal essence. This kind of 5 elements metal essence was actually made of 5 elements metal essence. It was a rare magical material derived from 5 elements metal essence. I don't have 5 elements metal essence, Gu Fei said. What? The middle-aged Taoist became stunned as he revealed a faintly displeased look. If you don't have 5 elements metal essence, what are you doing here? I only want 5 elements metal essence. The middle-aged Taoist said indifferently. What about this? Gu Fei turned over his right hand as a piece of divine iron with 5 colored lights appeared in his hand. This kind of iron was as black as ink. However, it was covered with 5 colored lights. This is... At the sight of that piece of divine iron in Gu Fei's hand, the middle-aged Taoist's eyes popped out as he became dumbfounded. Is this the legendary 5 elements metal essence? Is this okay? I really don't have 5 elements metal essence. Yes, of course. The middle-aged Taoist recovered his senses as he hurriedly nodded in excitement. If they were not in Dragon Emperor City, he might have thought of killing Zhang Tai for his treasure. Dragon Emperor City had its own rules. After entering Dragon Emperor City, one had to abide by the rules of Dragon Emperor City. Fighting and killing were forbidden in the city. This was the rule of Dragon Emperor City. If you think this website is not bad, please remember to advertise it. Chapter 1654. Seeing that Gu Fei actually took out the invisible godly metal to exchange for the 10,000-year small ginseng king, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. The 5 elements godly metal in Gu Fei's hand was at least half the size of a fist. Beams of 5-colored divine light circled around the pitch-black piece of iron, and an extremely pure aura of the 5 elements spread out from the piece of iron. 5 elements godly metal? It's really 5 elements godly metal? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. This sort of divine metal was nurtured from the metal essence of the 5 elements, and it might not be formed even after 10,000 years. This sort of divine material was rare even in the entire mortal dimension. Using the 5 elements godly metal to exchange for that little ginseng king? The 5 elements godly metal caused the eyes of the surrounding cultivators to be incomparably envious. As long as this kind of godly metal was mixed into a magic treasure, it could immediately increase the grade of the magic treasure by several levels. When the middle-aged sword cultivator saw that Gu Fei had actually used a piece of 5 elements godly metal to exchange for the young ginseng king, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. After that, he hurriedly passed the young ginseng king to Gu Fei. The middle-aged sword cultivator's eyes were fixed on the piece of godly metal in Gu Fei's hand. He had long since been unable to shift his gaze away. This kind of godly metal was exactly what he had been dreaming of. It should be known that the metal essence of the 5 elements was not a solid godly metal. It was just a stream of spiritual essence. For the metal essence of the 5 elements to become solid godly metal, it needed to be nurtured for 10,000 years. This was how precious the 5 elements godly metal was. Even though it wasn't an immortal divine material, it was still a rare divine material. This was especially true for the sword cultivators. They needed to refine their swords, and the 5 elements godly metal was the divine material they wanted the most. It was no wonder that the middle-aged sword cultivator had been so excited when he saw Gu Fei take out the 5 elements godly metal. Gu Fei didn't take the small ginseng king immediately. Instead, he asked, "You're from the Guangqing Immortal Sect?" "That's right. Fellow Taoist, let's exchange first." The middle-aged sword cultivator's gaze never left the piece of godly metal in Gu Fei's hand that was glowing with 5-colored divine light. This kind of godly metal was extremely attractive to him. "How about we talk somewhere else?" Gu Fei kept the piece of 5 elements godly metal and walked forward without waiting for the middle-aged sword cultivator's reply. After being stunned for a moment, the middle-aged sword cultivator hurriedly followed after him. He was determined to obtain that piece of 5 elements godly metal. If he missed out on such a godly material for refining weapons, where else could he find it? Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. Although Gu Fei's pace did not appear fast, the middle-aged sword cultivator had to hastily give chase in order to keep up with Gu Fei. Seeing that shocked the surrounding cultivators. Some people could already tell that this cultivator who could take out the 5 elements godly metal was most likely a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, how could this person possibly have the 5 elements godly metal on him? In next to no time, Gu Fei turned into a small alley, and the middle-aged sword cultivator chased after him. Gu Fei stopped and turned around. At this moment, the middle-aged sword cultivator had also arrived. This sword cultivator was quite gutsy, actually daring to chase after Gu Fei. If he encountered some evil cultivators, his life might be in danger. The middle-aged sword cultivator was actually restless. Although fighting was forbidden in Dragon Emperor City, this was a secluded place. Even if the other party killed him, nobody would know about it. "I want to ask you something." Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. In his opinion, although this sword cultivator's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the human world and had not become an immortal, he was not much stronger than an ant. Lin Fan could kill a large number of such figures with a single slap. "Senior, what do you want to ask?" At this moment, the middle-aged sword cultivator already knew that he definitely couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him, because he couldn't figure out the depth of this person at all. The middle-aged sword cultivator dared not be negligent. "Is there a female sword immortal called Li Mengyao in your sect?" Gu Fei's breathing became a little rapid. He wanted to know how that junior sister Guangqing was doing. Back then, he and Li Mengyao had experienced unforgettable things. "Grandmaster Li?" The middle-aged sword cultivator was startled. This person actually knew that person in the sect? Did he know that person in the sect? That person in the sect was a killing god. From the middle-aged sword cultivator, Gu Fei got the news about Li Mengyao. It turned out that Guangqing's junior sister had caught the eye of an almighty from the Zhou clan of the Desolation and was taken in as a disciple. In the past 100 years, Li Mengyao's cultivation had increased to an unbelievable level. Right now, Li Mengyao was already a peak emperor of the 9th heaven of Celestial Being Realm. She was only one step away from becoming a powerful being. In the entire Guangxing Celestial Sect, only the Guangxing Celestial Sect's sect leader could compare to her. Moreover, Li Mengyao was as cold as ice. All those who dared to offend her were all killed by her sword. Therefore, she got the title of Icy Killing God. Very well, this is for you. After hearing the words of the middle-aged sword cultivator, Gu Fei directly threw the piece of 5 elements immortal iron to the middle-aged sword cultivator. Although it was precious, he didn't care about it. Senior, the middle-aged sword cultivator was surprised and overjoyed. He originally only wanted to exchange a 10,000-year-old young ginseng for the golden essence of 5 elements. He didn't expect to get the legendary 5 elements immortal iron. This 5 elements immortal iron was many times more precious than the golden essence of 5 elements. Take it. If you see Li Mengyao, tell her that I, Gu Fei, have returned. Gu Fei glanced at the middle-aged sword cultivator and said, "You are Senior. Senior Gu?" When he heard that the person before him was Gu Fei, the middle-aged sword cultivator was stunned. Then, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The name Gu Fei once shook the South Wasteland 100 years ago. He defeated all the powerful figures of the younger generation in the South Wasteland. Even the Azure Dragon of the South Wasteland wasn't a match for Gu Fei. The Guangxing Immortal Sect submitted to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Most of the disciples in the sect traveled in the South Wasteland. Naturally, they knew the name that shocked and angered the younger generation of the South Wasteland 100 years ago. Swish! Without saying anything, Gu Fei directly disappeared into the void. His speed was so fast that the middle-aged sword cultivator couldn't even see him with his naked eyes. The middle-aged sword cultivator was shocked. The return of Gu Fei would definitely disturb the peace in the South Wasteland. He had to pass this news back to the sect as soon as possible, especially to Grandmaster Li. The middle-aged sword cultivator also left. I've never thought that Li Mengyao would have such a lucky encounter. On the street of Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei was lost in thought. That elegant and peerless figure kept appearing in his mind, especially what they experienced in the virtual sky world. After knowing the news of his old friend, Gu Fei was in a good mood. Just as he wanted to enter an inn on the side of the street, a short man in gray walked out of the inn. The two of them immediately met face to face. "It's you?" When Gu Fei and that man saw each other's faces clearly, they were both shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Dear, if you think this site is good, please remember to help promote this site." This site. Chapter 1655. Gui Teng. At the sight of this person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This person was less than 1.5 m tall with hands almost touching the ground. With a sallow face, he was Gui Teng of Black Tortoise Clan in South Wilderness. Gu Fei. Gui Teng was extremely shocked at the sight of Gu Fei. When Gu Fei came to South Wilderness and fought the powerhouses of over 100 human clans, Gui Teng was defeated by Gu Fei. "I was told that you appeared in the East Domain. I didn't believe it. It turns out that it's true." Gui Teng soon recovered his composure. As he had a special identity in Black Tortoise Clan, he knew a lot of news that others didn't. The return of Gu Fei was not a secret at all in front of these super forces. "Humph! You're still alive, old tortoise." At the sight of Gui Teng, Gu Fei was very shocked. He had never imagined that he could meet his old friend the moment he came to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody could defeat him when he fought the young powerhouses of over 100 human clans in South Wilderness. He was unrivaled among the young powerhouses of South Wilderness. Such an achievement could hardly be seen even in South Wilderness in 1,000 years. Gu Fei left a deep impression on Gui Teng. He was unrivaled among the young powerhouses of South Wilderness. Even Gui Teng had to admit that. "Do you dare to fight me?" Gui Teng's body emitted a powerful battle intent. Back then he was defeated by Gu Fei, which made him work hard to become stronger. In addition, in the past 100 years, the world had started to change, and the Great Tao had become more approachable. This was definitely a good thing for cultivators. "You want to fight me?" Gu Fei took a look at Gui Teng with a faint smile. "Of course." Gui Ting said in an extremely firm tone as his battle intent grew more intense. The defeat had become a knot in Gui Ting's heart. Now, he happened to meet his old opponent. Fine as you wish. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see how much his old opponent had grown. The heavens and earth in the mortal realm had changed. It was more suitable for cultivators. To a certain extent, the mortal realm was more suitable for cultivators than the heavenly realm. Go! Gui Ting directly walked out of the hostel towards the outside of the city. It was the rule of Dragon Emperor City that nobody was allowed to fight in Dragon Emperor City. Gu Fei chased after him. Soon, the two people left Dragon Emperor City and rushed towards the depth of the mountain outside Dragon Emperor City, disappearing in the depth of the mountain. In the depth of a mountain over 600 miles away from Dragon Emperor City, two figures were standing on the top of two mountain peaks which were miles away from each other. Boom! Without any words, two shocking auras suddenly erupted. A huge shadow of a black tortoise rushed out from one of the mountain peaks. It emitted terrifying waves and pounced towards the figure on the opposite mountain peak. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the black tortoise in the sky. The mountain-like black tortoise quickly became clearer, as if it could rush out from the void. This was the divine ability of the Black Tortoise clan, divine form. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the black tortoise in the sky fiercely swooped down. The entire mountain peak was instantly shattered, and the entire region was shaking. This was simply a world-destroying beast. The ground within a radius of tens of miles was collapsing. Rumble! The ground undulated heavily like water waves. Bam! Gu Fei immediately struck out with the heaven-encompassing palm. The palm covered the sky and sealed the surroundings, slamming down on the black tortoise's celestial form below. The terrifying power destroyed the void. Gu Fei, I want you to know that I'm not the same Gui Ting 100 years ago anymore. Gui Ting roared as he released his immortal strength all over. Closely after that, Black Tortoise Clan's Dao marks appeared on his body and intertwined with a powerful Dao strength. As a result, the huge shadow of Black Tortoise became more solid. Boom! The shadow of Black Tortoise rushed into the sky and collided with the descending heavens covering hand. As the Dao marks intertwined, the heavens covering hand became dim. Open for me! Gui Ting roared. The Black Tortoise divine form suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful force. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the Black Tortoise divine form. Under the impact of this force, the heavens covering hand Gu Fei unleashed finally collapsed completely. This old turtle, Gu Fei's expression changed. This guy was able to break his heavens covering hand. It was unbelievable that this guy was also an almighty emperor. Gu Fei was shocked that Gui Ting had grown so much in just 100 years. Could it be that the human realm could really allow a cultivator to become an almighty emperor in just 100 years? Boom! The huge shadow of Black Tortoise was like an ancient divine mountain, crashing towards Gu Fei. The entire world shook as the power of an almighty emperor erupted. Among the 100 races of the southern wilderness, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger were the most powerful. Gui Ting came from the Black Tortoise clan, which had a very deep foundation. Gui Ting relied on the Black Tortoise's foundation to grow to this level. The world of the human realm had changed, but the ones who benefited the most were not ordinary cultivators, but the superpowers. Rumble! At this time, Gu Fei brandished his fists. The power of the 5 elements circulated around his body as he unleashed the 5 elemental fist. His right fist shone with a golden light. It was the metal element fist. As soon as the metal element fist was unleashed, the incoming Black Tortoise's shadow was shaken. The earth-shattering power of the metal element directly blocked the Black Tortoise's attack. The 5 elemental battle skill shocked the world. Gu Fei's left fist emitted a dusky chi aura. The earth-shattering power of the earth frantically gathered towards Gu Fei's fist. Bam! As Gu Fei punched out with his left fist, the entire void in front of him was instantly covered by dusky earth chi. The earth-shattering power of Hoodoo sent the Black Tortoise flying away. Even after 100 years, you still can't do it, said Gu Fei. Then he successively unleashed the fire element fist, wood element fist, and water element fist, forcing Gui Teng to constantly retreat. Gui Teng was gradually suppressed, and even the black tortoise's shadow was shattered. This was a great battle between two almighty emperors. Their powerful qi spread in all directions. Even Dragon Emperor City, which was thousands of miles away, could sense the waves from the depths of the mountain. Damn it! Gui Teng was unwilling to accept it. After 100 years of cultivation, he had already become an almighty emperor. However, his opponent was even more abnormal and had unparalleled battle strength. Even if he transformed into his shadow, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. This made Gui Teng both shocked and infuriated. At this moment, over a dozen immortal lights rushed out of Dragon Emperor City. Each immortal light was wrapped with a person. All of these immortal lights rushed into the depths of the mountain. All the powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City set off at once. Nobody wanted to miss the great battle between two almighty emperors. After that, ordinary cultivators also poured out of Dragon Emperor City. If you think this website is good, please remember to advertise it here. This website. Chapter 1656. The battle between Gu Fei and Gui Teng shocked the entire South Wilderness. The powerful qi of a powerful human emperor swept across the entire South Wilderness. Even the powers in Dragon Emperor City were shocked. Beams of divine light flew across the pitch-black night sky like shooting stars. Those were the multicolored lights emitted by the experts. They were formed by the divine power flowing out of their bodies. All of them were powers whose powerful qi shocked the entire South Wilderness. The current Dragon Emperor City was not the same as that 100 years ago. Nobody knew how many powers were lurking in Dragon Emperor City. Even semi-sage level knights were walking in the city. With the arrival of the Great Era in the human world, the universe seemed to be returning to the situation before the primeval age. Cultivators who had been stuck in the bottleneck for so many years could finally break through the shackles of cultivation. Some people even broke through a few cultivation shackles one after another. Their cultivation base and battle strength were rising at an unimaginable speed. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and Gui Teng had reached a white-hot stage. Gui Teng formed his immortal image once again and constantly collided with Gu Fei. As a result, the entire area within hundreds of square miles was destroyed. The earth sunk while the mountain peaks collapsed. Many birds and beasts in the mountains were killed. Kill! Gui Teng's killing qi soared into the sky as black tortoise marks constantly appeared all over his body, forming the immortal image of Black Tortoise. A black tortoise as huge as a mountain was going to rush out of the void. An ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial times caused Gu Fei to be moved. It was the strength of bloodline. The bloodline of Black Tortoise, the immortal beast in the primeval age, still contained a wisp of strength of Black Tortoise even though it had been diluted for so many years. This was the talent of a race that once had a supreme being. This was the strength of a supreme being. Boom! The huge immortal image of Black Tortoise rushed into the sky, causing the entire sky to shake as if it was going to break a hole in the sky. Black Tortoise breaking the sky. Gui Teng roared as his long hair fluttered crazily as if he had gone mad. At the same time, he released an extremely powerful qi and wave as he drove the immortal image of Black Tortoise towards Gu Fei. After this collision, the sky and the earth shook. The void in front of the immortal image of Black Tortoise collapsed in a split second and turned into chaos. Meanwhile, the destructive force surged towards Gu Fei. All right. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Gui Teng's attack. Gui Teng's attack was so powerful that even 10 primordial divine mountains would be shattered in an instant. Primal Chaos Fist. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He used his most powerful battle skill. Strands of chaotic true force surged from his fists as chaotic divine runes appeared on his fists and imprinted themselves on his skin. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with both of his fists and the void in front of him was instantly destroyed. Under Gu Fei's fists, large areas of the void collapsed. It was as if an ancient deity was splitting the heavens and earth apart. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the distant sky, there were already some experts who had arrived. Those people just happened to see this scene and were all stunned by what they saw. These two people were simply fighting without any scruples. The terrifying power of a powerful emperor-level expert caused the surrounding area to tremble. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. This was definitely a world-destroying power. Boom! With a deafening sound, Gu Fei's fists collided with Gui Ting's immortal image of Black Tortoise. Both of them were extremely powerful. A ring of transparent ripples spread out from the center of the collision between the two powers. Wherever the ripples passed, the void turned into nothingness, the earth sank, the mountains crumbled, and everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was destroyed. All the experts who had arrived didn't dare to approach. They were all dumbfounded. This was a great destruction. Everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was completely destroyed. Nothing was left behind. This was the power of a powerful emperor. They could destroy an entire region. Who are those two? It seems to be Gui Ting from the Black Tortoise clan. I heard that he has already become a powerful emperor after coming out of seclusion. Gui Ting from the Black Tortoise clan. Someone recognized Gui Ting. Among the experts of the Southern Wasteland, who didn't know Gui Ting, Azure Dragon, and Phoenix? These three were the rising stars of the Southern Wasteland. These three rising stars were extremely powerful. Even some of the older emperors weren't a match for them. Only the son of a human emperor from the Zhou clan of the ancient wasteland who had been in hibernation since the ancient times could fight against them. The Zhou clan of the ancient wasteland was also an ancient clan that had an invincible emperor. Such a clan had an unimaginable foundation. The son of an invincible emperor was still alive. With the arrival of the Great Era in the human world, these old antiques were once again born. The Great Era in the human world was a great change that only happened once every 10,000 years. Especially in this era, all the major powers of the human world, even those from the ancient wasteland, had returned. The entire world of cultivation had reached its most prosperous era. The world was changing. It was as if the ancient world was about to appear. The four ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland had experienced countless years and still stood tall in the Southern Wasteland. According to legends, these four clans were all descendants of supreme divine beasts. The descendants of supreme beings were destined to be extraordinary. Gui Ting's strength was undeniable. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Fei, who was even more abnormal than him. Even in the ancient times, this bloodline of the human race had never flourished before. Although the bloodline of the martial ancestor was small in number, each and every one of them was a powerhouse. Even in the ancient times, every cultivator was a peerless powerhouse. In Gu Fei's era, true cultivators had already become extinct. In the entire human world, perhaps only Gu Fei and his disciple were the true descendants of the martial ancestor. In this great era, the bloodline of the martial ancestor would not be absent. Although Gui Ting was powerful and possessed a supreme bloodline, he was still nothing in front of Gu Fei. The huge Black Tortoise divine form was shattered by Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. Countless Black Tortoise Dao patterns intertwined into the Black Tortoise divine form and vanished in the void. Gui Ting let out an unwilling roar as he was directly blown away by the power of Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. Blood seeped out from his body. The powerful Black Tortoise divine form was on the verge of shattering. This shocked Gui Ting greatly. How could this person be so powerful? His physical body was actually far stronger than the Black Tortoise clan. One should know that the Black Tortoise clan's defense was the strongest in the Southern Wasteland. Even a divine weapon refined by a pinnacle almighty couldn't break through Gui Ting's Black Tortoise divine form. However, not only did Gu Fei's two fists shatter his Black Tortoise divine form, they also caused a great impact on his Black Tortoise divine form, causing cracks to appear on his body. Could it be that this guy's fists are comparable to a holy weapon? While Gui Ting was blown away by Gu Fei was also affected. He retreated hundreds of feet in the void, and the sleeves on his arms were turned to dust. Streaks of chaos divine runes emerged from his chi and blood, faintly appearing on his skin as if they were branded on his skin. In fact, the Dao patterns that Gu Fei had cultivated had already been refined into his blood. Wherever his blood flowed, the Dao patterns would appear. This was the unique physical training method for warriors. To become a saint with one's physical body was a path that almost made people despair. Throughout the endless years, only a few people could reach that level and obtain the indestructible martial body. It was just like the indestructible martial body that Gu Fei found in the cold pool of Taishan Mountain. Although that person had been dead for countless years, his physical body was still indestructible and contained a great amount of power. Gu Fei, I can't believe that after 100 years, I'm still not as good as you. Gui Ting's voice came from afar. He was straightforward. If he couldn't win, then he couldn't win. Losing to a super monster like Gu Fei was not shameful. You're not bad yourself, Gu Fei said. The power of Gui Ting's bloodline was extraordinary. This kind of bloodline power could increase his combat ability by at least a few levels. Even a powerful cultivator at the peak of his level would probably not be a match for Yi Futian. However, this time, Gu Fei did not use the secret technique of rising to heaven. If he had used the secret technique of rising to heaven, Gui Ting would not have been able to fight with Gu Fei at all. In the entire southern wilderness, I'm afraid that only Azure Dragon can fight with you. Gui Ting had to admit that even after 100 years, this freak in front of him could probably still beat all the races in the southern wilderness. Even Azure Dragon might not be able to defeat him. He could feel that Gu Fei should still have some strength left. Gui Ting lost. The person who defeated him is called Gu Fei. That's the little disciple of the Taishan sect from 100 years ago. How is that possible? In the distant sky, those who heard the conversation between Gui Ting and Gu Fei were all shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei had fought against the elite disciples of all the major clans in the southern wilderness and defeated all the elites of the younger generation in the southern wilderness. He was invincible and his name was known throughout the southern wilderness. 100 years ago, almost all the cultivation forces in the southern wilderness knew that the Taishan sect in the eastern region had produced an extraordinary disciple. That disciple was Gu Fei. A little guy from 100 years ago has actually grown to this level. Everyone was shocked. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was absolutely a terrifying existence. He was invincible among those of the same level. Perhaps only a semi-saint could compete with him. The people of the Taishan sect had not all died. Perhaps some people would not be able to sit still anymore. Gui Ting had left, and Gu Fei had also left this area. However, the name of Gu Fei had once again become famous in the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had returned and defeated Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise clan. Such a battle record shocked all the powerful figures of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. This was because the 100 clans of the southern wilderness knew that Gu Fei was a warrior who had cultivated ancient battle skills. Such an existence was invincible among those of the same level, even if he had the power of the bloodline. Gui Ting was a very good example. It should be known that Gui Ting was one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness. He had the bloodline of the supreme beast, the Black Tortoise, in his body. In the case of using the power of the bloodline, Gui Ting was still defeated. He's back. On top of a mountain in the 100,000 mountains, a white figure was sitting cross-legged. This was a peerless woman. This woman sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain and opened her eyes. In front of her was an ancient sword. Chapter 1657. The return of Gu Fei shocked the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. 100 years ago, this person was just a little guy in the Taishan sect. Even if he defeated the outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, it was nothing in the eyes of the older generation. It should be known that the path of martial arts was too difficult, and it was difficult to have great achievements. No matter how amazing Gu Fei was, it was difficult for him to become a martial immortal, let alone a mighty cultivator. However, 100 years later, Gu Fei defeated Gui Ting. Who was Gui Ting? He was a mighty cultivator emperor of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. Moreover, Gui Ting also had the blood of the supreme beast, the Black Tortoise. The power of this bloodline would gradually be mastered by Gui Ting as his cultivation increased. If he used the power of his bloodline, even a peak mighty cultivator might not be a match for Gui Ting. For Gu Fei to be able to defeat Gui Ting, what did this mean? This little fellow from back then had already grown up. He was a martial arts almighty emperor. It was not a lie to say that he was invincible among his peers. The name of Gu Fei, after his battle with Gui Teng, had spread throughout the southern wilderness. Even the cultivators of the other 5 regions knew of a mighty cultivator named Gu Fei. Boom! In the depths of the southern wilderness, a mountain suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the belly of the mountain. The man roared, shaking the world. A power that could swallow the sky was generated from his body. The spiritual chi of the world was attracted and frantically gathered towards that person. A dragon shadow rushed out from that person's body. The dragon roared in the sky, and the dragon shadow rushed out, like an ancient real dragon descending to the world. The terrifying aura of the real dragon spread in all directions, shocking the heavens. This was not a real ancient real dragon, but a divine form. This was a great magic that belonged to the descendants of the supreme beast. The appearance of the divine form was the eruption of the power of the bloodline. Boom! The earth shook, and the divine form of the real dragon rushed down from the sky. The depths of the mountain shook, and countless trees fell instantly. The dragon shadow dissipated, and a figure appeared. It was an extremely wild man. His upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. On his body, a dragon shadow condensed from Tao patterns could be seen. The aura of a real dragon that made all beasts tremble emanated from this person. Gu Fei, you actually came back. 2 beams of light shone from the man's eyes, and a shocking fighting spirit erupted from his body, causing all the birds and beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles to tremble. In another region, in a valley, a fiery light shot up into the sky, and a giant bird that emitted monstrous divine flames floated in the valley. This was not the real divine phoenix, but a divine form. A wisp of the divine phoenix's aura filled the air. This was the power of the divine phoenix's bloodline. A figure sat cross-legged in the divine phoenix's form. It was a beautiful woman dressed in crimson armor with a battle spear across her knees. That person is really back. The beautiful woman's closed eyes suddenly opened. Divine flames danced in her eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from her body. Within a radius of several hundred miles, there were no signs of any birds or beasts. The powerhouses in South Wilderness started to exit their secluded cultivation because of one person, one name. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting in an inn in Dragon Emperor City with crossed legs and comprehending what he had gained from the battle with Gui Teng. Although the power of bloodline was powerful, it originated from the power of a supreme immortal beast, which was very difficult to master. Although Gui Teng was already a mighty emperor, he might only be able to exert 10% or 20% of the power of bloodline. If he encountered a semi-sage of the supreme immortal beast, he might not be able to gain any advantage. It seemed that Dongfang clan was not in Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, the ancient formation platform that the 3 top Taoist sects deployed in the depths of South Wilderness had been moved away. It might be very difficult for him to find the entrance of the virtual sky world. When the 3 top Taoist sects opened the virtual sky world at the same time, everyone was teleported to the entrance of the virtual sky world through the formation platform in case of being followed. The virtual sky world was a world of its own. All the major forces in South Wilderness couldn't find it for many years, not to mention Gu Fei alone. However, Gu Fei was very sure that Dongfang clan must have obtained that ancient formation platform. Dongfang clan wanted to conquer the virtual sky world. For a super force like Dongfang clan, that kind of world was definitely a paradise. When the great era of the human world arrived, the human world would be in great turmoil. If they could conquer the virtual sky world, Dongfang clan would be able to move their ancestral land into the virtual sky world. Even if the human world entered the dark void, the ancestral land of Dongfang clan would not be affected. However, Zhou clan might also want to conquer the virtual sky world because Guanqing Immortal Sect had surrendered to Zhou clan. It was a competition between the 2 forces. When Gu Fei came to Dragon Emperor City, he learned that Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had made a big move recently. Gu Fei knew that someone would find him soon because he was a disciple of Taixin sect. Sure enough, one evening, an old man found him. You really are Gu Fei. The old man seemed old, but Gu Fei knew that he was definitely a super strong cultivator. His cloudy eyes flashed with hidden light. There don't seem to be many martial artists in the human world, Gu Fei said calmly while looking at the old man. Yes, there are indeed few martial artists in the human world. I'm afraid there is only one person who can defeat Gui Teng, the old man said with a nod. Why are you looking for me? Gu Fei knew that such a person would rarely ask for help, but once such a person asked for help, it would definitely be a very difficult matter. I'm Zhou Yi. I want to ask you about something, the old man said. Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was very fast. They actually came to him so quickly. It seemed that Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was also very interested in the virtual sky world. As Gu Fei expected, Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan wanted to invite Gu Fei to explore the virtual sky world together. This was beyond Gu Fei's expectations. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had actually found the entrance to the virtual sky world. The Zhou clan's ancestral land was located in the 100,000 mountains, so they had the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. It wasn't impossible for them to find the entrance to the virtual sky world. Besides, even if Guangqing Immortal Sect didn't have the ancient formation platform, they still had a way to find the entrance to the virtual sky world. The secret of the virtual sky world could only be known by the higher-ups of the three great Taoist sects. Moreover, it was not easy to enter the virtual sky world. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a while. He had no reason to refuse because he also wanted to enter the virtual sky world. The other half of the peerless ominous saber was still in the virtual sky world. Seeing that Gu Fei was willing to help, Zhou Yi was very happy. Then, he took out a formation platform and jumped onto it with Gu Fei. Swish! His divine power was vast and mighty, and the formation platform emitted a bright divine light, enveloping Zhou Yi and Gu Fei at the same time. Then, it broke the void and carried out spatial transfer. Soon, Gu Fei and Zhou Yi appeared in a valley. This was a stronghold of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity near Dragon Emperor City. Although the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was in the 100,000 mountains, there were strongholds of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity everywhere in the southern wilderness. This was an open secret in the southern wilderness. In this valley, there was an even larger formation platform. The old man, Zhou Yi, and Gu Fei ascended the formation platform together and activated it. The two figures immediately disappeared from the formation platform. 100,000 mountains. When Gu Fei appeared on another formation platform, he immediately sensed a vast and ancient aura surging towards him. He was no stranger to this aura. He knew that he had entered the 100,000 mountains. He immediately discovered that he was simply in a fairyland. In the nearby sky, there were groups of divine mountains suspended in the air. On the divine mountains, there were pavilions, waterfalls, and flowing springs. From time to time, there were looming rays of light and immortal birds playing. How could there be such a place in the 100,000 mountains? However, Gu Fei soon understood that this was definitely the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Such an ancestral land was not inferior to the 9 dragons rising to heaven's layout of the Dongfang clan. A clan that had produced a human emperor was indeed extraordinary. You are Gu Fei. At this time, a figure came from the front. Gu Fei felt a strong pressure from this person. This young cultivator was definitely a peerless powerhouse. You are. Gu Fei felt that this person seemed to be somewhat similar to Zhou Haoyang of the Zhou clan. At this time, Zhou Haoyang was already in the heaven realm, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was not as lucky as Gu Fei to be able to return to the human realm. Zhou Haoyan, the young cultivator said. He stared at Gu Fei, his eyes sparkling. There was a surge of battle intent in his body, giving people a strong pressure. So it's Brother Zhou. I'm Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded to Zhou Haoyan. He did not expect Zhou Haoyang to have such a brother, which surprised Gu Fei. I heard that you defeated Gui Teng. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Can we have a spar? Seeing Gu Fei, Zhou Haoyan could not help but feel a little itchy. Young master, this. When old man Zhou saw that Zhou Haoyan actually wanted to fight with Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this Gu Fei had even defeated Gui Teng. Gui Teng's cultivation and strength were not the strongest in the southern wilderness, but he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Gu Fei glanced at old man Zhou and said, "Actually, I also want to experience Brother Zhou's great skills, but I'm afraid I can't do that today." Zhou Haoyan was definitely a strong opponent. Zhou Haoyan looked at old man Zhou. "Young master, the virtual sky world is about to open. What do you think?" Old man Zhou said. Zhou Haoyan's status in the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was probably very high. Even old man Zhou was unwilling to offend him and even addressed him as young master. "All right." Zhou Haoyan did not say much and turned to leave. This person, watching Zhou Haoyan's figure disappear from his sight, Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Zhou Haoyan was extraordinary. He seemed to give Gu Fei a lot more pressure than Gui Teng. Chapter 1658. The Zhou family had an extraordinary rising star, which made Gu Fei's heart tremble. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity was the descendant of the human emperor, and the blood of the invincible human emperor flowed through their veins. With such a bloodline, their starting point was much higher than others. If this Zhou Haoyan could stimulate the human emperor's bloodline in his body, he shouldn't be weaker than himself. Thoughts kept turning in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, the old man Zhou took Gu Fei to the top of a mountain, invited him to stay in a pavilion, and then left alone. The Zhou family was making a big move. Gu Fei could feel that there were several incomparably powerful auras coming from the depths of this ancestral land. Such power could indeed challenge any super force. The Dongfang family wasn't weak either. If these two super forces collided, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Just as Gu Fei stayed in the pavilion on the spiritual peak, another figure stood on the top of another mountain floating high in the sky thousands of miles away from the spiritual peak where Gu Fei stayed. A woman in white, holding an ancient sword, looked at the spiritual peak where Gu Fei stayed. Her face, which should have been as cold as frost, actually showed a complicated expression at this time. If anyone saw this, they would certainly be shocked that this frosty ice fairy also had such an expression. On a morning 3 days later, when the sun rose, the old man Zhou came again. This time, he directly invited Gu Fei to join the elites of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity, and then they would go to the entrance of the virtual sky world. When Gu Fei and the old man Zhou arrived at the formation platform again, there were already more than a dozen people standing on the huge formation platform, each of them emitting a powerful aura. Although some of them had already restrained their auras, Gu Fei could still sense several obscure auras. These people were undoubtedly more powerful and terrifying than the others. This time, the Zhou family of the remote antiquity dispatched a total of 13 people. If Gu Fei was included, there would be 14 people. The reason why the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sought out Gu Fei was very simple. It was because Gu Fei had entered the virtual sky world and came out alive, so he must have a certain understanding of the virtual sky world. There were also people from the Guangxing Immortal sect who had entered the virtual sky world, but almost all of them were dead. Lu Yunhe of the Guangxing Immortal sect had already fallen. Ever since the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sect submitted to the Guangxing Immortal sect had not become much stronger. After all, the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sect wouldn't easily let their subordinate forces become truly powerful. The world of cultivation was cruel. If the Guangxing Immortal sect wanted to survive, it would be of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family of the Zhou family. If Zhou family didn't, the Zhou family of Zhou family, Zhou would, and a Fei. Although the Zhou family was powerful, some superpowers had no need to fear the Zhou family. Some had even challenged the Zhou family. Among the 5 regions of Tenglong continent, the Zhou family had a long history of overt and covert strife. When Gu Fei and the old man Zhou stepped onto the platform, Gu Fei discovered that among the 13 cultivators of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family, there were 3 old men. The others' auras were as vigorous as the rising sun. Among them, there was a woman wearing a curtained hat and a white veil on her face. The woman gave off a vague fluctuation of sword aura. She was actually a cultivator from Guangqing Immortal Sect. Could this person be her? Zhou Haotian was nowhere to be seen among the 10 young disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family. That guy actually didn't go to the virtual sky world. Gu Fei was very surprised. That kind of person wouldn't miss this kind of adventure. There were too many secrets and dangers in the virtual sky world. If Gu Fei hadn't met the old turtle in the Great Killing Formation, he would have died in the virtual sky world. His corpse would have turned into mud. There were great dangers in the virtual sky world, but there were also great fated chances. To obtain great fated chances, risks were inevitable. No one spoke, but when Gu Fei stepped onto the platform, the 12 disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family all looked at Gu Fei and then no longer paid attention to Gu Fei. The old man Zhou Yi activated the transporting formation. All the formation patterns on the huge platform were activated. Every formation pattern was blooming with dazzling divine light, and a force that could tear the void apart was condensing. Swish! A mass of divine light formed by countless interweaving formation patterns enveloped everyone on the platform. Then they directly escaped into the void and moved through the void. Before long, Gu Fei and the others appeared in a great canyon. When Gu Fei saw the surrounding scenery clearly, he couldn't help but be moved. The Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family really had some ability. They actually found it. 100 years ago, Gu Fei came here. This was where the virtual sky world was located, and the entrance to the virtual sky world was at the end of this great canyon. There used to be a lot of buildings on both sides of the canyon, but at this time, those buildings had already collapsed and not a single one could be found intact. All of a sudden, a young cultivator asked Gu Fei, "Brother Gu, I heard you defeated Gui Teng. Is that true?" Hearing that cultivator's words, everyone looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. Hearing Gu Fei's admission, the other people's faces became a little unnatural, and the young cultivator who asked him didn't say anything. But Gu Fei could feel the atmosphere around him becoming oppressive. These disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family were all elites of the Zhou family. They didn't want to fall behind others, nor did they want to admit that the other party was stronger than them. These people all had their own pride. But reality was often very cruel. Gui Teng was the top figure in the Black Tortoise clan, one of the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wilderness. The 4 great ancient clans had the inheritance of a supreme divine beast, and their heritage was deeper than that of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family. After all, a supreme divine beast was an invincible existence that could compete with an extreme supreme being. Even a human sovereign would have to retreat when facing a supreme divine beast. Among the entire younger generation of the Zhou family, Zhou Haotian was probably the only one who could compete with Gui Teng. What did the fact that Gu Fei defeated Gui Teng mean? The dozen or so disciples of the Zhou family all knew that Gu Fei was definitely stronger than them, and much stronger. They really didn't know what would happen in this trip to the virtual sky world. Just as Gu Fei and the others arrived at the entrance to the virtual sky world, an ancient formation platform was being activated on a mountain ridge in the 100,000 mountains of the southern wilderness. This was a huge formation platform with countless formation patterns looming on it. Many people were standing on the platform. Someone was trying to use the platform to teleport through the void. Chapter 1659. The Xianxia sect had gone into seclusion, but Lin Shuer had appeared in the Broken Sky Valley. This made Gu Fei feel extremely surprised. Could it be that the Xianxia sect had also submitted to the Zhou clan of the Desolation? During his conversation with Lin Shuer, Gu Fei learned that the Xianxia sect did not submit to the Zhou clan of the Primordial Dynasty. Instead, it was the Zhou clan of the Primordial Dynasty who found the Xianxia sect. One has to admit that the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era was truly impressive. They were even able to find the Xianxia sect that had been hiding from the world. As a result, the disciples of the Taishan sect, the Guangqing Celestial sect, and the Xianxia sect from 100 years ago gathered in the sky-splitting valley again. This had already fulfilled all of the requirements to open the gate of the ruined sky. 100 years ago, the three great Taoist sects had each grasped 1/3 of the secret to opening the gate of the void sky. Only when all the people of the three great Taoist sects were present could the gate of the void sky be opened. "All right, it's time." The old man of the Zhou family, Zhou Yi, stepped forward and said to everyone. Gu Fei and Lin Shui ascended the gigantic ancient formation platform together. Old monster Xianyuan of the Guangqing Immortal sect was already waiting for them there. The elite disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity were also standing at the center of the platform. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was dotted with stars. The mountain breeze blew, making this night seem exceptionally cool. Another 2 cycles of 60 years. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The virtual sky world opened once every 2 60-year cycles because 2 60-year cycles happened to be the time when the celestial phenomenon of the heavenly demon rushing to 7 evils appeared again. However, with the emergence of the mortal realm, the impact of the collision between the heavenly demon star and the heavenly fiend demon star was minimized. When the virtual sky world opened last time, the strange phenomenon of the heavenly demon rushing to the 7 evils affected the entire human world. Only when the power of heaven and earth was at its weakest could the 3 great Tao schools open the gate of the void sky. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. Among the countless stars, there was a large blood-colored star that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. It was currently charging toward a large jade star. This time, the impact of the heavenly demon on the 7 evils was probably the weakest. Let's start. On the ancient formation platform, old monster Xianyuan immediately began to activate the formation. The spiritual energy of the world within a radius of 10,000 miles was drawn, and then crazily gathered towards the ancient formation platform. An unimaginably powerful force began to awaken, as if an ancient prehistoric beast had been awakened from its slumber. Rumble! The ancient platform was reviving. On the pitch-black platform, lines of runes quickly lit up. A vast and boundless energy fluctuation spread out from the ancient platform. The sky above the heaven-splitting valley suddenly changed color. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The power gathered by the ancient spirit platform was too great, causing them to feel a great pressure. The ancient sacrificial altar emitted rays of multicolored light. Strands of auspicious energy descended from the sky, illuminating the entire world. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 4 corners of the altar began to emit a dazzling divine light. It was as if something had awakened and was about to rush out of the altar. Roar! A roar resounded, and countless array patterns intertwined. A white tiger the size of a small mountain rushed out from the west of the array platform and roared at the sky. Ancient 4 spirits formation. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that the gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened this time. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei slammed his palm on the formation platform in front of him. A large number of array patterns awakened under his palm and then spread out. Boom! The platform shook violently. On the east of the platform, the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy of the world immediately crazily gathered towards the shadow of the dragon. A dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. After devouring the endless spiritual energy of the world, the shadow of the dragon became real, as if a real primordial ancestral dragon had descended into the world. This is the disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial ancients, who had never seen such a scene before, were all shocked. Azure dragon and white tiger, these were supreme divine beasts. In the starry sky above the sky, following the appearance of the 2 beast shadows, 2 constellations lit up. The power of the constellations was drawn, and endless power of the stars was cast down from the sky. Seeing that Gu Fei had made his move, Lin Shui also took action. The secret techniques mastered by the 3 great Tao schools merged into one, and the array patterns of the entire ancient formation platform were activated. A ball of fire erupted to the south of the formation platform. Within the fire, a huge bird could be seen. It was the southern vermilion bird, one of the supreme divine beasts of the distant past. In the sky, the constellation of the vermilion bird also lit up. The ancient four spirits formation corresponded to the four great constellations in the sky. The array patterns in the north were also awakening, and the shadow of the ancient black tortoise was condensing. It drew the power of the constellations, and the shadow of the black tortoise became clearer and more solid. The roars of the four supreme divine beasts of the distant past were world-shaking. If someone was observing the stars at night, they would see that the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the four great constellations, were all shining with dazzling starlight, becoming incomparably bright. Four spirits open the way, virtual sky world appear. Old freak Xianxia roared and then drove the great formation. The four supreme divine beasts faced the sky and roared at the same time, then they turned into four beams of dazzling divine light. The four beams of divine light intertwined and converged into a huge beam of four-colored divine light, which then rushed toward the stone door on the cliff ahead. Swish! Under everyone's heated gazes, the four-colored divine light penetrated the stone door and entered inside. Buzz! The void shook. The four-colored divine light communicated with the void between heaven and earth. Ancient talismans appeared on the stone door, and then, with a rumbling sound, the stone door actually began to open slowly. Because it was a great era in the human world, it was very difficult for the power of the heavenly demon to influence this part of the world, so it would be very difficult to open the virtual sky world. However, Taoist Li Shang, who presided over the great formation back then, only had the cultivation level and strength of the royal void realm. The power he drew from the great formation was only a very small part. But things were different now. Old freak Xianxia was an almighty cultivator. His cultivation level and strength were so formidable that Taoist Li Shang couldn't compare with him. Rumble! The stone door slowly opened, as if a primordial divine mountain was moving. It's open! Everyone who witnessed this scene was extremely shocked and nervous. The gate of the void sky was shaken by the four ancient spirits. As long as the stone door opened, everyone would be able to enter the virtual sky world. At this time, old freak Xianxia was using all his strength to control the great formation. His whole body was shining, and the power of the immortal Tao was surging. Although he was an almighty cultivator, he still felt that he couldn't bear it. All of a sudden, the masked woman in white appeared behind old freak Xianxia in a flash. Then she stretched out her right hand and pressed it on his back. After receiving the support of this power, old freak Xianxia felt that his whole body was full of power. Chapter 1660. After 2 cycles of 60 years, the ancient four spirits formation was activated again. It drew the power of the four constellations and condensed the shadows of four supreme divine beasts. This was a shocking power that was enough to change the color of the wind and clouds. Rumble! The world shook. The ancient formation platform under everyone's feet shone brightly. All the formations were activated at this time, interweaving ancient and mysterious formation patterns. At this time, the stars that formed the four constellations shone brightly like never before. Even the light of the heavenly demon star and the seven-fiend demon star was overshadowed. At this moment, the strong cultivators in the southern wilderness also felt some changes in the endless starry sky. They all looked up. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. What's going on? Why are the four constellations at this time? Could it be? Some people thought of something and were all moved. 2 cycles of 60 years ago, the four constellations in the sky also had this kind of phenomenon. This phenomenon would only appear when the 3 great Taoist schools opened the legendary virtual sky world. Didn't the 3 great Taoist schools fall apart long ago? How could? With the return of the ancient clan, the great sects in the human world couldn't compete with such super forces. Apart from the other super forces in the human world, the other great sects were either destroyed or surrendered to the ancient clan. The 3 great Taoist schools in the human world had only existed for thousands of years. How could they be a match for the ancient clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years and had even produced invincible emperors? Even Guangqing Immortal School had to rely on the Zhou clan of the ancient clan to fight for a chance of survival. Could it be them? They actually succeeded. Some people had already guessed what happened. The mighty power of the 4 constellations fell into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Obviously, someone used a supreme divine ability to draw the power of the 4 ancient star areas. The 4 constellations had existed for countless years. They were the 4 ancient star areas in the starry sky. These star areas were extremely stable. Even after hundreds of millions of years, there wouldn't be any changes. However, the power of these star areas was also the most difficult to draw. Only the great ancient formation could draw the power of the ancient star areas. Someone succeeded in drawing the power of the ancient star areas. This power was boundless and was enough to open the virtual sky world. It's the primordial Zhou clan. At this time, in a valley in the 100,000 mountain range, an ancient formation platform was floating. A powerful force was awakening, and there were many people standing on the ancient formation. The person in the lead was surrounded by darkness, and not even light could shine through. This person was the 9-yin ancient sage-to-be who had forced Gu Fei to retreat outside the Dongfang family's ancestral land. The ancient array platform beneath the 9-yin ancient half-saint's feet was the one that Taoist Zhao Yang had used to slaughter his enemies. Back then, Taoist Zhao Yang had activated the power of the ancient formation platform and fought against the demon monarch of 6 paths and the great demon venerable all by himself. He had driven away the 2 peak-level cultivators in the mortal world, and was almost invincible in the southern wasteland. However, if the ancient 9-shade half-saint was in control of the ancient formation platform now, he might be able to challenge a demi-saint. I didn't expect the Zhou clan to beat us to it. The 9-yin ancient half-sage's cold voice resounded. No one dared to make a sound. This old ancestor's temper was not very good. No one dared to offend him. Rumble. The ancient formation platform emitted endless divine light, and countless ancient formation patterns were recovering. The whole area was shaking, and countless cracks appeared in the whole valley. It was about to collapse. Let's go. It's impossible for the Zhou clan to monopolize the virtual sky world. The 9-yin ancient sage-to-be emitted a cold, murderous intent. Then, he activated the transporting formation on the ancient formation platform and took everyone across the void, disappearing from the valley. The terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. At this time, in the sky-splitting valley, the ancient formations on the 4 ancient formation platforms had been operating to their limits. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. The power of the ancient star territory was continuously guided down and absorbed by the ancient formation platform. At this time, old freak Xuanyuan's body was steaming. The power needed to open the virtual sky world in the special environment of the great world of the mortal world was too great. Even though old freak Xianyuan was already a powerful cultivator, he still couldn't bear it. Because of the great world of the mortal world, the influence of the demon twin stars on the power of heaven and earth was reduced to the lowest level. However, the stone door on the stone wall was still slowly opening. The power of the 4 spirits was vast and seemingly endless. Everyone was extremely nervous. The virtual sky door was about to open, and the virtual sky world was about to appear. Even Gu Fei felt his heartbeat quicken. Once the peerless ominous saber and the divine saber were united, he would have a perfect ominous saber of the extreme path. The children of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity also showed excitement in their eyes. For this moment, they had prepared for decades, and their efforts for decades were about to be realized. Watching the stone door on the stone wall slowly opening, old man Zhou Yi smiled. As an elder of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, he definitely knew more than anyone else present. This virtual sky world was probably a world created by a supreme in ancient times. Otherwise, the patriarchs of the 3 great Tao schools thousands of years ago wouldn't have been able to create their own great sects based on the cultivation methods in the virtual sky world after obtaining an incomplete Taoist book in the virtual sky world. However, at this critical moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the void above the sky-splitting valley. Then, an ancient formation platform crossed the void and appeared in the sky above the sky-splitting valley. What? Everyone in the valley was shocked. Someone had actually barged into the sky-splitting valley at this time. On the 4 ancient formation platforms, Gu Fei saw the ancient formation platform that crossed the void and his eyes immediately lit up. He was no stranger to this ancient formation platform. Dongfang clan. The figure on the ancient formation platform made Gu Fei's pupils contract. It was a guy who seemed to be standing in the darkness forever. The ancient half-saint of 9 actually came in person. Gu Fei knew that this ancient half-saint was extremely powerful and used to be a saint of 9. However, for some reason, this saint of 9 had fallen from the saint realm. However, even though this guy was no longer a saint, he was still extremely powerful. His cultivation level was many times higher than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even Gu Fei had to be wary of him. "So it's you, old 9. A furious roar rang out. On the 4 ancient formation platforms, old man Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan raised his white eyebrows. An aura so powerful that it made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate erupted from the old man. Chapter 1661. The people from the Dongfang clan had finally arrived. The ancient platform under ancient half-saint Jiuyin's feet shone with divine light, and countless Tao patterns flickered. Love and mischief, a terrifying power surged out from the ancient spirit formation platform, causing the entire world to become unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the ancient spirit formation platform before extending into the distance. "Old Jiuyin, you're still alive." When the old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, saw the figure on the ancient platform, his long white eyebrows immediately rose, and a shocking aura burst out from his aged body. "Old ghosty." When ancient half-saint Jiuyin drove the ancient platform to the sky above the stone wall, he saw old man Zhou Yi on the 4 ancient platforms in front of the stone wall and was extremely shocked. The virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan. What does the Dongfang clan want? Old man Zhou Yi was extremely domineering. The gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened, but the people from the Dongfang clan actually rushed here and wanted to take advantage of it? Not even a chance. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin sneered and then said, "Why have I never heard that the virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan? This is an ownerless place, and anyone can enter it." The words of the ancient half-saint Jiuyin were extremely cold. "Good, very good. Then there's nothing more to say." Old man Zhou Yi was also very straightforward. He directly soared into the sky from the 4 ancient platforms and then directly attacked ancient half-saint Jiuyin on the black ancient platform. Bam! Old man Zhou Yi used a great technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a large purple hand, which grabbed at ancient half-saint Jiuyin. The entire void was instantly shrouded by his large hand. "Then let's fight." Ancient half-saint Jiuyin smiled. He didn't seem to move, but the ancient platform under his feet rushed out with a dazzling divine light and strangled the large hand that old man Zhou Yi had grabbed at. Swoosh! The divine light of the great path seemed to be invincible. It directly crushed old man Zhou Yi's large purple hand, and its momentum did not decrease as it continued to strangle old man Zhou. Old man Zhou Yi was shocked. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for this guy because the other party could draw the power of the ancient platform. That pitch-black ancient formation platform was actually a great killing tool. The ancient formation platform had condensed an endless amount of energy. Now, this energy was being drawn out by the ancient half-saint Nining. At this moment, the ancient half-saint Nining's combat strength was so strong that there were few people in the world who could suppress him. "Old ghosty, you are no match for me." Ancient sage to be Jiuyin's voice resounded from the ancient formation platform. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhou clan had ugly expressions on their faces. "I didn't expect to see you here." At this moment, the 9 ancient half-sage's expression involuntarily changed when he saw Gu Fei on the 4 ancient platforms. This Gu Fei was exceptionally powerful. When did he join hands with the Zhou clan? Buzz! A sword chime rang out from the 4 ancient platforms. Then, a streak of sword light shot out from the ancient platforms and slashed towards the pitch-black platform in the sky. Swoosh! The sword light instantly chopped down on the top of ancient semi-sage Jiuyin's head. It broke through the layers of divine light and directly fell on his head. The power displayed by this sword was so powerful that even old monster Xianxia would be shocked when he saw it. Rumble. The ancient platform under ancient sage to be Jioin's feet trembled. Beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the platform and interweaved into a net of light that blocked upwards. The mighty power of the great path made everyone's expression change. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the great path and almost fell on ancient sage to be Jioin's head. However, when the sword light was still a few feet away from ancient sage to be Jioin's head, it was finally blocked and could not fall any further. Bang! The divine light of the great path emitted an unprecedentedly strong light that crushed the sword light. A rain of light dissipated in the void. The powerful sword had been dissolved. This is... Ancient sage to be Jioin stared at the woman behind old monster Xianxia. There was a thoughtful expression on his face as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The person who made the move was not Gu Fei, but the woman in white. Old man Zhou, Gu Fei, and this woman in white. Even ancient sage to be Jioin found it difficult to remain calm. The presence of these three people in the opponent's formation was enough to make it difficult for his side to gain any advantage. Thoughts raced in ancient sage to be Jioin's mind. He didn't expect to face such a situation. At this time, a wave of power of heaven and earth came from the gate of the void sky. The stone door had been opened nearly a foot wide, which could barely allow one person to pass through. Behind the door was a void passage, which was opened with the power of the ancient four spirits formation and led to the virtual sky world. Old man E, why don't we explore the virtual sky world together? Once the battle started, the gate of the void sky would definitely be affected, and decades of effort would be wasted. This was what the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity didn't want to see, but old man Zhou was unwilling to let the other party take advantage of this great advantage. Ancient sage to be Jioin's words put old man Zhou in a dilemma. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You want to enter the virtual sky world without paying anything? Old man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. Ancient sage to be Jioin thought for a moment, then said, "Then what price do you want us to pay?" Fighting was definitely out of the question. Both sides were evenly matched, and they would inevitably fight to the point where heaven and earth would shatter. If the gate of the void sky was affected, everything would be ruined. Old man Zhou pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard that your Dongfang clan has 3 drops of immortal divine liquid. In that case, just give us 1 drop." What? Ancient sage to be Jioin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. How did the other party know such a top secret of the clan? This was outrageous. Could it be that the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had planted a spy in my Dongfang clan? Impossible. Only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan were qualified to know such a core secret. How could the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity bribe a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan? Old man Zhou stared at ancient sage to be Jioin and said, "What? You're not willing?" Ancient sage to be Jioin clenched his teeth and agreed. The most important thing now was to enter the virtual sky world. After all, the virtual sky world might be a world created by an ancient supreme being. Very well, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. Old man Zhou was very happy. A drop of immortal divine liquid was extremely precious, especially for an existence like him. The effect of the immortal divine liquid could at least allow him to use his trump card again. Both sides reached an agreement, so the next step was much simpler. Under the power of the great formation of 4 spirits, the gate of the void sky continued to slowly open, and a void passage completely appeared in front of everyone. Swish! With a flash, Gu Fei directly rushed into the space passage behind the stone gate and disappeared inside before everyone could come back to their senses. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy, even old man Zhou was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei, whom he had kindly invited to come, was actually the first to rush in. There was no hesitation. Gu Fei had already gone in, so why should he hesitate? The old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, also rushed in and disappeared into the void passage. Then the dozen or so elite disciples of the Zhou clan also flew up and pounced towards the open stone door on the stone wall. Ancient sage to be Jioin didn't lag behind. He directly flew up from the ancient formation platform floating in the sky and rushed toward the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared inside. Everyone soared into the sky, all wanting to enter the virtual sky world. Go quickly. At this time, old freak Xianxia transmitted his voice to the woman in white. This woman in white was the hope of Guangqing immortal sect, so they couldn't miss the trip to the virtual sky world. The woman in white nodded, then turned into a sword light, crossed the sky, and rushed into the void passage inside the stone gate. Old freak Xianxia sat cross-legged on the 4 ancient formation platforms. He had to preside over the great formation and couldn't let the ancient formation stop. Once the ancient formation stopped, the void door would close. Once the void door closed, even if Gu Fei had a holy weapon of the extreme path, he would still be trapped inside, let alone the others. Boom! The sky above a desolate mountain suddenly shook. Then, a figure passed through the shaking void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. The virtual sky world, I'm here again. Standing high in the sky, Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. He found that the area he was in was a desolate mountain range. There were very few powerful creatures in this area. There were almost no birds or beasts in the desolate mountain range. There were only a few sparse short trees growing tenaciously. Boom! There was a sudden shake in the distant sky. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex, and a figure walked out of the vortex. Someone had appeared nearby. The gate of the void sky would transport people who entered the void passage to other places. This was random, so everyone would appear in a different place in the virtual sky world. That's when Gu Fei saw that person clearly. A shocking fighting spirit immediately rushed out of his body. Without thinking, he directly rushed towards that person. However, when Gu Fei moved, he almost fell from the sky. He was shocked, but he soon calmed down. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by the power here, even though he had become a great sovereign realm cultivator. My cultivation level, my strength. The person in the distant sky cried out in alarm. He also noticed that something was wrong. His powerful cultivation level seemed to have disappeared and directly fell below the immortal realm. Even so, it's still as easy as turning my hand to kill you. Gu Fei could barely fly in the sky, but his speed was reduced to less than 1,000th of his usual speed. Even so, he quickly approached that person. It's you! At this time, that person also noticed Gu Fei. This was no small matter. Gu Fei and their clan had irreconcilable enmity. No pop-up window. Chapter 1663. The people from the Dongfang clan had finally arrived. The ancient platform under ancient half-Saint Joan's feet shone with divine light, and countless Tao patterns flashed. A terrifying power surged out from the ancient spirit formation platform, causing the entire world to become unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the ancient spirit formation platform before extending into the distance. Old Juin, you're not dead yet. When the old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, saw the figure on the ancient platform, his long white eyebrows immediately rose, and a shocking aura burst out from his aged body. Old Devil Yi. When ancient half-Saint Join drove the ancient platform to the sky above the stone wall, he saw old man Zhou Yi on the 4 ancient platforms in front of the stone wall and was extremely shocked. The virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan. What does the Dongfang clan want to do? Old man Zhou Yi was extremely domineering. The gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened, but the people from the Dongfang clan had actually barged in at this time. There was no way they could take advantage of it. Ancient half-Saint Join sneered, then said, "Why have I never heard that the virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan? It's an ownerless place, and anyone can enter." The words of the ancient half-Saint Join were extremely cold. Good, very good. Then there's nothing more to say. Old man Zhou Yi was also very straightforward. He directly soared into the sky from the 4 ancient platforms, then directly attacked ancient half-Saint Join on the pitch-black ancient platform. Bang! Old man Zhou Yi used a great technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a large purple hand, which grabbed towards ancient half-Saint Join. The entire void was instantly shrouded by his large hand. Then let's fight. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin smiled. He did not seem to move, but the ancient platform under his feet rushed out with a dazzling divine light, strangling towards old man Zhou Yi's large hand. Swoosh! The divine light of the great path seemed to be invincible. It directly crushed old man Zhou Yi's large purple hand, and its momentum did not decrease, continuing to strangle old man Zhou Yi. This, old man Zhou Yi was shocked. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for this guy because the other party could mobilize the power of the ancient platform. That pitch-black ancient formation platform was actually a great killing tool. The ancient formation platform had condensed an endless amount of energy. Now, this energy was being drawn out by the ancient half-saint Nining. At this moment, the ancient half-saint Nining's combat strength was so strong that there were few people in the world who could suppress him. Old ghosty, you are no match for me. Ancient sage to be Jiuyin's voice resounded from the ancient formation platform. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhou clan had ugly expressions on their faces. I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, the Nining ancient half-sage saw Gu Fei on the 4 ancient platforms. His expression changed involuntarily. This Gu Fei is exceptionally powerful. Since when did he join hands with the Zhou clan? Buzz! A sword chime rang out from the 4 ancient platforms. Then, a streak of sword light shot out from the ancient platforms and slashed towards the pitch-black platform in the sky. Shwa! The sword light instantly chopped down on the top of ancient semi-sage Jiuyin's head. It broke through the layers of divine light and directly fell on his head. The power displayed by this sword was so strong that even old monster Xianxia would be shocked when he saw it. Boom! The ancient platform under ancient sage to be Jiuyin's feet shook. Beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the platform and interweaved into a net of light, blocking upwards. The mighty power of the great path made everyone's expression change. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the great path and almost fell on ancient sage to be Jiuyin's head. However, when the sword light was still a few feet away from ancient sage to be Jiuyin's head, it was finally blocked and could not fall any further. The divine light of the great path emitted an unprecedentedly strong light. It shattered the sword light, and a rain of light dissipated in the void. The powerful sword had been dissolved. This is, ancient sage to be Jiuyin stared at the woman behind old monster Xianxia. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The person who made the move was not Gu Fei, but the woman in white. Old man Zhou, Gu Fei, and this woman in white. Even ancient sage to be Jiuyin found it difficult to remain calm. With these 3 people in the opponent's formation, it was enough to make it difficult for his side to gain any advantage. Thoughts raced in ancient sage to be Jiuyin's mind. He didn't expect to face such a situation. At this time, a wave of power of heaven and earth came from the gate of the void sky. The stone door had been opened nearly a foot wide, which could barely allow one person to pass through. Behind the door was a void passage, which was opened with the power of the ancient 4 spirits formation and led to the virtual sky world. Old man E, why don't we explore the virtual sky world together? Once the battle started, the gate of the void sky would definitely be affected, and decades of effort would be wasted. This was not what the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity wanted to see, but old man Zhou was unwilling to let the other party take advantage of this great advantage. Ancient sage to be Jiuyin's words put old man Zhou in a dilemma. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You want to enter the virtual sky world without paying anything. Old man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. Ancient sage to be Jiuyin thought for a moment, then said, "Then what price do you want us to pay?" Fighting was definitely out of the question. Both sides were evenly matched, and they would inevitably fight to the point where heaven and earth would shatter. If the gate of the void sky was affected, everything would be ruined. Old man Zhou pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard that your Dongfang clan has 3 drops of immortal divine liquid. In that case, just give us 1 drop." What? Ancient sage to be Jiuyin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. How did the other party know such a top secret of our clan? This is outrageous. Could it be that the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity has planted a spy in our Dongfang clan? That's impossible. Only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan are qualified to know such a core secret. How could the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity bribe a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan? Old man Zhou stared at ancient sage to be Zhouyin and said, "What? Are you unwilling?" Ancient sage to be Zhouyin clenched his teeth and agreed. The most important thing now was to enter the virtual sky world. After all, the virtual sky world might be a world created by an ancient supreme being. Very well, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. Old man Zhou was very happy. A drop of immortal divine liquid was extremely precious, especially for an existence like him. The effect of the immortal divine liquid could at least allow him to use his trump card again. Both sides reached an agreement, so the next step was much simpler. Under the power of the great formation of 4 spirits, the gate of the void sky continued to open slowly, and a void passage completely appeared in front of everyone. Swoosh! With a flash, Gu Fei directly rushed into the space passage behind the stone gate and disappeared inside before everyone could come back to their senses. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy, even old man Zhou was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei, whom he had invited out of kindness, was actually the first to rush in. There was no hesitation. Gu Fei had already gone in, so there was no need to hesitate. Old man Zhou of the Zhou clan also rushed in and disappeared into the void passage. Then the dozen or so elite disciples of the Zhou clan also flew up and rushed toward the open stone gate on the stone wall. Ancient sage to be Zhouyin didn't lag behind. He directly flew up from the ancient formation platform floating in the sky and rushed toward the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared inside. Everyone soared into the sky, all wanting to enter the virtual sky world. Go quickly. At this time, old freak Xianxia transmitted his voice to the woman in white. This woman in white was the hope of Guangqing immortal sect, so they couldn't miss the trip to the virtual sky world. The woman in white nodded, then turned into a sword light, crossed the sky, and rushed into the void passage inside the stone gate. Old freak Xianxia sat cross-legged on the 4 ancient formation platforms. He had to preside over the great formation and couldn't let the ancient formation stop. Once the ancient formation stopped, the void door would close. Once the void door closed, even if Gu Fei had a holy weapon of the extreme path, he would still be trapped inside, let alone the others. Boom! The sky above a desolate mountain suddenly shook. Then, a figure passed through the shaking void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. The virtual sky world, I'm here again. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and looked in all directions. He found that the area he was in was a desolate mountain range. There were very few powerful creatures in this area. There were almost no birds or beasts in the desolate mountain range. There were only some sparse short trees growing tenaciously. Boom! There was a sudden shake in the distant sky. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex, and a figure walked out of the vortex. Someone had appeared nearby. The gate of the void sky would transport people who entered the void passage to other places. This was random, so everyone would appear in a different place in the virtual sky world. That's when Gu Fei saw who it was. A shocking fighting spirit immediately rushed out of his body. He didn't even think and directly rushed towards that person. However, when Gu Fei moved, he almost fell from the sky. He was shocked, but then he calmed down. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by the power of this place even though he had become a great emperor. My cultivation base, my strength. The person in the distant sky already cried out in fear. He also noticed the abnormality. His powerful cultivation seemed to have disappeared and directly fell below the immortal realm. Even so, it's still as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Gu Fei could barely fly in the sky, but his speed was reduced to less than 1/1000th of his usual speed. Even so, he quickly approached that person. It's you. At this moment, that person also noticed Gu Fei. This was no small matter. After all, Gu Fei had an irreconcilable enmity with his family. Chapter 1664. Everyone entered the virtual sky world from a different place. This secret was no longer a secret because many people from the three great Taoist schools had entered the virtual sky world in the past several thousand years. At the same time, there was a law set by a supreme existence inside the virtual sky world. All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world were suppressed by this law. Under the virtual sky world's rule, all cultivators who entered the virtual sky world would only be in the self-awakening realm. In other words, all cultivators who entered the virtual sky world would have their cultivation levels and strength suppressed to the lowest realm. In the human world, there were 5 realms below the immortal realm: awakening self, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and supreme saint. These 5 realms divided the cultivators below the immortal realm. When Gu Fei entered the virtual sky world, his powerful cultivation was also suppressed to the awakening self realm. This shocked him greatly. Even a great sovereign would be suppressed here. Could it be that this world was really created by the ancient supremes? While Gu Fei was bewildered, a strong fluctuation came from the nearby area. Someone had entered the virtual sky world from a distance, and this person was his enemy. "Gu Fei, it's you." That person was shocked to see Gu Fei rushing towards him with a murderous aura. After all, Gu Fei was a god of slaughter. Many experts had died in his hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City had suffered a grievance at his hands. That was the city lord of the East Royal City, an incomparably powerful half-saint, but he was killed by Gu Fei. Die. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps and instantly arrived in front of that person. He then directly punched. That person wanted to use a great technique of the immortal path, but he found that his divine power of the immortal path had already disappeared. It was difficult for him to even fly, let alone use a powerful magic tool. The more powerful the divine tool, the more divine power of the immortal path was needed. This person's cultivation had been suppressed to the awakening self realm, so how could he use any magic tool to defend himself? Bang! One punch from Gu Fei turned the cultivator into a mist of blood. In an instant, both his body and soul were destroyed. His magic treasure pouch was also shattered and a large number of items fell out. Those who could enter the virtual sky world were all elite children of the Dongfang clan, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. However, under Gu Fei's fists, no matter how amazing they were, they still had to die. There are quite a lot of things. Most of the things that fell out of the magic treasure pouch were collected by this outstanding disciple of the Dongfang clan. There were divine materials, divine medicines, and even many divine crystals that contained energy. Gu Fei directly put these things into his bag. Where is the other half of the peerless blade? Gu Fei recalled that he had once sensed the aura of a peerless ominous saber in an ancient battlefield, but 260 years had passed, and that peerless ominous saber was still in the depths of that ancient battlefield. Suddenly, in Gu Fei's inner world, a black saber that had been inserted into the peak of a mountain suddenly vibrated, as if it had sensed something. Gu Fei was both surprised and happy. The 2 parts of the peerless ominous saber had sensed each other. This was the hope of finding the other half of the ominous saber that had been lost in this world. With a flip of his hand, the peerless ominous saber that had been inserted into the peak of his inner world appeared in his hand. Buzz! The murderous saber vibrated as if a force was summoning it. Gu Fei sensed the force and moved in the direction the force was coming from. The ancient desolate battlefield was a forbidden place in the virtual sky world. No one dared to break into this ancient battlefield because all the cultivators who entered couldn't come out. Roar! A series of roars came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. This person was in an extremely sorry state and was covered in blood. He had encountered a great danger. This person was the ancient half-saint of Zhouyin. He was very unlucky to appear in the virtual sky world in the ancient desolate battlefield. However, this ancient half-saint of Zhouyin was also amazing. He actually managed to kill his way out of the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Although he was in a sorry state, his performance could still be described as abnormal. After all, for thousands of years, no one had been able to come out alive after entering the ancient desolate battlefield. How unlucky! The ancient half-saint of Join left without looking back. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. A terrifying demonic figure was quickly disappearing from the depths of the battlefield. A terrifying existence chased after it but then retreated. The terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to be unable to leave this ancient battlefield. Otherwise, the ancient half-saint of Join might not have been able to escape. Not long after the ancient half-saint of Join left, a figure appeared near the ancient desolate battlefield. Gu Fei had arrived. The half of the peerless ominous saber that had been lost in the virtual sky world was still in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. However, he didn't dare to enter rashly. The ancient desolate battlefield was a forbidden area in the virtual sky world. No one could relax when facing such a forbidden area. After all, if one was not careful, they might die inside. It was definitely worth the risk for the half of the peerless ominous saber. In the end, Gu Fei decided to enter. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, he had a way to protect himself. The power of the inner world surged out from the space between his eyebrows and enveloped him. Under the envelopment of the inner world, Gu Fei's surroundings became a world of their own. The power of the law of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world could no longer affect him. His cultivation and strength of the great sovereign realm were rapidly recovering. This was the benefit of the inner world. It could draw upon the power of the inner world to form a world of its own where no techniques could affect it. Gu Fei held the half of the peerless ominous saber in his left hand and the ninth heaven star's sword in his right. Then he walked into the ancient desolate battlefield. Roar! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the ancient desolate battlefield, a terrifying roar was heard again. The terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to be angry. A terrifying wave came from the ancient desolate battlefield. The pitch-black aura of death enveloped half the sky, then it surged towards Gu Fei. In the boundless black aura, huge demonic shadows were faintly discernible. Such a scene was frightening. It was as if countless ferocious demons were rushing out from the 9 layers of hell. However, to Gu Fei, such a scene was not frightening at all. Buzz! The 9th heaven star's sword in his hand began to vibrate. The 9 martial arts imprints on the divine sword were awakening, and a Taoist rhyme spread out from the divine sword. Rumble! The entire world in front of him darkened, and an endless aura of death spread out. Gu Fei had an illusion that the entire ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have come to life, becoming extremely terrifying. Chapter 1665. Clang! Rays of sword light continuously slashed out from the pitch-black fog. Gu Fei was fighting against the faint figures. He was fighting against the ancient desolate battlefield's inextinguishable battle will. Black chi filled the sky, and boundless resentment enveloped the entire ancient desolate battlefield. The entire ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have a life of its own, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Such fluctuations spread in all directions. They could be sensed even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Who dares to enter that place? On a mountain peak, the battered ancient half-saint of Nine Shade looked in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield in shock. The entire world there was shrouded in black chi. From afar, half of the sky above the ancient desolate battlefield was pitch black. Huge figures could be faintly seen in the black chi, like terrifying demons moving about. Just now, the ancient half-saint of Nine Shade was almost trapped in the ancient desolate battlefield. After entering the virtual sky world, even someone as powerful as ancient half-saint of Nine Yin, with his earth-shattering cultivation level, was still suppressed by this world. However, the ancient half-saint of Nine Shade was once a saint. His means were unimaginable. At this time, the cultivators of the other regions were also shocked. The ancient desolate battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. Everyone avoided it, and no one dared to enter it. No one has ever come out alive after entering that place. Could this be an exception? 100 kilometers away from the ancient desolate battlefield, a white figure stood on the crown of a towering tree that was hundreds of meters tall. It was a woman. The virtual sky world is really mysterious. In another direction, Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan, stood high in the sky and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield. He could actually fly in the sky, and it seemed effortless. In the ancient desolate battlefield, rays of divine light kept rushing out. The laws of the great path in the battlefield were awakening. This was the inextinguishable battle will of the peerless existences that had fallen in the ancient desolate battlefield. The terrifying murderous aura caused the world to change color. In less than an hour, the inextinguishable battle will of 5 ancient experts had already appeared, and all of them were attacking Gu Fei. It was as if 5 invincible experts were fighting against Gu Fei at the same time. Preposterous! It's impossible to charge into the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield like this. Gu Fei was in great danger. Although he had the 9 heaven star sword and half of the peerless ominous saber, it was still not enough. A blurry figure slammed out with a palm, directly sending Gu Fei flying thousands of meters away. The power of the great path was vast and mighty, as if a supreme master of the great path was attacking. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily as his long hair danced in the wind. He held a sword in his right hand and a peerless blade in his left. He charged back and fought the illusory figure endlessly. However, this was not destined to be a fair duel. Just as Gu Fei attacked with all his might, the other 4 undying battle wills transformed into human forms and charged over. Boom! Gu Fei was sent flying again. This time, the impact he received was even stronger. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding the 9 heavenly stars sword, was trembling slightly. Buzz! The void space trembled, and a shadow holding a divine spear pressed towards Gu Fei. An extremely powerful coercion swept towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was just a trace of battle wills, but it was already so powerful that it could even suppress a great cultivator emperor. It was hard to imagine how powerful this peerless figure was in the past. Very well. You will be the whetstone for me to advance. Gu Fei's battle wills were like a rainbow. This kind of training was very suitable for him. As a cultivator, he must have an unyielding battle wills. Although the 5 broken marks of the great path were terrifying, it was impossible for them to stop Gu Fei. If it were any other cultivator who broke into the ancient desolate battlefield, they would have died long ago. Only Gu Fei, who had cultivated the inner world and was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world, could fight endlessly in the ancient desolate battlefield. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps and attacked again. However, without any suspense, he was blown away again. The 5 marks of the great path could be said to be indestructible and difficult to defeat. He charged forward again and again. Although he was blown away again and again, he still pressed forward. This kind of battle forced Gu Fei to go all out. Even so, he still felt that it was too much for him. After charging for dozens of times, he had to retreat. The endless resentment condensed into a black aura that enveloped the world. The entire ancient desolate battlefield fell into darkness. Gu Fei used the peerless ominous blade to open the way and directly rushed out. The 5 blurry figures wanted to stop him, but a powerful saber chi rushed out of the ominous blade, forcing the 5 figures to retreat. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the ancient desolate battlefield. Although the ominous blade of the extreme path did not awaken, the saber chi emitted from the ominous blade was something that even the marks of the great path did not dare to contend against. The immortal marks of the ancient desolate battlefield condensed the power of the great path. Even if the matchless figures had died countless years ago, these marks still existed. Gu Fei used the ominous blade to break through the layers of black aura and rushed out. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Although it had only been less than an hour, he had always been in his peak state and attacked with all his strength. This is outrageous. Gu Fei found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he put away the 9th Heaven Star's sword and the ominous blade and operated the truth of martial arts in his body to recover his consumed true force. It seemed that entering the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield was not an easy task. However, the other part of the ominous blade was in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. It was impossible for Gu Fei to leave. The fusion of the ominous blade and the ominous blade was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. At this time, the others who entered the virtual sky world were advancing to the depths of this world. Some unlucky people had already died. The virtual sky world was definitely not a paradise. The danger here was enough to devour all the cultivators who entered. If one was careless, even a half-step saint would die. That is, just as a group of people was walking in a desert, a divine light suddenly flew across the sky. Within the divine light was a small old man. It was a small old man holding a walking stick. An extremely exuberant aura of life spread out from the small old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change. It's not a cultivator's primordial spirit. It seems to have the aura of an ancient tree. Could it be an immortal divine medicine? Someone in the group said, a divine medicine that could take human form. If it was not an immortal divine medicine, then what could it be? The group of people immediately became excited and chased in the direction where the divine light disappeared. Who wouldn't be jealous of an immortal divine medicine? It was already a great opportunity to see it, but no one would let such a divine medicine fly away. Chapter 1666. The appearance of an immortal divine medicine alarmed many people. An old man was wrapped in a divine light as he flew across the sky. An extremely pure life aura spread out, causing everyone's expressions to change. This breath could be sensed even thousands of miles away. The immortal divine medicine. The cultivators who entered the virtual sky world went crazy. The immortal divine medicine was extremely precious. Only a few of them had appeared since ancient times. This was a divine medicine exclusive to supreme martial artists. In the distant past, only supreme martial artists were qualified to possess this kind of immortal divine medicine. Even great saints or quasi-supreme martial artists couldn't protect the immortal divine medicine even if they obtained it. A true supreme martial artist could kill any opponent. However, in the present world, even saints had become extinct, let alone supreme martial artists. There was absolutely no supreme martial artist or great saint who would jump out to fight for the immortal divine medicine. Swoosh! The divine light soared into the sky. A figure radiating the divine light of the great path soared into the sky and chased after the little old man who seemed to have transformed from the immortal divine medicine. Godly medicines could take on a human form, but they would not possess any great mystic abilities. The world was fair. Since the immortal godly medicine had the characteristic of immortality, it was destined that it would not be able to cultivate great mystic abilities or great powers. It would not be able to become an existence like a supreme demon. Old man Joey chased after it, and so did ancient half-saint Joey. The other cultivators also chased after it. Why did they enter the virtual sky world? Wasn't it to look for fated chances like this? No one wanted to let go of this great fated chance that suddenly appeared. This would be a fight between the Dongfang clan and the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. In the face of the immortal divine medicine, the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan were destined to have a big collision. In order to get the immortal divine medicine, these two forces would do anything. No one paid attention to the abnormalities in the desolate battlefield anymore. They all chased after the divine medicine that was suspected to be the immortal divine medicine. Outside the desolate battlefield, Gu Fei also sensed the vast breath of life. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there really an immortal divine medicine in the virtual sky world? Without hesitation, he also chased after it. A hazy world emerged around him. As he walked in that hazy world, his cultivation wasn't restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world at all. The 8 desolate void steps was definitely the fastest in the world. Very soon, Gu Fei had already entered a mountain ridge. There were many mountains here, and mist lingered around it. Spiritual energy gathered here. It was actually a rare spiritual land. In this mountain range, there was lush vegetation. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. Some ancient trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their canopies covered a radius of several kilometers. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast came from the depths of the mountain ridge in front of them, startling the birds and beasts in the surrounding area and causing them to flee in fright. The primitive mountain forest in this area was immediately thrown into chaos. A huge golden bird rushed out from the depths of the mountain ridge, and an extremely fierce aura filled the air. This was a golden eagle, and when it stretched out its wings, it had a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters. Shwa! The golden eagle flapped its wings, wanting to soar into the sky. However, a strange beast suddenly pounced out from the depths of the mountain ridge. This strange beast was covered in thick cyan scales, and its speed was extremely fast. In just one leap, this strange beast had already arrived above the golden eagle and directly swooped the golden eagle down from the sky. Golden feathers swirled in the air. The two wild beasts were fighting, and Gu Fei happened to witness this scene. Roar! The strange beast's roar shook heaven and earth. Its ferocious aura was even stronger than that of the golden eagle. It was a strange beast shaped like a qilin with the head of an ancestral dragon. Its 4 hooves generated wind and clouds, and it could run in the void. A water qilin doesn't seem like it. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Although this strange beast looked very much like a water qilin, the aura of energy exuding from its body wasn't the power of water, one of the 5 elements. But what was certain was that this strange beast had the blood of a true dragon flowing in its body. This golden eagle was also a strange species. It should be a distant relative of the great golden-winged peng, but this golden eagle couldn't compete with that strange beast. Boom! The two wild beasts tore at each other in the air. They pounced and tumbled down from the sky, smashing a mountain below them into pieces. Rubble filled the air, and dust rose high into the sky. The entire region was shaking. Gu Fei didn't have time to pay attention to the two wild beasts that were fighting in front of him. He sensed the aura that seemed to belong to the immortal divine medicine, which was the aura of immortality. Shwa! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already entered the depths of this mountain ridge, where there was a divine spring that was spewing spiritual qi. It's here! Gu Fei's gaze swept around. He wanted to find the suspected immortal divine medicine. At this time, he still couldn't be sure if it was the real immortal divine medicine. It's you! At this time, on the opposite mountain peak, a figure appeared. It was an old man. This old man was Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so fast. When Gu Fei saw Zhou Yi, he couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Yi was very mysterious, and Gu Fei sensed a peerless and powerful power from this old man. Could it be that this old man was the same as him? He could also use some kind of method to prevent himself from being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world? Old Juin, since you're here, why don't you dare to show yourself? Elder Zhou Yi suddenly said this to the void beside him. He sensed that something was amiss. Someone was lurking nearby and spying on them. Among all the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world, perhaps only ancient half-Saint Jiuyin had this kind of strength to be able to lurk so close to Zhou Yi without being discovered by Zhou Yi. A cold laugh rang out, and the void trembled. Water-like spatial ripples spread out, and a figure directly walked out of the void. This person was ancient half-Saint Jiuyin of the Dongfang clan. You also want the immortal divine medicine? Gu Fei's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at ancient half-Saint Jiuyin. This guy also seemed to be able to use some kind of method to prevent himself from being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. He had a great enmity with the Dongfang clan, and he had even fought against ancient half-Saint Jiuyin. Who doesn't want the immortal divine medicine? Ancient half-Saint Jiuyin's words were still cold. He looked coldly at Gu Fei and then at Zhou Yi. He was very worried about Gu Fei and Zhou Yi. At this time, the ancient formation platform was not here, so he could only rely on his holy weapon. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and said to Zhou Yi, "How about we join forces and kill this guy first?" Ancient half-Saint Jiuyin's heart skipped a beat. Gu Fei alone was already tricky enough. If the two of them joined forces, he would really be in danger. Zhou Yi was not easy to deal with, and he might also have a holy weapon. At this moment, Elder Zhou Yi also began to ponder. Chapter 1667. The three experts gathered around a holy spring. Gu Fei, Old Man Zhou Yi, and the ancient semi-holy Nine each occupied a direction. Gu Fei and Old Man Zhou Yi stood on a mountain peak, while the ancient semi-holy Nining stood directly in the air. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world seemed unable to affect him. The holy spring was not big, only a few dozen feet in circumference. However, it nurtured an extremely pure life essence. This kind of life essence was enough to make all cultivators jealous. The divine herb that was suspected to be the immortal divine herb should be hiding in this divine spring. At this time, the other experts gradually arrived nearby. On the other side of the mountain, the fight between the two wild beasts was still going on. The whole area was in chaos. However, no one paid attention to the two wild beasts at this time. Why don't we join forces to kill this guy and then divide the divine medicine? Gu Fei suddenly said to Old Man Zhou. The ancient semi-holy Nining couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He felt that something was wrong. If the two of them really joined forces, he would probably be in danger. The ancient semi-holy Nining was very clear about Old Man Zhou's cultivation and strength. This was a peerless expert who was not weaker than him. When he was in the sky-splitting valley, he had relied on the power of the ancient formation platform to suppress Old Man Zhou. If these two great experts really fought, it would be really hard to say who would emerge victorious. Old Man Zhou's gaze swept over the ancient semi-holy Nining in the sky. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Fei's suggestion tempted him. Being able to kill the ancient semi-holy Nining was definitely a rare opportunity. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. If he joined forces with Gu Fei, he really had some confidence in killing the ancient semi-holy Nining. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. The ancient semi-holy Nining sneered. Although he looked very calm on the surface, he had already secretly activated the power of the divine sword in his body. An extremely sharp wave of sword qi spread out from his body. But Gu Fei suddenly made a move. Without waiting for Old Man Zhou's reply, he made his move. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. A large hand slapped towards the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin in the air. Rumble, Gu Fei's sky-covering hand emitted terrifying fluctuations. This definitely wasn't something a cultivator in the self-awakening realm could do. His power wasn't suppressed by the virtual sky world. A hazy world appeared around Gu Fei, and the power of the world surged out from the illusory world. This guy, the ancient sage to be Nining ancient sage to be, was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would attack him without any hesitation. Sky-encompassing Grand Palm, this was a powerful martial arts battle technique. It was simple and direct, displaying the true intent of the martial path. Sole master of the universe. The ancient sage to be Nine-Shade displayed a great technique of the immortal path. He stretched his hand forward, and a pitch-black void instantly spread from his palm. He was evolving the void of the world, wanting to devour Gu Fei's sky-covering hand into that pitch-black void. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's sky-covering hand collided with the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's great technique of the immortal path. The two forces cancelled each other out, and both Gu Fei and the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade were forced back by the other. Old man, when are you going to make your move? Gu Fei shouted. He then used the universal void steps and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived above the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's head and stomped down on him. This was the 8-kill steps. 8 kills in 8 steps. Terrifying martial arts power emerged under Gu Fei's feet. The sound of wind and thunder rang out, and the void under his feet collapsed. You're courting death. The ancient sage to be Nine-Shade shouted. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A terrifying power erupted from his body, and a hazy world seemed to appear around him. Clang! The sound of metal clanging came from the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade's body. Wisps of mysterious Yin power condensed into Taiyin divine swords. They emitted surging sword qi and pierced towards Gu Fei like tens of thousands of swords flying at the same time. This was the display of the Tao laws of the half-saint. Every divine sword was like a peerless immortal weapon, emitting terrifying fluctuations that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble, this was a huge collision. Both Gu Fei and the ancient sage to be Nine-Shade attacked with all their strength without holding anything back. The two forces were not suppressed by the laws of the virtual sky world, and they exploded in this part of the world. Thousands of sword shadows collapsed. Gu Fei's 8 kill steps displayed a fighting strength that shocked even the ancient sage to be 9 shade. However, it was difficult for Gu Fei to take another step. The power of the half-saint's Tao laws was so powerful that it blocked his martial arts technique. Swish. At this moment, something suddenly shot towards the ancient sage to be 9 shade. A wisp of holy might appeared between heaven and earth. Someone had used holy power. What? The ancient half-sage of 9 Yin was startled. What was attacking him was a stone pagoda. The stone pagoda had 13 floors, and each floor was radiating boundless divine light. Saint-level power erupted, and the stone pagoda shook the world. It was a divine tool. Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan from the antiquity, finally made his move. Moreover, he went all out and used a divine tool. He wanted to kill the ancient sage to be 9 shade in one blow. All the hair on ancient sage to be's body stood on end. He sensed great danger and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, a dazzling divine light rushed out of his glabella. A sword shadow rushed out of his Niuan palace and slashed at the 13-story stone pagoda that was smashing down on him. Buzz! The sound of the sword shook the heavens. Saint-level sword chi erupted. This was a sword light that caused the world to lose color. It shocked the heavens and was extremely terrifying. The water-blue divine sword collided with the ancient stone pagoda. Countless runes collapsed and dissipated. The void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper and was easily torn to pieces. Without thinking, Gu Fei retreated into the distance. This was a saint-level heavy armor. Even a freakishly powerful imperial martial body would not be able to withstand such power. Gu Fei had to retreat. The destructive power spread out in all directions, causing the entire region to tremble and mountains to crumble one after another. Fortunately, the two peerless cultivators were carefully controlling their divine weapons. The divine spring below was not affected. No one was willing to destroy immortal divine medicine. The ancient sage to be 9 shade had attacked in a hurry and did not gather enough power. The Taiyin holy sword was smashed away, and he flew thousands of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you, oldie! The ancient sage to be 9 shade was shocked and angry. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. The Taiyin holy sword that had been knocked away immediately flew back into his hand. Boom! Holy power erupted. With the sword in hand, the ancient sage to be 9 shade's battle intent instantly rose to the limit. Zhou Yi also recalled the stone pagoda and pressed toward the ancient sage to be 9 shade. At the same time, Gu Fei also approached the ancient sage to be 9 shade from another direction. The two cultivators joined forces and surrounded the ancient sage to be 9 shade. Chapter 1668. How dare you! Ancient semi-sage Jiuyin's anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. Gu Fei and Zhou Yi had actually joined forces to attack him, which made ancient semi-sage Jiuyin both shocked and angry. He was confident that he would be able to fight against either one of them and even have the chance to kill the other on the spot. But now, the two great cultivators had joined forces and Zhou Yi had a holy weapon. At this time, ancient semi-sage Jiuyin did not think that he was a match for the two great cultivators. Go to hell! Old man Zhou Yi's voice was extremely calm. A stone pagoda was held above his right hand, and every layer was blooming with bright divine light. There was a rhythm of the great path lingering around it, and an aura of the great path filled the air. This was the true power of a saint. Old man Yi, you've gone too far. Ancient semi-sage Jiuyin roared angrily. The Taiyin divine sword in his hand emitted a bright blue divine light, and a shocking sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. Virum. The Taiyin divine sword vibrated, and ancient semi-sage Jiuyin directly slashed at old man Zhou Yi. At this time, any word seemed extremely blank. Only powerful strength could explain everything. Saint-level sword light shot up into the sky, and within the sword light, there were looming Tao patterns. It directly broke through the void, as if even heaven and earth had been split in half by the sword. The fluctuations of the saint level shocked everyone in the nearby area. At this time, many people had come nearby, but no one dared to approach. The aura emitted by the three great cultivators was too powerful. These people were actually not affected by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. They could show their true strength, which shocked the others to the extreme. Virum. The void shook, and the stone pagoda suppressed the surroundings. A vast force spread out from the stone pagoda in Old Man Zhou Yi's hand, freezing the void in this part of the world. The Taiyin sword light broke through the suppressing power of the stone pagoda. It was invincible, and it fell towards Old Man Zhou Yi's head. Swoosh! 13 beams of divine light shot out from the 13-story stone tower and blocked the incoming Taiyin sword light. Each beam of divine light was the light of the great path and contained unimaginable power. The sword light collided with the 13 beams of light of the great path that rushed out from the stone tower. A rain of light erupted. The 9 beams of divine light of the great path and the blue sword light collapsed at the same time. Although they were both sacred weapons, the lunar divine sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin and the 13-storied stone pagoda in the hands of Zhou Old Man seemed to be on par with each other. It was difficult for either to suppress the other. However, with the addition of Gu Fei, this balance was broken. Kill. At this moment, Gu Fei roared and charged over from afar. His fists shattered the void as he charged straight at the ancient half-saint of 9 Yin. This guy, the 9 Yin ancient half-sage, was moved. He had fought with Gu Fei before and naturally knew how powerful he was. This was someone who could challenge experts of a higher level than him. Control the void. The ancient half-sage of 9 Yin displayed a great technique. His left hand turned into a pitch-black hole, and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the hole, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into it. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His fist vibrated, and monstrous martial arts combat power rushed out from his fist, directly shattering the void created by the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin. Without any suspense, the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin was once again beaten back, and scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. While Zhou Old Man restrained the lunar divine sword of 9 Yin, Gu Fei attacked the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin at this time. The ancient half-sage of 9 Yin could not use his saint-level power to deal with Gu Fei at all. When Gu Fei and Zhou Old Man joined forces, they could seriously injure the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin. In the end, the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the two experts. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. At this time, another battle came to an end. In the end, the exotic beast still defeated the golden condor and tore it in half. The appearance of saint-level power terrified the two exotic beasts, especially the exotic beast that looked like a qilin. It carefully retreated into the deep mountains and forests. The golden eagle was dead. It was an extremely powerful, ferocious bird. What a pity! Many cultivators shook their heads. If this ferocious bird could be subdued, it would be a great help. However, it had been killed by the exotic beast. Zhou Old Man held the 13-story stone tower in his hand and looked at Gu Fei as he said, "Chase away the ancient nine. Don't fight with me for this immortal divine medicine." How do you know that there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring? Gu Fei smiled. The divine spring contained endless life essence. He didn't want the divine medicine. He just wanted the divine spring. His inner world needed to be nourished by the divine spring. The divine medicine is mine. I don't care about anything else. Zhou Old Man's tone was extremely firm. Gu Fei thought about it and then said, "Very well. If there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring, you can take it. However, everything else belongs to me." That's it. Zhou Old Man nodded. They each took what they needed. This way they could avoid conflict. Gu Fei didn't have any enmity with the Zhou family of the ancients. Moreover, Zhou Old Man was determined to get the immortal divine medicine. The old man had a complete sacred weapon in his hand. Once they fought, Gu Fei would suffer. He even suspected that Zhou Old Man was likely to be like the ancient half-sage of 9 Yin. In ancient times, he was a saint who dominated the heavens and the earth. Such a special existence couldn't be imagined by ordinary people. An ancient half-sage like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary half-sage. Later, Zhou Old Man used the 13-story stone pagoda to suppress the surrounding area. Saint-level power erupted from the stone pagoda, suppressing the heavens. The void of the entire area seemed to solidify. Even Gu Fei felt great pressure. Zhou Old Man was very careful. He used the stone pagoda to suppress the surroundings, cutting off all the escape routes of the divine medicine. Only then did he open up the water channel and enter the divine spring to catch the divine medicine. Gu Fei stood above the divine spring, watching everything coldly. He didn't make any moves, and the nearby cultivators didn't dare to come over. No one was willing to provoke a peerlessly powerful existence, especially in a place like the virtual sky world. Swoosh! In the mountains, several figures soared into the sky, wanting to fly into the distance. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuations of the divine power of the immortal path coming from these figures and couldn't help but be stunned. These people were from the Dongfang family. Want to leave? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He took a step forward and instantly arrived behind those figures. He then pressed his palm forward. Without any suspense, those people had absolutely no chance of survival under Gu Fei's unparalleled palm power. They were directly beaten into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Chapter 1669. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had great enmity. Many cultivators had come nearby, including the disciples of the Dongfang family. It was impossible for Gu Fei to let these people go. Empress Dowager, the disciples of the Dongfang family brought into the virtual sky world by ancient half-saint Zhou were all outstanding figures of the Dongfang family, so Gu Fei didn't show them any mercy. He took advantage of the moment old man Zhou entered the divine spring of life to kill all the disciples of the Dongfang family, destroying both their bodies and souls. The disciples of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity were extremely shocked when they saw Gu Fei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family in one move. This person was really strong. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was actually not a secret. Moreover, the news that Gu Fei killed the city lord of East Imperial Emperor City had already spread throughout the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. The city lord of East Imperial Emperor City was a half-saint. Even in the great world of the human world, when heroes rose together, the fall of a half-saint was still rare. There were definitely not many people in the human world who could kill a half-saint. However, even if they knew about the enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family, when they saw Gu Fei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family, many people still disapproved. But just as Gu Fei turned around, there was a sound of water, and a figure rushed out of the divine spring. That person was Old Man Zhou. This is outrageous. This divine spring is actually connected to an earth vein, and the divine medicine escaped into it. Old Man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't catch the divine medicine. The divine medicine had already gained intelligence, so how could it be so easy to catch it? In particular, this kind of divine medicine that had lived for countless years knew how to seek luck and avoid danger. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, it would immediately escape. Previously, when Gu Fei and Old Man Zhou worked together to beat away ancient half-saint Zhou, they had already alarmed the divine medicine hiding in the divine spring. Gu Fei saw that Old Man Zhou's expression wasn't so good, but he didn't say anything. After all, Old Man Zhou didn't catch the immortal herb. Furthermore, the stalk of godly medicine had escaped into the vein of the earth, so it was almost impossible to catch it. After all, there was more than one vein of the earth beneath the ground. Some of the earth veins were filled with great dangers, with incomparably powerful existences lurking within. Even with Old Man Zhou's cultivation level and strength, he had to be cautious. This was the virtual sky world, and anything could happen, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Failing to capture the divine herb enraged the old man of Zhou, so he set his sights on the divine spring. He directly used his divine immortal arts, and his entire body seemed to turn into a black hole. The endless life essence contained in the divine spring immediately gathered towards him in a frenzy. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but change his expression. They had already agreed beforehand that old man Zhou Yi wanted the divine medicine, and the other things were his. This old man was not kind. Rumble. The divine spring shook, and the endless life essence was forcibly devoured by old man Zhou Yi. Rays of spiritual light visible to the naked eye kept rushing out of the divine spring and then entered old man Zhou Yi's body. After a full hour, old man Zhou Yi finally stopped and left with the people of the Zhou clan without saying a word. This time, it was Gu Fei's turn to look unhappy. Old man Zhou Yi had done this, and nearly half of the spiritual essence in the divine spring had been devoured by him. The divine spring wasn't big. Although it contained a huge amount of life essence, it couldn't withstand old man Zhou Yi's predatory devouring. The concentration of the spiritual essence around the divine spring had become extremely thin. After Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan, left, Gu Fei began to collect the divine spring and planted it in his inner world, nourishing his inner world with the essence of the divine spring. Is there really an immortal herb? Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation, and a comfortable aura came from the vein of the earth. There was earth qi lingering in the vein of the earth. This was a small vein of the earth, but it was a branch of the main vein of the earth. It was no wonder that old man Zhou Yi had found it difficult to capture that herb. It must have escaped into the main vein of the earth. This was like a dragon entering the sea. No matter how powerful old man Zhou Yi was, it was absolutely impossible for him to capture that herb. Only the fated person can obtain this kind of herb. Gu Fei knew that divine medicines were intelligent. They would choose their own masters, just like how most of the immortal divine medicines in the past found their own extreme Tao supremes. Being by the side of a supreme being was safer than anywhere else. No one would dare to have any ideas about a supreme being. Of course, it was hard to say whether this herb that could transform was an immortal herb or not. After all, immortal herbs weren't the only ones that could transform and travel around. In the end, Gu Fei left. After Gu Fei left, many cultivators came from afar and went to the place where the divine spring was to carefully examine it. They were all experts who had surrendered to the Zhou clan or the Dongfang clan of the Desolate Antiquity. This time, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity also brought many experts from the periphery to open the gate of the ruined sky. The Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity controlled the method of entering the virtual sky world, so whoever they wanted could enter. At this time, there were still people entering the virtual sky world. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of a mountain range inside the virtual sky world. Someone had broken into a beast emperor's lair and alarmed a beast emperor that was entrenched there. A frightening murderous aura burst out from the depths of the mountain range, and a golden tiger jumped out. It was as big as a small mountain, and its whole body seemed to be cast from fine gold. Golden light flowed all over its body. A powerful metal element power spread out from the tiger emperor's body, intimidating all the other beasts. A figure was fleeing in the mountains. He was very unlucky. The place where he entered the virtual sky world was actually near the lair of a beast emperor, which alarmed the tiger emperor. Oh heavens, oh earth, why am I so unlucky? A young Taoist was frantically sprinting in the mountains while shouting and yelling. He was being chased by a huge golden tiger. This young Taoist was also quite impressive. He didn't soar into the sky, but every step he took would cause the stars to shift and Tao patterns to appear under his feet. His speed was extremely fast. This was an extremely powerful body technique. You big worm, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll go crazy. The young Taoist kept running and shouting. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact, he wasn't in any danger. The Tiger Emperor had already gained intelligence and had at least the strength of an immortal, but it still couldn't catch up to this young Taoist for a while. Up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This young Taoist was quite interesting, but he didn't know which sect he was from. Gu Fei couldn't tell the origin of this little Taoist. This little Taoist didn't have the magic power fluctuations of the Dongfang family and the Zhou family of the Desolate Era. This meant that this little Taoist didn't cultivate from these two families. Gu Fei was also very familiar with the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Xianxia sect. After all, 100 years ago, the Guangqing Immortal sect, The Xianxia sect, and the Taishin sect were known as the human world's Tao schools. Roar! The golden tiger's roar shook the entire mountain forest. The tiger's might was unparalleled, frightening all the beasts in the vicinity and causing them to flee for their lives. The mountains were in chaos. The tiger leaped up and pounced on the young Taoist in front of it. This pounce was extremely ferocious, and even Gu Fei was moved. As the beast emperor of this area, the golden tiger definitely had the strength to intimidate all other beasts. Otherwise, the beast emperor here wouldn't be this tiger. Ouch! When the young Taoist saw the golden tiger pouncing on him, he couldn't help but be startled. In his panic, his steps became unsteady and his speed slowed down. It was this small change that caused the young Taoist to fall into a trap. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind came down from the top of the young Taoist's head. The golden tiger's claws directly clawed at the young Taoist's head. As long as the tiger's claws clawed at his seed, the young Taoist's head would be removed. My life is over. Damned heavens, I'm unwilling. The young Taoist roared. In the virtual sky world, not everyone could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The young Taoist's cultivation level and strength were suppressed. This kind of death was really a bit unjust. Big insect, I'll fight you to the death. The young Taoist clenched his teeth and quickly formed a spell with both hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from the magic weapon pouch at his waist. There were more than 10 rays of divine light. Each ray of divine light was wrapped in a magic tool. The dozen or so magic tools were all controlled by the young Taoist and then attacked the golden tiger. Among these magic tools, there were divine swords, banners, bronze axes, ancient bells, and iron cauldrons. These magic tools all blossomed with dazzling divine light and emitted a vast and mighty fluctuation of magic power. When it saw the dozen or so magic tools attacking it at the same time, even the golden tiger was startled and its movements became a bit hesitant. Boom! The dozen or so magic tools instantly collided with the golden tiger that was pouncing down from the sky. In the end, such a powerful attack still played a certain role. The golden tiger was blocked by the explosive power of the dozen or so magic tools. The young Taoist took advantage of the chaos to rush out. The powerful force coming down from the sky instantly destroyed a large area of the mountain forest. The dozen or so magic tools were all knocked away by the golden tiger. Bang! With a swipe of the tiger's claws, an iron cauldron was smashed into pieces. The broken pieces flew in all directions, and a few of the broken pieces almost hit the young Taoist priest. The divine swords, flying axes, and ancient bells all rang and were then slapped away by the golden tiger. Some of the magic tools were directly destroyed. Even if they weren't destroyed on the spot, they were covered in cracks as if they could shatter at any time. The golden tiger cultivated the power of the metal element, which was one of the strongest forces in the world. The entire tiger was like a real golden tiger with an extremely strong physique. The dozen or so magic tools couldn't hurt it at all. My treasures! The young Taoist's heart was bleeding. These were the magic tools he collected over the years, but they were unexpectedly destroyed by this golden tiger in a single day. Chapter 1670. Roar! The golden tiger's roar shook the mountains, and a fierce murderous aura swept in all directions. The incomparably powerful golden tiger directly sent more than a dozen magic weapons flying, then it continued to chase after the little Taoist. Watching this scene from high in the sky, Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, the little Taoist would probably be torn to pieces by the tiger. At this time, the little Taoist no longer cared about his dozen magic weapons. He fled for his life, wanting to escape from the tiger's mouth. However, the golden tiger was already enraged by the little Taoist and chased after him relentlessly. Rays of golden divine light circulated around the tiger's body. Since this divine tiger could become the beast emperor of this mountain range, it naturally wasn't comparable to ordinary savage beasts. Moreover, this divine tiger grew up in the virtual sky world, so it wasn't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. How could a low-level cultivator in the self-awakening realm contend against a divine tiger that surpassed the immortal realm? If it wasn't for the little Taoist's strange footwork, where Tao patterns emerged under his feet with every step he took, as if the mountains and rivers were shifting under his feet in his extremely fast speed, he would have been torn to pieces by this divine tiger long ago. Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, this little Taoist would be caught by this golden tiger. The little Taoist ran with all his strength. With every step he took, the mountains and rivers shifted. This kind of speed and footwork didn't seem inferior to Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps. High in the sky, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and a nearly transparent divine light gushed out from the tip of his index finger. Above the divine light, a hazy image seemed to be faintly discernible. A wave of the power of heaven and earth spread from the divine light. Gu Fei flicked his finger, and the divine light immediately flew out. In an instant, it crossed the void and entered the little Taoist's body. The little Taoist's whole body trembled, then he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Soon after, the little Taoist revealed an extremely shocked expression. A powerful wave of power awakened in his body, and a powerful aura broke out of his body and spread throughout the mountain range. How could this be? The little Taoist simply couldn't believe the changes taking place in his body. His cultivation level and power suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were actually recovering rapidly. Roar. The golden divine tiger took advantage of the moment the young Taoist priest paused to roar angrily and pounced forward. The strong winds blew the surrounding trees to the ground, causing sand and stones to fly. The great Tao is formless. The imperial Tao is invincible. The body of the little Taoist trembled as a torrential killing intent gushed out from his body. The temperature of the entire void plummeted rapidly. At this moment, the little Taoist seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He actually possessed a trace of invincibility. Buzz. 18 beams of sword light rushed out from the little Taoist's Niwen palace and circled around him. Each of the divine swords emitted a sword light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Imperial Sword of the Tao, go! With a wave of the little Taoist's hand, 18 divine swords immediately soared into the sky and pierced through the huge golden tiger that was pouncing over. 18 sword lights tore through the void. Roar! Sensing the danger, the golden tiger's fur stood up on its ends. It was only at this moment that the tiger realized that this human was a supreme powerful being. Swoosh! Golden light flashed. When the 18 sword lights cleaved down, the golden divine tiger actually changed its direction and soared into the sky, barely dodging the 18 unparalleled sword lights. The little Taoist smiled. He also soared into the sky and controlled the 18 sword lights, chasing after the golden tiger. The recovery of his cultivation surprised and delighted him. How could something like this happen? The little Taoist knew that the reason why his cultivation could recover was probably because someone was helping him from the side. If that was the case, then the cultivation of the person in the dark was simply heaven-defying. However, the little Taoist couldn't care so much right now. He had to resolve the crisis before him first. To think that this little fellow is actually an immortal king. Gu Fei was a little surprised as well. This little Taoist was really extraordinary. He actually cultivated the imperial sword. An immortal king cultivator was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. However, in the human world, such a cultivator could already be considered as an expert. Even with the descent of the human world and the emergence of powerful beings, it wasn't to the point where immortals and gods could be seen everywhere. Immortal kings were the kings of the immortal Tao that surpassed immortals and gods. Even though there were still immortal emperors, supreme beings, and even higher realms above immortal kings, the ambitions of this little Taoist were far greater. What he was walking on was the invincible emperor's Tao. One has to know that once this invincible emperor's Tao was cultivated to the great completion stage, one would be a human emperor. What happened next didn't have any suspense. The imperial sword was incomparably strong and displayed the invincible emperor's Tao. It sent the golden tiger flying and left a series of sword scars on its body. Golden blood dripped down from the sky. Every single drop was glowing with a golden light. This was a type of god blood. The golden tiger was a metal element beast and its blood contained the power of the metal element. One had to admit that the physique of this divine tiger was way too strong. Even the little Taoist's imperial sword had a hard time killing it. It could only leave sword scars on the divine tiger's body. What a tough tiger skin. It would probably be pretty good to make a divine armor. The little Taoist stared at the golden divine tiger. His eyes gradually brightened. 18 sword lights danced around his body. The imperial sword hummed and produced a sonorous sound. Sword aura spread in all directions. Not bad. When Gu Fei saw the little Taoist displaying the imperial sword, he couldn't help but nod. In time, this little guy would certainly become a famous emperor of the sword path. However, the premise was that this little Taoist could walk out of the virtual sky world alive. Gu Fei could already see that the little Taoist's imperial sword was just starting and still had a lot of room for development. Once this kind of sword path took shape, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents in the same realm. Invincible Emperor's Tao wasn't just a preface. The ancient human emperors were the strongest in the world apart from the extreme Tao. Clang. The 18 sword lights let out a deafening sound at the same time. A vast emperor's sword aura spread out and directly struck the divine tiger. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled from the sky. The little Taoist was furious. This sword strike almost chopped off one of the divine tiger's front legs. The golden divine tiger was no longer in the mood to fight with the little Taoist. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden gale. Within the gale, there were faint flashes of light blades. The little Taoist was shocked. The golden divine tiger was a metal element savage beast. The power of this golden gale was extraordinary. Even the void was torn apart in an instant. The little Taoist had no choice but to use his divine sword to protect himself and retreat. After the golden divine tiger forced the little Taoist to retreat, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Now you've become a sick cat. The little Taoist sneered and was about to chase after it. However, his expression suddenly changed. The imperial sword aura in his body was rapidly weakening, and his cultivation level as an immortal king was rapidly declining. This time, the little Taoist's shock was no small matter. Chapter 1671. In the mountains, the little Taoist and the golden tiger fought fiercely. Terrifying power spread in all directions, shaking the whole area. The little Taoist's cultivation level and strength weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. However, this situation wouldn't last long. Just as the little Taoist displayed his divine might and chased after the golden tiger, he suddenly felt his power rapidly weakening. This was no small matter. What's going on? The 18 sword lights around the little Taoist quickly dimmed. The power of the 18 divine swords was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's laws of heaven and earth. The virtual sky world was a vast and boundless world. Here, there were laws of heaven and earth set down by a supreme existence. Unless an expert on the same level as that supreme existence entered this world, anyone who entered would be suppressed by this world. Unless they were experts who cultivated their inner worlds, like Gu Fei, who could use the power of heaven and earth in their inner worlds to prevent the virtual sky world's laws from affecting them. In the virtual sky world, there were only 3 people who weren't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Although the little Taoist was amazing and his cultivation level had reached the immortal king realm, he hadn't cultivated his inner world, so his cultivation level was suppressed to the self-awakening realm. Earlier, Gu Fei injected a mass of the power of heaven and earth into the little Taoist's body, so his cultivation level and strength quickly recovered. But at that moment, the power of heaven and earth in the little Taoist's body gradually disappeared. His cultivation level was also rapidly declining, and his powerful aura was also disappearing. Roar! The fleeing golden tiger also sensed the abnormality behind it, but it didn't dare to take the risk. This human was too cunning. The golden tiger roared and turned into a golden divine light, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. The little Taoist also felt very guilty. His cultivation level was rapidly declining. If he continued to chase, he would be in danger. He no longer had the strength to fight against the golden tiger. "You big worm, your life isn't over yet." The little Taoist stopped and retreated into the distance while swearing. After leaving this mountain range, the power of heaven and earth in the little Taoist's body completely disappeared, and his cultivation level was once again suppressed to the self-awakening realm by the virtual sky world. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." The little Taoist cupped his hands in greeting in all directions. He knew that there was definitely an incredible figure observing him in the dark. His cultivation was able to recover temporarily because of that existence. He could actually ignore the laws of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. Could it be that this person was powerful to that extent? "You sure are careful." Gu Fei walked out. With just one step, he arrived in front of the little Taoist. He looked at the little fellow indifferently. He saw the shadow of the old tortoise on the little fellow. "I will never forget Senior's life-saving grace." The little Taoist didn't dare to be impudent at this moment. He was respectful and didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. One had to know that this person before him could disregard the laws of heaven and earth in this world. The other party was so strong that he could pinch him to death with just a finger. The little Taoist was very good at it. "You don't mean what you said, do you?" Gu Fei laughed. This fellow was pretending to be serious. This was not the nature of this little fellow. "Senior, you..." The little Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. If this person wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. How could a self-awakening realm cultivator contend against this kind of existence? "All right, you don't have to be nervous. What's your name? Where are you from?" Gu Fei asked. The little Taoist was startled. Could it be that this senior took a fancy to him and wanted to take him as a disciple? The little Taoist's thoughts turned quickly. "Senior, please know that I actually don't have a master. I'm also an orphan. I entered an immortal's cave by chance and obtained a cultivation technique. Then I embarked on the path of cultivation." Orphan, immortal's cave. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. How much of this person's words were true and how much was false? But did it matter whether it was true or false? "All right, tell me your name," Gu Fei said. "I'm Li Huangdao," the little Taoist said carefully. "Huangdao." Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This little guy actually came up with such a name. Huangdao? His ambition was truly great. He actually had the determination to become an emperor. The path to becoming an emperor. Very good. Come with me. Gu Fei's tone left no room for doubt. This little Taoist definitely had a lot of thoughts, but in front of him, it would be hard for him to create any waves. Yes. The little Taoist was very sensible. He didn't have a choice. Just as Gu Fei was leaving with the little Taoist, in another area, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It was completely dark and there was not a single sound coming from within the city. The mountain wind blew and whistled. The ancient city in front of them seemed even more eerie. Even during the day, this ancient city was still surrounded by yin energy. It was like a ghost city in hell, causing people's hearts to palpitate and not daring to approach. This is the ancient city. At this time, a group of people arrived at a small hill outside of the ancient city. The person in the lead was an elder in green. Behind him stood a few young cultivators. The woman dressed in white and wearing a veil hat was among them. This was the Zhou clan from the antiquity era. They had found this place. In front of them was the legendary eternal ominous city. Back then, Gu Fei's group had entered this place. Inside this eternal ominous city, Gu Fei's fate had fundamentally changed. He had obtained the most important saint weapon of the Great Path, the cauldron of mountain and river. It was also at that time that Gu Fei began to refine the chaotic embryo that the cauldron of mountain and river had nurtured for countless years. He opened up an inner world that belonged to him. The appearance of this inner world gave Gu Fei a capital that others could not hope to reach. In this eternal ominous city, Gu Fei and the old tortoise also narrowly escaped death. They were almost trapped inside and could not get out, but in the end, they were able to survive. "We really have to go in." The woman in white, who had been quiet the whole time, spoke at this time. The old man nodded. They entered the virtual sky world to explore these places. Only in dangerous places could they get what they wanted. But the woman in white wanted to say more, but she was stopped by the old man. "Wait for Elder Yi's arrival, then we'll explore the ancient city together." The old man's tone was extremely firm. In this eternal ominous city, there were definitely many ancient treasures. In the eternal ominous city, there were immortal lights rushing out from time to time. Those were definitely divine lights emitted by treasured weapons. Next, they sat cross-legged on the hill and waited for Elder Yi's arrival. Among the experts of the Zhou clan from the Antiquity era who entered the virtual sky world, only Elder Yi could ignore the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Chapter 1672. Inside the virtual sky world, there was day and night, and there were also stars in the sky. Those stars were real stars, sprinkling starlight. This was an almost perfect world, but it was only almost perfect. The virtual sky world wasn't a truly perfect world. Gu Fei led the little Taoist through the desolate desert, across thousands of miles of swamps, and walked toward the depths of the virtual sky world. This time, he wanted to enter the ancient ominous city again. Back then, there were countless immortal lights in the ancient ominous city, which were divine lights emitted by supreme treasures. There must be many divine treasures in the ancient ominous city. Since he couldn't attack the desolate ancient battlefield for the time being, he would go to the ancient ominous city that almost swallowed him and the old turtle. The ancient ominous city was very dangerous. Even the current Gu Fei didn't have much confidence that he could come and go as he pleased in the ancient ominous city. After all, even the indestructible martial physique had fallen in there. The corpse of the general refined by the old turtle into his external incarnation came from this ancient ominous city. It was a real indestructible martial physique. After walking for nearly 20,000 miles, Gu Fei and the others finally arrived near the ancient ominous city. Under the moonlight, the ominous city was silent. It was as if a gigantic prehistoric beast was lying there, giving off a strong sense of oppression. There was no light in the city. The buildings and houses were all pitch black inside, and this huge city was terrifyingly silent. "Senior, the little Taoist couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this ancient city. The ancient city in the virtual sky world wasn't an ordinary city, so there was most likely great danger inside. I didn't expect someone to have designs on this ancient city." Gu Fei sensed several powerful breaths on the nearby short mountain and couldn't help but sneer. This ancient city wasn't a good place. If these people's cultivation levels were all suppressed to the self-awakening realm, then no matter how many people entered, they would all die. He remembered the dangers he encountered when he broke into the city, and even now, he still felt fear. Swish. Not long after Gu Fei and the others arrived near the ancient city, a divine light appeared in the distant sky. It streaked across the sky and fell on the short mountain like a meteor. "It's him." When Gu Fei saw the divine light, he couldn't help but frown. The divine light dissipated and an old man walked out. Who else could it be but Elder Zhou? When old man Zhou arrived, everyone on the short mountain stood up. "This is the legendary ominous city." Old man Zhou ignored the others. He stood on the short mountain and gazed at the ancient city in the distance. The massive ancient city exuded an aura of infinite antiquity. Very extraordinary. Elder Zhou watched for a full hour before saying this. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. Elder Zhou had a very high status in the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity. "Granduncle, should we wait for daybreak too?" An old man beside old man Zhou said. After looking at the terrain around the ancient city, old man Zhou said, "There's no need for that. This ominous city will always be dangerous no matter when you enter." Then, the old man hesitated. "Wait here, I'll go in and take a look." After old man Zhou finished speaking, he immediately soared into the sky like a big bird and flew toward the ancient city in front of him. He crossed a distance of more than 10 miles and landed in front of the open city gate. In the distant mountain forest, Gu Fei and the little Taoist watched this scene. They hadn't been discovered by old man Zhou. It was very difficult for other experts to sense the existence of experts like Gu Fei, who had cultivated an inner world. Even though old man Zhou was extremely powerful, he still couldn't sense anything strange in the nearby area. Old Man Zhou-yi stopped at the city gate for a while before walking into the city. Just as Old Man Zhou-yi walked into the ancient city, the entire ancient city suddenly seemed to darken. It was even darker inside than before. Moreover, terrifying ghost howls began to come from the city. It was as if the countless ferocious souls and malicious ghosts in the ghost city of hell had been alarmed. In the dark corners of the city, many figures were faintly discernible. It was as if something had appeared in the city. A gloomy and terrifying aura came from the ominous city. Soon, Old Man Zhou-yi's angry roar came from the city. He seemed to have encountered something and was fighting with something. Divine light constantly rushed out of the city. On the short mountain, the people from the Zhou family of the ancients could not help but look at each other. They were well aware of Old Man Zhou-yi's strength. He was one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family of the ancients. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Old Man Zhou-yi seemed to have encountered great trouble in the ancient city. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from the ancient city. A figure flew up, but very soon, that figure fell back into the city. At this moment, figures kept appearing in the dark corners of the city. What is that? There was a force lingering in the ancient city. No one could really see the scenery in the city. Outside the city, everyone could see things in the city very blurry. However, someone recognized the figure that had flown up just now. It was Old Man Zhou-yi. Soon, a figure rushed out of the city gate. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from inside the city gate. It was as if countless people were walking in the direction of the city gate. In the forest outside the city, Gu Fei's expression became extremely solemn. He naturally knew what Old Man Zhou-yi had encountered in the city. It was a terrifying corpse soldier. In the ancient ominous city, there were countless corpse soldiers guarding the city. Although these corpse soldiers were no longer alive, they were controlled by the mysterious power in the ancient city. This kind of corpse soldier could not be destroyed. As long as the ancient city existed, these corpse soldiers would protect the ancient city. Even if they were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood would still be reconstructed. The person who rushed out of the city gate was Old Man Zhou-yi, who had just entered the city. At this moment, Old Man Zhou-yi